All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Katrina Salazar, and I would like to welcome you to today's November 16th, 2023 California Board of Accountancy meeting. Before we kick off the agenda, I do want to make a few introductions, and we will expand upon that a little bit further in the agenda. But I do want to start with acknowledging that we do have two new members, Patricia Batchelor, CPA, and Teresa Thompson, CPA, joining us, which is very exciting. So we'll talk more about that. But I would be remiss in not mentioning that joining us at the table today is newly assigned DCA Legal Counsel Michael Canotes as well. So thank you, and we will continue introductions as we move along, but we always have to remind all of our participants and listeners of our board ground rules. So with that, I would like to remind everyone that the Board of Accountancy has provided the opportunity for the public to participate in our meeting via the WebEx platform. When taking those public comments, we will begin with public comment here in the Sacramento location for individuals attending in person. I will then ask our WebEx moderator to open up the online section for public comment online, and anyone who wishes to participate through public comment will be allotted up to 5 minutes for public comment. So with that, I do need to turn the meeting over to Ms. Reed for the establishment of a quorum, and could you please assist?
Patricia Batchelor. Here. Nancy Corrigan.
Nancy Corrigan, present.
Christian Lotta.
Present.
Tony Lynn.
Here.
Joe Rosenbaum.
Here.
Katrina Salazar.
Present.
Teresa Thompson.
Present.
Yin Tu.
Present.
And Evangeline Ward.
I'm present.
And we have a quorum.
Thank you for that, Ms. Reed. And with our quorum, we are able to commence business for the day. We don't start our business before refreshing ourselves on the mission of the Board of Accountancy. And those of you who are very familiar with this can probably say it with me. Our mission is to protect consumers by ensuring that only qualified licensees practice public accountancy in accordance with established professional standards. This mission is derived from the statutory requirement that protection of the public shall be the highest priority for the California Board of Accountancy in exercising its licensing, regulatory, and disciplinary functions. Whenever the protection of the public is inconsistent with other interests sought to be promoted, the protection of the public shall be paramount. So thank you for listening to that. As we proceed through our public agenda, I would remind our speakers to, prior to speaking, be sure to press the button firmly so that the green light comes on your microphone. Pull it towards you so that the webcast participants can hear clearly what is happening. When you are done, please remember to turn it off. Please also silence your cell phones, and for the public that is following along, some of our members have chosen physical paper copies of materials and others are accessing them remotely. So if you see people on devices, that is because they are reviewing the board materials as a function of their participation. So with that, we're able to move along. I would like to express my gratitude for everyone for being here as we move forward. Let's start with agenda item number 1, which is the public comments for items not on the agenda. And so I would ask for public comment here in Sacramento. And seeing no public comment, I would like to ask our WebEx moderator to please open up the WebEx portal for public comment.
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the board, I have opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment for items not on the agenda, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen or use the raise hand function. And audio-only participants may raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. I'll pause a moment to allow the public time to access these features and submit their requests. All right, and seeing none, would you like me to close that Q&A feature?
Thank you. Please close. again. Yep, we are. Excellent. Thank you very much for that. And then that moves along to the report of the president, which conveniently is me. So the first item is a little bit more robust introduction of one of our two brand new board members. And so I would like to introduce and welcome Patricia R. Batchelor, CPA, to our board and share a little bit of information. Ms. Batchelor was appointed by Governor Newsom on October 12, 2023. She has been the owner of her business, Patricia Batchelor, Certified Public Accountant, since 2004. And Ms. Batchelor has earned a Master of Science degree in taxation from Golden Gate University and a Bachelor of Science degree in Business Administration from the University of Redlands. She is a member of the California Society of CPAs, American Institute of CPAs, and the Alliance for Black Women Accountants. So please join me in welcoming Patricia to the Board of Accountancy. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here. Very honored to be appointed to this board. Thank you.
We're thrilled to have you joining us, so thank you. The next item on the president's agenda is item 2B, and that is the introduction of our second newly appointed Board of Accountancy member. That is member Teresa N. Thompson, CPA. So pleased to welcome Ms. Thompson as well. Ms. Thompson was also appointed by Governor Newsom on October 12th of this year. She has been a partner at PricewaterhouseCoopers since 2019 and has held several positions there, ranging from 2008 through 2019, including state and local tax director, state and local tax manager, senior tax associate, and of course, tax associate. We're excited to share that Ms. Thompson earned her Bachelor of Science degree in accounting from Santa Clara University. She is also a member of the California Society of CPAs, as well as the American Institute of CPAs. So please joining me in welcoming Ms. Thompson to our board. We are also excited about having you join us and bringing your skill set to the table as well.
Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to continuing to meet all of you and working with you guys.
Great. Thank you so much. And introductions, of course, are not yet over. So we have one more introduction, and that is a welcome for Mr. Michael Knotes, Attorney 3 to the CBA. Mr. Knotes is our newly assigned DCA legal counsel and will be taking Ms. Joffrey's place after the end of this November CBA meeting. Mr. Knotes began working with DCA in April of 2019 after a long career in California state government. Previously, he worked for the California Department of Social Services, Department of Developmental Services, the Secretary of State, and the Legislative Council Bureau. Prior to joining us in the state of California, Mr. Knotes was a deputy state public defender in Colorado from 1998 through 2001. So clearly an illustrious career. Graduated from Florida State University Law School and received a bachelor's degree in social work from the University of Pittsburgh. So we're very excited to have continued robust counsel represent our board. So please join me in welcoming Mr. Knotes to the Board of Accountancy as well.
Good morning, Madam President, members. Pleasure to be before the board and looking forward to working with you all.
Thank you so much for that. And, you know, I would be remiss if I just didn't pause a moment. We, of course, have our current legal counsel, Ms. Helen Joffrey, with us, and I would, you know, be doing a disservice to her service to our organization if we didn't pause and just acknowledge the hard work and diligence and thank her for her service to the Board of Accountancy, to our board members, as well as to the protection of consumers in our state. So thank you very much for your service. And I guess I'd like to suggest a nice round of applause to welcome everybody and say thank you. Okay. So the next agenda item moving along is was calendared to be a presentation from the Center for Public Trust, and that is going to be moved in the agenda until tomorrow. So that will happen on Friday. So please put a pin in that item, and we will return to it at a later point in time. So then moving along, we are now at item 2E, which is going to be the resolution for retired California Board of Accountancy member, Mr. Michael M. Savoy, CPA. Whereas Mr. Savoy was appointed by Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger and faithfully served as a member of this Board of Accountancy from December 21st, 2010 through October 12th of 2023. Whereas he served as president in 2014, 2018, and 2022, vice president in 2013, 2017, 2020, and 21, and secretary-treasurer in 2012. Mr. Savoy was chair and member of the Committee of Professional Conduct, chair and member of the Strategic Planning Committee, member of the Enforcement Program Oversight Committee, member of the Legislative Committee, member of the Mobility Stakeholder Group, and a California Board of Accountancy liaison to the Enforcement Advisory Committee. Whereas Mr. Savoy is also a member of the California Society of CPAs, the American Institute of CPAs, and previously served as the treasurer of Los Angeles Area Chamber of Commerce. Whereas Mr. Savoy is of counsel at BPM, LLP, and previously managing director at Governor Sabet Incorporated. And whereas during his terms of service, Mr. Savoy, CPA, gave fully of himself, his ideas, and acted forthrightly and conscientiously, always with the public interest and welfare in mind, his colleagues wish to extend their highest esteem and regard to Mr. Savoy. Therefore, let it be resolved that the members of the California Board of Accountancy hereby express heartfelt appreciation to Michael Savoy for his outstanding contributions made during his term of service to the Board of Accountancy and to the consumers of the state of California. Thank you for letting me read that very lengthy statement into the record. There's a lovely certificate included in the materials for our meeting. And at this point, I would like to request a motion to accept the resolution that I am putting forward. Ms. Tu?
Thank you, President Salazar. I would like to make the motion for the resolution and also say a personal thank you to Mr. Michael Savoy for all his knowledge and his mentorship to me during the terms that he was here, and he will be very much missed.
Thank you. Ms. Corrigan?
And I will second that motion and echo Ms. Tu's comments for quite a lengthy and wonderful, very beneficial service to this board. I will miss, and I believe we will miss, Mr. Savoy greatly.
Great. Thank you. So we do have a first in the discussion. Do we have any additional comments? Any public comment? Yep, public comment. Mr. Jason Fox from Cal CPA, welcome.
Jason Fox of the California Society of CPAs. Just for a matter of the public record, we would acknowledge Mr. Savoy and thank him for his service. I think he's been a model member of the Board of Accountancy, and throughout his term, he's been gone above and beyond how he's approached issues. And from the profession standpoint, I think he's somebody to look to with the new board members, you know, as an example of what it means to be on the Board of Accountancy. And I think he's been very thoughtful in how he approached it. So we're sorry to see him go, but look forward to his retirement and thank him for his service.
Right, thank you for that. With that, that concludes the public comment here in Sacramento. I'd like to ask our WebEx moderator to please open up the online WebEx for public comments on item 2E.
This is a moderator, not the direction of the board. I have opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen or use the raise hand function. And audio-only participants may raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. I'll pause a moment to allow the public time to access these features and submit their requests. All right, and seeing no requests for comment, would you like me to close that Q&A panel?
Yes, moderator, please close the public comments. All right, with that, I would like to invite Ms. Reed to call for the vote.
Nancy Corrigan?
Yes.
Christian Lauda?
Yes.
Tony Lynn,
Yes.
Joe Rosenbaum,
Yes.
Katrina Salazar,
Yes.
Yen Tu,
Yes.
Evangeline Ward,
Yes.
Patricia Batchelor,
Yes.
and Teresa Thompson.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much for that. And Mr. Savoy, if you're listening, congratulations, and we all wish you the best in your retirement from the Board of Accountancy. Moving along to item 2F, we do also have another resolution. This is not for a board member, but is for a committee member who also has found ways to add in important contributions to the work of our Board of Accountancy. So I'd like to call your attention to agenda item 2F, resolution for retiring peer review oversight committee member Fiona Tam, CPA. Ms. Tam served the peer review oversight committee diligently since November 16th of 2017, and her term will end November 30th of 2023, so at the end of the month. With that, we do have a resolution included in the board materials, and I would like to ask for a motion to accept the resolution. Ms. Chu?
Motion to accept the resolution and thank Ms. Fiona Tam for her service.
Thank you. All right, so I put forward a motion. I believe that is the second. We now have a fully formed motion on the table. Okay, so any additional public comment here in Sacramento? Oh, I'm sorry. I did not technically put forward the motion, so we have a first from Ms. Chu. I saw a hand go up, Ms. Lata.
I second.
Thank you very much. Now we can have a board member discussion that we have now we have a fully formed motion on the table. And seeing no additional comments, I would like to invite for public comment here in Sacramento. And seeing no public comments to add to the dialogue here in Sacramento, I would like to ask our WebEx moderator to please open up the online portal for public comment. We are on agenda item 2F.
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the board, I have opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen, or use the raise hand function. And audio-only participants may raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. And just real quick, it does sound like there's echo coming from the hearing room. I don't know if maybe a mic is left on. All right, and seeing no requests for public comment, would you like me to close that Q&A panel?
Yes, moderator, please.
Thank you.
All right, fantastic. So with that, I would like to turn it over to Ms. Reed to call for the vote.
Evangeline Ward,
Yes.
Yen Tu,
Yes.
Katrina Salazar,
Yes.
Joe Rosenbaum,
Yes.
Tony Lynn,
Yes.
Christian Lotta,
Yes.
Nancy Corrigan,
Yes.
Patricia Batchelor,
Yes.
and Teresa Thompson.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Great, thank you for that, Ms. Reed. I appreciate it very much, and thank you, Ms. Tam, for your service to the Peer Review Oversight Committee. So the next two items, 2G and 2H, I will report on. They're written, and then at the end, I will open up for a single combined public comment. So the item 2G is the Board of Accountancy Member Committee Interest Survey. So this survey will be used by the newly elected CBA president to help appoint members to the committees for professional conduct, our Enforcement Program Oversight Committee, the Legislative Committee, as well as the liaison roles to the Qualifications Committee, Peer Review Oversight Committee, and the Enforcement Advisory Committee. Included with materials is an attachment from the Member Guidelines and Procedures Manual that provides detailed information regarding our committees. As a reminder, each of the advisory committees will have 2 CBA member liaisons, and so that's to facilitate interactivity between the liaisons and the committee, as well as to facilitate availability for our board members assigned to those roles. So with that in mind, please know that after this meeting, our board members will be receiving a link to a survey that will come to you via SurveyMonkey. So please look for that email and respond to it by December 8th. in order to allow the next leadership group sufficient time for planning for the needs in January. So again, that is item 2G. Any questions from our committee or our board members on that? All right. Moving along to item 2H, I would like to review, really it's an announcement of our board members from the Board of Accountancy that are active and have been appointed to roles within the National Association of State Boards of Accountancy. So I'm very excited to share the new appointments for the NASBA volunteer year, and that is being led by our own Ms. Nancy Corrigan, CPA. She was appointed chairperson of the Enforcement Resources Committee, and that committee promotes the efficient and where appropriate, uniform enforcement of professional standards by the boards of accountancy. Ms. Corrigan was also appointed to AICPA's State Board of Accountancy, AICPA's State Board Committee, pardon me. And so that is part of the Board of Examiners committee structure, and it functions very much as a communications link between the Board of Examiners and State Boards of Accountancy to ensure that issues are being communicated in two directions. And so as a note, Ms. Corrigan was nominated by NASBA for this external appointment. I am also pleased to share that I was appointed chairperson by NASBA for their Legislative Support Committee, and that develops legislative support strategies and tactics which will help NASBA's Director of Legislative and Governmental Affairs in supporting boards of accountancy on legislative issues across the 55 jurisdictions within the United States. So, of course, in addition to these new NASBA appointments, which are important to recognize, and this board will be hearing reports on, it is worth noting that there are some continuing roles. I will continue my role as the NASBA at-large director. Ms. Corrigan will continue to serve another year as the NASBA Pacific Region Director, which is a very significant and large task. So thank you for another year of service there. And with the role as a regional director, she also continues to serve on NASBA's Relations with Member Boards Committee. Last but certainly not least, we have Ms. Tu, who continues to serve on NASBA's Communications Committee. And I would just, as we announce this, I would just pause to say it is wonderful to see so many board members going over and above and engaging with our stakeholder groups to serve the profession as well as our consumers. So thank you very much. Do we have any comments on those announcements from our board members? Okay. Hearing none, I would like to open up for public comment on agenda items 2G and H here in Sacramento. And seeing no public comment, I'd like to invite our WebEx moderator to please open WebEx for public comment on items 2G and 2H.
This is a moderator, and at the direction of the board, I've opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen, or use the raise hand function. Audio-only participants may raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. I'll pause a moment to allow the public time to access these features and submit their requests. All right, and seeing no requests for public comment, would you like me to close that Q&A panel?
Yes, please close public comment. Thank you very much. All right, so that moves us along to agenda item 2I, and it has an incredibly lengthy title that I'm not sure I want to read out loud. So instead, I'm going to take a shortcut and invite Ms. Sarah Benedict, our Manager of License Renewal and Continuing Competency Unit, to the table. The general start of this item description is discussion and possible action to initiate a rulemaking to amend California Code of Regulations Title 16. It gets a little bit more complicated from there. So, Ms. Benedict, we appreciate your presentation and walking us through the materials.
Thank you, President Salazar. The purpose of this agenda item is to provide the CBA the opportunity to initiate a rulemaking to amend and adopt regulations regarding the license examination of professional ethics, in addition to CE requirements for newly licensed CPA or pre-licensure course requirements. I will be covering the agenda item in sections. First, I will go over the history of the PETH requirement and what necessitated this agenda item. Second, I will walk you through the staff analysis, including the two options that are detailed on pages 6 and 7. And lastly, I will cover the staff's recommendation and next steps. In anticipation of a rulemaking package, staff have prepared two sets of draft proposed languages. The two options differ slightly from one another, and I will go into detail on the difference between the two a little later. Staff is recommending that CBA adopt the language in Attachment 8. I will now begin my presentation, starting with the background section on page 2 and working through pages 3 and 4. The initial regulation requiring CPA applicants to pass an examination on CBA's rules and professional conduct took effect in January of 1966. It was originally CCR Section 18. The CBA asked Cal CPA's predecessor to develop a self-study course to cover professional conduct and ethics. Although the regulation used the word examination, the CBA's request was specifically for a course that was administered in a manner consistent with CE. It's important to note that at the time, examination standards did not exist as they do today, and completing a self-study course to meet examination requirements was not problematic. In 1971, the regulation was revised, and in 1982, the regulation section was changed from 18 to 10. The PETH exam has undergone several updates over the years, but it has always maintained the original self-study CE style format. CCR Section 10, as it's written today, requires all applicants for CPA licensure to pass a CBA-approved examination in professional ethics. The CBA-approved examination is the professional examination for CPAs, or the PETH exam, that is developed and administered by Cal CPA. The PETH exam is a self-study course with an open book online examination, and applicants have 1 year to pass it after the date of purchase. If they do not pass, they can take the exam up to 6 times in the 1 year period. BPC Section 139 mandates DCA to conduct periodic evaluations of all licensing examinations administered by its boards and bureaus. DCA established a licensure examination validation policy in response to Business and Profession Code 139, which is included in Attachment 3 for reference. The CBA requested that DCA's Office of Professional Examination Services, OPUS, complete its required comprehensive review for the Uniform CPA exam and the PETH exam. The purpose of the review was to ensure that both exams comply with psychometric and legal standards. OPUS issued its report in June 2023, concluding that sufficient evidence was found to support the continued use of the Uniform CPA exam, but that the PETH exam did not appear to meet professional guidelines and technical standards. A memo summarizing OPUS's findings is included in Attachment 4. OPUS indicated that it had concerns about the validity of using the PETH exam for licensure decisions. Specifically, OPUS noted a lack of standard setting procedure, non-standardized testing conditions, and overexposure of examination content. Most of these problems result from the PETH exam being an open book online self-study format course compared to a typical licensure examination. OPUS also found that much of the content in the PETH exam was duplicative with the new CPA exam that will begin in January 2024. To be a valid examination for licensure, the PETH exam must be directly linked to CPA areas of practice in California and should not be duplicative of content covered by the Uniform CPA exam. OPUS found that only 13%, which was approximately 6 to 7 questions, of the PETH exam is not covered on the Uniform CPA exam that begins in January 2024. That 13% is California specific and relates to California statutes and regulations. Given the OPUS finding, it is necessary that CBA take action to come into compliance with the licensure examination validation policy. I'm now going to cover staff analysis, starting on page 5 and working through page 8. The OPUS review concluded that the professional ethics covered on the PETH exam will be covered on the new CPA exam. Therefore, staff concluded that professional ethics is sufficiently covered prior to licensure, leaving only the California-specific statutes and regulations as not being covered. Next, staff reviewed the requirements for developing and maintaining licensure exams using the examination cycle found in Attachment 5. The steps outlined in Attachment 5 are complex and resource-intensive. The California-specific content of the PETH exam is only 6 to 7 questions, and staff do not believe this limited amount of content warrants the development and maintenance of a licensure exam. As such, staff recommend the CBA remove the requirement that applicants pass an examination on rules of professional conduct specified in CCR Section 10. Staff next explored how California statutes and regulations would be covered with the elimination of the requirement to pass an examination on rules of professional conduct. In addition to coverage of professional ethics on the new CPA exam, staff considered the following. Academia has embedded ethics into its courses. In 2014, the CBA began requiring 10 semester units of ethics studies per licensure. In 2010, the CBA began requiring 4 hours of CE in ethics every renewal cycle. Given this information, staff considered 2 options. The first option, which begins on page 6, is requiring a pre-licensure course that covers California statutes and regulations. The second option begins on page 7 and requires a post-licensure CE course that covers California statutes and regulations. This option would require the CE course to be completed before a newly licensed CPA's first expiration date. Staff believe that the existing CBA regulatory review course may be an appropriate means to ensure that newly licensed CPAs have the California-specific knowledge not covered in the new CPA exam. The regulatory review course is 2 hours in length and must cover the provisions of the Accountancy Act and the CCR that are specific to the practice of public accountancy in California. The specific sections that must be covered are included in Attachment 6 for reference. The regulatory review course must be approved by the CBA prior to being offered for CE credit. The CBA currently has 37 approved regulatory review courses available. Next, staff considered whether the regulatory review course should be required as a pre-licensure course, which is detailed in option 1, starting on page 6, or as CE after licensure, which is detailed in option 2, starting on page 7. Although the options are similar to one another, staff found that option 2 may be more beneficial for CPA applicants. By eliminating the examination on rules of professional conduct and not requiring a pre-licensure course, the cost and time required to obtain a CPA license in California would be reduced, and the possibility of an artificial barrier to licensure would be removed at a time when the profession is experiencing a reduction in the pipeline of future CPAs. Additionally, the PETH exam only has 6 to 7 questions related to California statutes and regulations, and placing the regulatory review course post-licensure seems to provide little to no additional risk to the public. Lastly, the current regulatory review courses are currently developed as post-licensure courses, so they are most appropriately given at that time. Presently, newly licensed CPAs must complete 20 hours of CE for every full 6 months of licensure. Licensees who have an initial license period of less than 6 months do not need to complete any CE. If the CBA were to require that the regulatory review course be completed prior to the first expiration date, this would mean that CPAs who have an initial renewal cycle of less than 6 months will be required to complete the regulatory review course, but no additional CE would be required. Essentially, this changes their CE requirement from no CE to 2 hours of regulatory review CE. Licensees with an initial renewal period of more than 6 months are required to complete CE and could incorporate the regulatory review course into their existing CE requirements. Staff also explored the possible inconvenience and financial burden placed on applicants who have purchased the PETH exam but not yet used it to obtain licensure, which is detailed on page 8. Staff recommend the CBA grant regulatory review course for a passed PETH exam during the designated transition period. As I previously mentioned, the PETH exam is a self-study course that is administered much like CE. The PETH exam meets most of the CBA's requirements for a self-study regulatory review course. Specifically, the PETH exam is a program based on materials specifically developed for instructional use. It is required to be completed within 1 year of the date of purchase. Consistent with other self-study CE, it requires a 90% passing score on the test given at the conclusion of the course, and the course contents cover the content specified in CCR section 87.9. In summary, staff recommend that the CBA eliminate the requirement to pass an examination of professional conduct for licensure, require newly licensed CPAs to complete the CBA-approved regulatory review course between the date their license is issued and their first expiration date, and grant regulatory review credit for a passed PETH exam during the designated transition period. Staff's recommendation would require amendments to CCR sections 10 and 87.1 and the addition of section 10.1. The proposed amendments are included in attachment 8. Alternatively, the CBA may wish to require CPA applicants to complete regulatory review prior to licensure. This approach would require an amendment to CCR section 10 and the addition of sections 10.1 and 10.2. The proposed amendments are included in attachment 7. Staff has prepared 2 motions to adopt the proposed changes to the CBA regulations regarding the PETH exam and the regulatory review course. Staff recommend that the CBA make motion 2, which is located at the top of page 9. This motion can be implemented faster than motion 1 and does not prohibit the CBA from continued conversations regarding a long-term solution that may be different from what is proposed as our immediate solution. That concludes my presentation. At this time, I will invite Michelle Center, Licensing Chief, to assist in answering any member questions, and I will turn the discussion back over to President Salazar.
Great. Thank you very much for that, Ms. Benedict. I would also like to point out to our board members that there is an additional hand-carried item. So there is a letter from Cal CPA that was provided to you in your blue folder this morning with an additional letter as well. So I think at this point, what I would like to do is there's been a lot of material that we have just reviewed under a very lengthy item description. And so I'd like to start with our board member questions for Ms. Benedict or Ms. Center. Mr. Rosenbaum?
Yeah, my question is, to the extent that, well, first of all, thank you for all the work that's been done on this, because this was quite a surprise, I think, when we got the evaluation. But my question is, if we opt to move the R&R course to post-licensure instead of pre-licensure, where do new applicants gain information about California-specific rules and regulations?
So there is a comment or a description in the item, maybe Sarah can help me with the page number, that does talk about the requirement that they understand the professional conduct requirements. I think that's probably one of the most important aspects that we want our new licensees to understand. I think it's also important that we consider this in relationship to the situation that we have. I think we may have, it's easy to think, I guess, that the PETH was particularly assessing our California statutes and regulations, and that was a really small part of it. So if we look at where we are right now and what immediate solution that we want to implement think that's a different conversation than maybe what you might be referring to, which is, do we want something else long-term that might provide this as a pre-licensure area, if that makes sense. There was very little content on the PEP, and so if we do a comparison between what is in there now as well as what we would change if it was post-licensure, it's very little. So the statement is on that I was referring to is on page 5 of 10. By submitting the applications for CPA licensure, you acknowledging that you have read and understand the rules of professional conduct adopted by the CBA and references certain business and professional code sections within that.
Okay, so we would leave it up to the applicant to go through and read the appropriate rules and regulations.
And we are of the belief that much of that has been incorporated within some of our courses, whether it's California-specific laws and statutes, many of which I think mirror some of the national ones, in some cases have been brought into our curriculum, is our understanding. So we believe that the education, as well as the experience that they receive, also cover some of those aspects, just not in the same style as an assessment.
Oh, thank you. And I haven't unfortunately had the opportunity to read the Cal CPA letter that was in the hand carry. So I don't know but I did just notice that they were proposing pre-licensure as opposed to post. But I guess in your analysis, I personally like the idea of post-licensure better in that it seems more consistent with our CE requirements as opposed to having something up front and as was pointed out, a barrier to entry. So thanks.
All right, thank you for that. Ms. Corrigan.
Yes, thank you, President Salazar. I just, being so used to pre-issuance, which is kind of what I grew up on, and feeling fairly strongly about it, I understand everything that we're talking about. I understand that the PEP exam only had 6 or 7 questions, 6 to 7%, a very small percentage, yes, covering actual California regulation. I know that when I do the regulatory review course required every 6 years or every 3 renewals, I can't remember how, quite a few questions, and I must pass it with a 90%, So I kind of like that where it's more measurable and can happen can happen easily in a post-licensing situation. I would want to be very careful about any message that the CBA sends that we're loosening up, we're becoming lax, we're not rigorous or requiring certain things of candidates. I'd want to be very, very careful of that. I like the idea of course, if you're going to sign up for this ball game and become a CPA, you should know the rules, you should know professional conduct and all that. And I think that is covered in many ways in continuing education. And I know that it's being covered at our colleges and universities. A lot of that really isn't being incorporated into. But I like the idea of placing accountability on the candidates to know that. Now, it's still up to them to do it. We can't control all of that, but we have other, ways to monitor that sort of thing. But I would just kind of caution, and depending on what the board does, that we really make it more like a self-study, or I think when I renew, it's an interactive. And so I take that course and I submit, whether I do it in paper or I do it electronically, whatever, I take a test that I have to pass. So I'm not just sitting there clicking, yeah, I'm here at my computer, but by the way, I'm also doing my other work over here. So I'm actually having to gain that knowledge and prove that I have that knowledge by submitting a test. So I could go with the post-issuance, but I would like some parameters on the type of testing that takes place. Thank you.
So I think in just my brain process is that the type of test is my understanding of the post-licensure is that it is designed to utilize our current regulatory review process. And so all of those already established interactive CPE specific, those are the regulatory review courses have to follow the standards promulgated by the NASBA, continuing professional education. No, they don't.
Ours are more rigorous.
Ours are more rigorous than that? So they're even better than that system. Okay, thank you. But there is clearly a system that is measured, and so it would increase that process.
Saying that I would want that specified, or maybe it is already in place, because if you take, like I take a California Reg Review course, I guess it's already established that way, but another jurisdiction may not. I don't know about the other jurisdictions, but if that's already established that way, then in my opinion, I'm happy with that. Thank you.
I think that's my understanding, is the recommendation is using our currently established and functioning framework, and that is one of the benefits of the proposal and one of the features that would allow the board to rely upon the process and also expedite a transition because of the utilization of a previously approved framework. Is that appropriate language? Thank you. We have Ms. Lata, and then we have Ms. I am so sorry. We passed over Ms. Ward. We're going to go Ward, Lata, Bachelor.
Thank you. The question I have, and I think I brought this up at the last discussion, reading the information regarding the exam to see that 832 candidates failed, but to say it's in a curriculum, I'm kind of confused with that. So if it's in a curriculum, so who monitors that to make sure they're taking the courses and it's truly enough? Then to have the PATH exam and still not pass it. So I'm just trying to understand that. I am in favor of motion 1 to make sure that they are competent and they understand the rules and regulations for California. But at the same time, if you're saying that this is not something serious and it's more like a CE class, then is that why it's going to be more better in option 2? Because it's more like a CE, it's not really something needed to have a licensure?
Well, so I will tackle that. I don't know that that's the conclusion, but I do think your comment about the passing rates is associated with the format of the current open book self-study program that exists, and that is one of the challenges, and that I think that is being seen in the way people choose to test and prepare for it and go through that process. So I don't know that that's an answer, but there seems to be a correlation between the two. And again, moving into a structured existing regulatory review then provides a known structure for the board. And I think that is an advantage behind the staff proposal. Ms. Sunter, would you like to clarify my my take on it?
I would just add a little bit of information, which is some of those stats that you see in the failed category were candidates who did not answer any questions at all, and those are included in the fail. And so, you know, you can ponder on your own why you think someone might take something and not answer questions. But those are included within those stats. I do not have stats that show individuals that actually attempted to answer them and what the pass rate is.
So I think that concludes Ms. Ward, and so we have Ms. Lata and then Ms. Bachelor very patiently waiting. Thank you.
Thank you, President Salazar. I wanted to say that my sentiment's similar to Mr. Rosenbaum, more in favor of the post-licensure requirement. And he mentioned the burden or additional work a licensee would have to have knowledge of this requirement. So I just wanted to respond to that. We do already have the license handbook, and current licensees are already having to review that to make sure they're abreast of the CPE and other requirements of licensure. So in my opinion, this wouldn't really add in their effort to remain in compliance. It just would be included in whatever the license handbook would already require. So I just wanted to note that it doesn't seem like an additional requirement in my mind or anything additional they would need to do. And then also, a pre-licensure course in my mind is just an artificial barrier. I think we've already proven that a lot of this information is already tested upon and covered in other areas in our process. So I really view it as an artificial barrier, and I think that we need to consider the pipeline significantly in our decision. And in response to Ms. Corrigan's comment about it not being viewed as us loosening up, I think that is also important. But I think it's more of a streamlining of a process that evidence has shown is duplicative in some ways, because those ethics requirements or materials have been adequately tested on our exam and through academia, as was mentioned. So those are my comments on the matter.
Thank you very much for that, Ms. Lata. Ms. Member Batchelor.
I wanted to add also, you know, I've heard the other comments and they're very powerful and give insights on different concerns about this area. And I must say I vote for option 2 because I feel that the way it has been is just an extra step for candidates to say, wow, I took that hard CPA exam and now I have to do this. But, however, they do have to have the information in terms of ethics and the protection of the public. I do agree with that wholeheartedly. And however, I was thinking, I did happen to read all of this material, and in there it says, if we can achieve the information being given to candidates through education as well as the CPA exam, is the exam itself going to incorporate more of the information that was in the ethics exam towards the CPA exam? I thought I saw something like that in the material, but I wasn't sure if that is a category to update that exam. And that's another way to capture it, because I believe on option 2.
I appreciate that. I'm going to ask Ms. Center to respond to that. That is a great question. Thank you.
So as part of the analysis that Opus did, which are our examination experts, they looked at the new exam that is already developed for the CPA exam. So that is what they analyzed. And they determined that the portions related to ethics are already ready to go in January in that new exam. So we would not need to request any type of changes to that to cover ethics.
Thank you for that. We have Ms. Chu, and then we have Ms. Thompson next.
Ms. Center, from what Ms. Lata was saying, is there a duplication? Because I'm assuming there isn't totally a duplication, because there's the exam to pass for the CPA, and then there is the ethic every 2 years or 3 years, I've forgotten, that everybody have to take. It's just that it seems like a duplication when they first pass the exam, correct?
Please respond. Thank you.
So the duplication that I believe Ms. Otto was referring to has to do with the PEF exam and the CPA exam. And that duplication is the ethics that was on PEF is in the new CPA exam. So not in reference to the regulatory review course.
Member Thompson?
Question for Ms. Center. Do we know, was California unique in the pre-licensure ethics requirement, or do we know how many other jurisdictions were requiring this?
No, we were not. We will be unique if we eliminate it. What we do not know is if other states have done a similar analysis that looks at their ethics exam in comparison to the new CPA exam.
Okay. So under option 2, if we did eliminate it, would candidates pick from the existing population of regulatory review courses, or would a new course be designed very specific for new candidates?
So under the regulatory package that you have before you, they would pick between what we already have and have already approved. What we have talked about is kind of the short-term approach and a long-term approach, and the short-term is the package that you see before you. A longer-term approach would be a package that would probably come later next year that looks at improvements that we can make to the criteria for our regulatory review courses, but in all cases, it would be whatever we have on our list as approved.
Mr. Francella, would you like to comment?
Thank you. And I'd just like to piggyback on Ms. Center's comments. As members kind of do this consideration, this is a short to / medium term kind of lens that we're trying to off-ramp from PETH onto something else. Staff have been actively working, and Ms. Center's team has actively been working on looking at the CE regs in total, but definitely at the regulatory review course to make that more meaningful, make that more impactful, put tighter reins on it in the future. So as members do this consideration, you can look at this as getting us to a good point, but that will improve upon that point in future kind of discussions. And at that time, the board may look at a regulatory review course that might be specific, or might not even be called regulatory review. It might be something totally different. That might be a CE course specific to new licensees, might be specific to, can even re-explore a pre-licensure kind of look if it makes sense. There's other lenses that members can look at in the future. This is just our interim solution to kind of get us from PETH to something that we can agree to at this time and then move on to something hopefully better and more meaningful in the future.
Thank you for that. We have Ms. Ward and then Ms. Lata.
Thank you again. Yeah, I'm not a fan of OPS, and I think I've shared that last time with dental hygiene. They did recommend that we remove our exam for ethics, and we chose not to because of the fact that our national boards will capture general topics regarding law and ethics, but it does not focus on California-based. And the students who did not, or the applicants who did not pass law and ethics for hygiene were usually applicants from out of state, or they were going for their RDH AP. But the students did quite well because it's in our curriculum, and we also regulate to make sure that they truly understand the rules and regulations and California. So I just worry that if we have 830-something applicants not passing, and it's already in the curriculum, and you said it's a take-home or at-home study, that's amazing. Why they answer that way, like you mentioned, we can't control when you go home what you do or when you take an exam. But I'm okay with 1R2. I just worry that it could create a way of, I won't say easier way to obtain the license. I want to make sure it's not a difficult way to obtain the license as well. But that's the only thing that just troubles me, just that OPES suggestion.
Yeah. So before we move back to this side of the room, I will respond. I cannot speak to other boards, but within the regulatory framework for accounting, I think it's fair to say that there is a lot of similarity, and because we have an AICPA code of conduct that is considered and incorporated, sometimes explicitly, sometimes by reference, but generally incorporated by all 55 jurisdictions, that I don't know that the experience of our board in terms of the professional conduct for a different state would be wildly different than that in California. So we do have a more national model, and that might be relevant as well, just to consider. And then we had a hand up over here, Ms. Lata.
Thank you, President Salazar. I just had a comment in response to Ms. Thompson. She raised an important point. I guess it's a question for Ms. Center. You mentioned that we would be unique in eliminating an ethics exam requirement. Do we know if that disadvantages a California licensed CPA from practicing in another state? I believe that's mobility, but I get the terms mixed up between reciprocity and mobility, so.
So other states develop their own requirements for licensure. They may require some type of ethics course. They may not. They may accept another state's ethics course. They may not. Those are all within the discretion of states, just as you all have that discretion here. So whether or not we eliminate it, we do not know of any disadvantage that it provides, but I also would not say that there wouldn't be states that might require them to take an ethics course pre-licensure if they do not do so here. There's also, just so you know, individuals who meet the 4 of 10 requirement, practicing 4 years within the last 10, those individuals most likely would not have to take that requirement if they are already licensed here.
I'd like to invite Mr. Franzella to comment as well.
Yeah, just quickly to address the mobility versus reciprocity issue. What Ms. Center kind of highlighted was more of a reciprocity-related kind of approach. And in California, we don't accept other ethics exams, even if so you would have to complete something California specific presently. But as it relates to mobility and the impact, in discussions with NASBA, it doesn't have impact on mobility because this exam, and we'll put, is not part of the 3 E's that make up the mobility. So mobility, no. Reciprocity, again, that's state by state specific. And some states accept pets, a lot don't. A lot have, the AICPA have their own regulatory review type mentality, so that will always be the case.
Thank you, Mr. Franzella. That clarity really helps. I am more in favor of a post-licensure course, but I wanted to make sure we weren't disadvantaging or giving a disadvantage to any of our licensees by considering removal of this requirement, so thank you.
Yeah, and I do think that is an important question. We talked about the 3 E's, and just for clarity, the mobility is based upon the examination, education, and experience requirements across the 55 jurisdiction, and because of the commonalities within those areas, that is the basis for our CPAs to be able to move interstate. So just wanted to clarify. Additional comments or questions? We're going to go a little bit out of order here. I just got approval to play a little bit with what we're doing, and so I would suggest, maybe given the robustness of our discussion, that public comment might be appropriate at this time. We don't have a motion on the table, but we do have an additional letter that has been provided that may warrant additional consideration. So do we have any public comment here in Sacramento? And we do have public comments, so I would like to welcome you to the table and also invite you to introduce yourself.
Yeah, there you go. And bring it really close to me. And turn it back on.
Okay, Jason's an expert. Good morning. I'm Denise Frumming, Cal CPA. And I just wanted to say we acknowledge and understand the CBA's need to address the findings of OPUS and understand the need to come into compliance. We also greatly appreciate the transparent and open dialogue and communication that we've had. We are committed going forward to working together to ensure that we continue to make sure that there is advancement to consumer protection, and also to make sure that we support a strong CPA profession. With that, I am going to ask Jason to provide a few recommendations.
Jason Fox with California Society of CPA. So I would speak to a couple of parts in the letter, and I want to apologize for the lateness of the letter, but we thought it'd be helpful at least to capture in written format just to kind of for the conversation. So specifically to the point on the recommendation, let me take a step back. I would underscore Denise's comment about the board, understand the board's need to make a quick, and thoughtful approach. And I think the board staff have been very thoughtful and dialogue with CalCPA on that. So, but specific to the recommendation of our thought on a pre-licensure or maintaining some sort of pre-licensure requirement is, yes, while the ethical components, when I say ethics, professional code of conduct and independence, standards, all that, while that might be captured in the educational framework and in the exam, that we still think there's value in having some level of assurance of exposure to the California rules and regulations. There are nuances and difference between how the code of conduct would apply in California versus other states, and there's that interplay. And to a certain degree, that's where PEF tried to kind of accomplish that. And so, looking at it in a vacuum, I think that we believe it's important for licensees and consumers to have some level of demonstrated assessment or knowledge or exposure to California rules and regulations. We also understand that there's other factors the board needs to consider about how to approach it, the logistical stuff. And so, as Mr. Franzella and Ms. Senator, alluded to, a short-term and a long-term approach. If we're looking at it, I think the preference would be, hey, pre-licensure is probably the best approach, but acknowledging that a post-licensure might be a better fit under the current circumstances. So, we defer to the board on how to approach that, but we thought it was important from the profession standpoint to acknowledge that we think that's important before you get the authority to practice public accounting in California. Specifically to the regulations, and I know we've had conversations with staff of this, we would certainly support and be happy to participate as much as possible to re-examine what the regulations look like for the regulatory review course. If it's going to be kind of serving dual roles, or an expanded role, if you will, we think there's opportunities to give the board, increased control related to the content that's covered in those courses, how relevant that content is and how current it is. There's best practices related to how learning can be done. Right now in that regulatory review course, you could sit there for 2 hours and click the box that I'm there versus self-study once. There's a lot of flexible options there. And I would also go back to the comment of, is the pre-licensure requirement going to be a barrier to entry? I would say in itself, switching from the test exam to a CPE type of model, we understand and support the reason why that the board needs to approach that way, is going to be a more flexible option. It's it's a cheaper option. It's more options related to, like I said, you could do a webinar versus a self-study course. So there's more flexibility for candidates. So I would say you're kind of making some improvements in that space. I think I'll also turn it over to, so I know our colleague, Jennifer Weed, who is with the Education Foundation. I know she's online. I don't know if we can maybe cover her, but she's going to speak to some of the stuff that the Education Foundation is doing to think about how we can support the board as we look at offerings in the space and the current mix of the regulatory review. Understand that, again, there's a short-term and there's a long-term solution. What does it look like to have appropriate coverage of the ethical interplay in the California Code of Conduct and statutes? So I don't know if I defer to the president if we could, somewhere online. So.
Yes.
Yes.
Why, thank you. I was not sure what happened exactly.
Yes.
We are in public comment, and so when we conclude in Sacramento, we will open up for WebEx as well.
Yeah, I think we're happy to answer questions. We'll be here to discuss, but I thought would Jennifer Weed with the CalCPA's Education Foundation would provide some commentary.
Well, wonderful. So I appreciate that context and also the introduction to our commenter. So I think at this point, the proper mechanism then is to, I'd like to just move for public comment so that we can invite Jennifer's comment online as well. So WebEx moderator, would you please open for public comments?
This is the moderator.
Agenda item 2I.
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the board, I've opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen, or use the raise hand function. And audio-only participants may raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. And we have a request for comment from Jen Weed. Jen, you'll be given 5 minutes to speak and a 30-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device. We can hear you now.
Great, thank you. Jen Weed, Cal CPA, and underscoring a few things that Denise and Jason shared, just from an education learning perspective, as the board contemplates utilizing the regulatory review course requirements in place of PETH, Cal CPA is committed to supporting the development of a high quality product that adequately prepares new CPAs, licensees, for the real world scenarios that they will navigate, especially as they serve consumers. We do think it's really critical to have a product that we can distinguish from someone that's new to the profession and needs to learn something different than someone that may be a little bit more experienced and seasoned. For the past year, Cal CPA has been contemplating changes aimed at modernizing PEP while ensuring a more thorough inclusion of California rules and regulations. With the board's additional clarity, we are shifting now to the creation of a regulatory review course that incorporates continuing education best practices that support competency and knowledge. I believe it was Ms. Corrigan that was talking about the importance of assessing what new licensees will be learning, and they're not simply raising their hand and acknowledging attendance. I do have a point of clarification there. It's my understanding that only self-study courses have that assessment piece, and that live and group internet-based CE products formats don't require that assessment piece. So that will be changing for the regulatory review requirement for new licensees. We would fully support that. We do remain committed to being responsive to the CBA's needs and supporting an efficient process that is workable for the CBA, California consumers, and future CPAs. We really appreciate being a good partner of the CBA, and will continue to do so in the future. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for that comment. Is that the only comment, moderator?
This is the moderator. It appears there are no further requests for public comment. Would you like me to close that Q&A panel?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that. Did you want to follow up anything to Ms. Weed's comments? Okay.
No, just thank you for, to the staff and the board for, again, a thoughtful consideration. This is a unique situation, and we're committed to supporting the board however you approach it. Again, we're providing our thoughts to help kind of inform the dialogue, but however you want to go, we want to be helpful for the board, consumers, licensees, and all stakeholders.
Great. Thank you for that. And I think we're moving towards the point where we will entertain need to entertain a motion, but I do would like to invite a comment from Mr. Franzella before we proceed, sort of in response to the presentation.
Thank you, President Salazar. Again, as members give contemplation to which option, and if it's option 2 and they're moving down the regulatory review course or post-licensure, just keep in mind, again, the off-ramping that we're talking about, medium-term solution, but while this exists, we have 37 existing courses, I believe is what they said. That doesn't preclude Cal CPA and others to develop new courses during this period of time that might be more new licensee centric, might develop, test differently within the confines of what the rules and regs say while we exist now. And then these could be insights into how this can be improvements in the future. So yes, we have a bucket now. That bucket could grow and might even be ones that are new licensee specific, for example. So that market may drive some people to do some additional courses in the interim period. So this provides a lot of flexibility at the time we're at now while we continue to refine the process going forward.
Right, we have a comment from Mr. Rosenbaum. and then Ms. Lata.
Well, mine was going to be a comment, but then also a motion. But the comment was, I don't know if it's feasible or appropriate but to narrow the 37 existing regulatory review courses down to 1 or 5 that might be more appropriate for this initial licensure test. Now, I don't know all the 37 different ones, but moving toward a single one or a handful of more focused ones for an initial licensee, I think does make sense in a interim to or a midterm to long term prospect. But having said that, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion, and without reading it, I'll just adopt the language that was recommended by staff in motion number 2.
All right, thank you for that. We have a motion on the floor for the staff recommendation for motion number 2. Ms. Lata?
I second that motion.
Thank you for that. We do have a fully formed motion on the floor. Additional comments? And I guess I can't resist since I have the microphone. I hear this. Cal CPA has been a tremendous partner. I've heard from both, all 3 presenters that they're willing to step forward. So I guess I would say I am definitely in support of this motion. I view this exam, remember it was created so long ago, and it was before ethics was incorporated. It was very forward thinking. The universe has changed, and I think that the messaging we're hearing from Cal CPA is their interest in being a partner, and I'm excited about sort of those future opportunities because I think this is a real chance to re-envision what might benefit newly licensed CPAs. And so just as we did back then, interim steps now don't mean that this is it and is, baked in forever. And so I think this is an appropriate motion. I think it is prudent. It protects the consumers, and it keeps the door open to out-of-the-box thinking about what our profession and our licensees need in our state for the future. And so I think we can move forward and accomplish what is needed for the board and continue to think out of the box and progressively about ways to better serve the consumers as we prepare new licensees and recently licensed CPAs in our state to continue to serve their clients. So that is my 2 pennies. So I thank you for that. Are there additional comments? We do have a motion on the table. We will need to open for public comment, back online to WebEx before a vote. All right, everyone seems to have said their piece. Additional comments here in Sacramento for public comments. We have no additional public comment in Sacramento, so I would like to invite our WebEx moderator to please open up the WebEx portal for online public comment again on the motion on the floor. We are still on agenda item 2I.
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the board, I've opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen or use the raise hand function. And audio-only participants may raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. I'll pause a moment to allow the public time to access these features and submit their requests. All right, and seeing none, would you like me to close that Q&A panel?
Yes, moderator, thank you for closing the Q&A panel online. And with that, I believe we have everything that we need to move forward to turn over to Ms. Reed for a call for a vote on motion number 2 as outlined in the staff recommendation on page 9 of 10.
Yes.
Katrina Salazar?
Yes.
Teresa Thompson?
Yes.
Yen Tu?
Yes.
Evangeline Ward?
No.
Patricia Batchelor?
Yes.
Nancy Corrigan?
Yes.
Christian Lotta?
Yes.
And Tony Lynn?
Yes.
And the motion passes.
All right, thank you for that, Ms. Reed. Thank you, everyone, for your excellent questions and for the staff for their preparation and Cal CPA for being here to share in that conversation and add value there for us as well. Moving along to item 2J is the discussion and approval of the California Board of Accountancy 2024 Sunset Review Report. So I am pleased to invite Deanne Pierce to present this item to us.
Thank you, President Salazar. Let me start with saying this will be the last time that you will have to listen to me discussing the Sunset Review Report, at least this year as we're putting it together and preparing to submit it to the legislature. But seriously, I appreciate all the members' patience and input during this process, and just wanted to give a quick shout out to all the staff who participated in gathering this information. And a special thank you to David Hemphill and his staff who have really kind of taken the lead in putting this report together. So with that, the purpose of this agenda item is to provide the CBA an opportunity to approve the 2024 Sunset Review Report. Following the September meeting, staff completed some additional edits to the report based on input provided by CBA members and made some other non-substantive changes, really working towards the goal of finalizing the report. I think every time we take a look at it, we see a comma that we missed or a space that we need to tighten up, and so we're getting there. But I wanted to highlight just a few sections that have either new information or substantive changes. Section 3 of the licensing program, it starts on page 40. There was a new question added to Section 3, question 27. It's reflected on page 50, and the CBA reviewed this response at the September meeting, but it's now been incorporated into the report. Section 7, workforce development and job creation, it starts on page 75. There was also a new question added to this section, question 63. It's identified on page 77, and again, the CBA reviewed this response at the September meeting. It's just now been incorporated into the report. Section 12, attachments, which starts on page 92. Attachment F was updated with the final fiscal year 22-23 statistics for customer satisfaction surveys. Attachment M was added that includes the statutory language in response to new issue 6. And then also subsequent to the mailing of the report, we've, like I mentioned, identified a few additional formatting issues, some non-substantive wording changes that we're going to tighten up. We've gotten some feedback from CBA members after the mailing, noting some minor edits that will also be incorporated, but want to provide time if any members have any additional feedback. If you could provide those to me by November 30th, that would be great. That would kind of still keep us on our timeline of getting the report finalized and then submitted by the beginning of January. So with that, staff recommend the CBA make a motion to approve the Sunset Review Report, the 2024 Sunset Review Report, and authorize the CBA President and Executive Officer to make any final edits as requested by the CBA, including any non-substantive changes. And with that, I'll turn it back over to the President, and I'm happy to answer any questions that members may have.
Great. Thank you for that, Ms. Pierce, and thank you for that hard work. It is it's a long time coming, and I know we are so close. It's exciting. Do we have any comments or questions from our board members? If there are no comments or questions, I'd like to request a motion regarding this item. Ms. Tu?
So move the staff recommendation. I'm not going to repeat what Ms.
Wonderful. Okay, so we have a we have a motion to approve the presented Sunset Report and authorizing the board president and EO to make any final edits as requested by the CBA, including non-substantive changes. Ms. Corrigan.
And I will second that motion. Great report. Thank you.
Wonderful. We have a first, we have a second. Additional discussion by our board members. All I would say is for our new members, this is an amazing recap of 4 years and is a quick lesson in all things CBA. So this is some fun reading material to digest it. It's worth reading a couple times. It takes a while to wrap your head around the scope of what is in 100+ pages. With that, I would like to request public comment here in Sacramento regarding agenda item 2J, which is our Sunset Review Report. And seeing no public comment here in Sacramento, I would like to invite our WebEx moderator to please open up the online portal for public comment on item 2J, the board's Sunset Review Report.
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the board, I have opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen, or use the raise hand function. And audio-only participants may raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. I'll pause a moment to allow the public time to access these features and submit their requests. All right, and seeing none, would you like me to close that Q&A panel?
Yes, moderator, please close the panel. And with that, that brings us to our board's relation analyst to call for the vote, I believe. Ms. Reed?
Christian Lauda,
Yes.
Tony Lynn,
Yes.
Joe Rosenbaum,
Yes.
Katrina Salazar,
Yes.
Teresa Thompson,
Yes.
Yen Tu,
Yes.
Evangeline Ward,
Yes.
Patricia Batchelor,
Yes.
and Nancy Corrigan.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Fantastic. Thank you for that. Job well done, everyone. So we now move along to the next item, K, which is our Department of Consumer Affairs Director's Report on Departmental Activities. And I am pleased to welcome an in-person presentation. We have Judy Bucciarelli, who is our Manager, Board and Bureau Relations with DCA. And welcome to our meeting. Thank you for coming here. And when you're ready, take your time. Please present your report.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Again, my name is Judy Bucciarelli from the Department of Consumer Affairs, Board and Bureau of Relations, and I thank you for the opportunity to join you today. On behalf of the department, I would like to welcome newly appointed members Patricia Batchelor and Teresa Thompson to the Board of Accountancy. I'd also like to congratulate retired board member Michael Savoy for his many years of service and dedication to the CBA, and also to retiring peer review oversight committee member Fiona Tam. To begin the report today, I have a business, consumer services, and housing agency update. Business, Consumer Services, and Housing Agency Secretary Lourdes Castro Ramirez has been appointed as the Chief of Housing and Homelessness in the Office of Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass, effective November 2nd. Secretary Castro Ramirez has been an extraordinary partner to DCA and the boards and bureaus, and a relentless consumer protection champion. We are grateful for her leadership and will miss her very much and wish her all the best in her new role. Until a new secretary is appointed by Governor Newsom, Tad Igawa, and I hope that I'm pronouncing that correctly, General Counsel at agency, is serving as the BCAS acting secretary. We look forward to working with Mr. Igawa during the interim. Next, I have a diversion, equity, and inclusion update. Training continues to be a priority for the DEI Steering Committee. In October, 138 DCA leaders and 26 board members completed DEI Human-Centered Approach training provided by University of Massachusetts consultant Dr. Bernard Gibson. On November 7th, University of Massachusetts consultant Christopher Veal provided a virtual training entitled DEI Dialogue for Leaders to DCA managers, supervisors, and leadership. The training included example language and tools, discussed psychological safety and how it impacts these conversations, and interactive discussions around challenges leaders are facing. DCA continues to support DCA boards and bureaus in expanding culturally competent communications and promote the importance of meeting the needs of all California consumers, licensees, and applicants. DCA's Deputy Director of Communications recently met with the Consulate of Mexico in San Francisco to share information and resources about DCA, as well as hear about areas of interest to the consulate. As a result of the meeting, DCA offered partnership for future in-person and online events and to share available consumer resources. The DEI Steering Committee is pleased to highlight the work of the Board of Vocational Nursing and Psychiatric Technicians. DCA's Tribal Liaison and DCA's DEI Steering Committee Chair, Gifana Lamar, recently introduced the Executive Officer of the Board for Vocational Nursing and Psychiatric Technicians to Britta Guerrero, Executive Officer of the Sacramento Native American Health Clinic. The meeting was to discuss the possibility of tribal health clinics serving as locations for vocational nursing students needing to obtain clinical hours required for licensure. Participants also discussed strategies to encourage members of California's tribal communities to consider becoming a healthcare provider. Future discussions to include consortiums of tribal health providers, such as the Consortium for Urban Indian Health and the California Rural Indian Health Board, are in the planning stages. The DEI Steering Committee would like to continue to learn and showcase the DEI activities of DCA's boards and bureaus. If your board has DEI efforts to share, please send them to DCA Board and Bureau Relations. Moving on, I'd like to share information regarding in-person meetings and the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act. DCA boards and bureaus may conduct entirely remote public meetings without notice locations accessible to the public through December 31st, 2023, so long as the public is able to participate in the meeting remotely. Commencing on January 1, 2024, 4 meeting options will be available pursuant to the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act. Option 1 is a traditional single location option. This is a meeting where the majority of members are gathered at one publicly noticed and accessible location. No members are participating remotely, and there is no requirement to allow for remote public participation. Option 2 is a traditional teleconference option. Board members are located at different publicly noticed and accessible locations, and they are connected via phone or WebEx. There is no requirement to allow for remote public participation. Option number 3 is a new teleconference option. A majority of board members are gathered at one publicly noticed and accessible location. The extra board members above a majority can participate remotely from private, non-public sites, and the meeting must allow for remote public participation. Option number 4 is a new advisory body teleconference option. All members of an advisory body or committee can participate remotely from private, non-public meeting sites. The meeting must have at least one publicly noticed and accessible location where at least one board or bureau staff member is present and where the public can participate in the meeting. Additionally, the meeting must allow for remote public access. DCA encourages all boards and bureaus to work closely with their board counsel to ensure compliance with the Open Meeting Act. Next, I have a required board member trainings reminder. As we approach the final months of this year, there are 2 DCA-wide mandatory trainings that if you haven't already completed, we ask that you do so immediately. This includes sexual harassment prevention training and information security awareness. All DCA employees and appointees, including board and advisory council members, will need to complete the sexual harassment prevention training by December 31st, 2023. Additionally, board members with an assigned cba.ca.gov email address are required to complete the Information Security Awareness Fundamentals training as soon as possible. This training addresses your role in protecting DCA data and information. The training is online and required every year. Both the sexual harassment prevention and information security awareness trainings are available in the department's learning management system. If board members need assistance accessing LMS and these trainings, please contact your board liaison or DCA Board and Bureau Relations. Moving on to out-of-state travel update. With the recent signing of SB 447 by Governor Newsom, California's travel restrictions to states that have adopted discriminatory anti-LGBTQ plus laws immediately ended. California's restricted states travel list was eliminated and replaced with a new public awareness project that will consult with community leaders to promote California's values of acceptance and inclusion of the LGBTQ plus community across the country. Over the past years, several out-of-state trips requested by boards were not authorized because the travel was to a state on the restricted travel list. Now, out-of-state travel to all states is permitted if the trip is critical to the functions and needs of the board. Out-of-state travel requests must still follow the established process for review and approval by DCA, agency, and the governor's office. Please reach out to your executive officer or board and bureau relations with any questions. Next, I have information I'd like to share regarding this year's Our Promise campaign launch, State Employees Giving at Work campaign. In partnership with board members, DCA will continue its tradition of generosity and caring for our communities. This year's Our Promise Giving at Work campaign officially kicked off on October 5th and runs through December 31st, 2023. Leading our efforts this year are DCA's co-chairs Monica Vargas, Deputy Director of Communications, and Yvonne Durantes, Assistant Deputy Director of Board and Bureau Relations. This annual campaign gives state employees, including board members, an opportunity to support nonprofits through a one-time donation to include payroll deduction. These contributions make a positive impact by providing vital resources to those experiencing poverty, homelessness, food insecurity, and offer support to causes such as veterans, animals, the environment, and more. We hope you will join the state's campaign and contribute to a nonprofit or nonprofits of your choice. For additional information on how to give, please contact Yvonne Durantes. Next, I have a Board and Bureau Relations newsletter update. Board and Bureau Relations sent out its 2023 fall newsletter, which was distributed to board presidents, vice presidents, and all executive officers and bureau chiefs. The fall newsletter is available online at the board member resources page on the DCA webpage. This concludes my report, and thank you again for the opportunity to present the DCA update today. And at this time, I'll hand it back to President Salazar, and I welcome any questions from the board.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Board members, questions? Well, it was so thorough. I think you addressed them all, but thank you with keeping all of those initiatives going forward and sharing that with us. I know things continue to change, and your reports are much appreciated. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So I do need to request public comment here in Sacramento regarding Department of Consumer Affairs Director's report that was just presented. And seeing no public comment here in Sacramento, I would like to invite our WebEx moderator to please open up the online portal for any online comments.
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the board, I've opened up the Q&A for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen, or use the raise hand function. All right, and this is the moderator. I don't see any requests for public comment. Would you like me to close the Q&A panel?
Yes, moderator, please close the online comment panel. And thank you very much, Ms. Buccarelli, for that presentation. So that moves us along. We're going to keep our board members on your toes in terms of the agenda. We are calling forward an agenda item from tomorrow due to some scheduling considerations. So we are going to proceed to item 10A, which is our Enforcement Advisory Committee report. And I would like to invite Mr. Doug Aguilera, CPA, chair of that committee, to the table to make a presentation. And as you are preparing, I'd like to say thank you so much again for making sure that our board is on your calendar and that you find time in your busy schedule to present. So thank you very much.
Thank you, President Salazar, and thank you for adjusting the schedule so that I can present today. My name is Doug Aguilera, and I am the Enforcement Advisory Committee Chair. Excuse me. I will be presenting CBA item 10A1, report of the October 5th, 2023 Enforcement Advisory Committee meeting. The EAC again held its meeting in person on October 5th, 2023, here at the CBA office in Sacramento. I would like to especially thank CBA member Evangeline Ward for attending the EAC meeting and providing an update on CBA activities. And in fact, 2 sessions worth of updates, so thank you very much. At the meeting, the EAC held 6 investigative hearings in a hybrid format, with the licensee participating via WebEx and the panel members participating in person at the CBA office. Furthermore, the EAC held an off-cycle remote investigative hearing via WebEx on November 2nd, 2023. The EAC meeting scheduled for December 7th, 2023 has been canceled. Our next EAC meeting will be held on February 1st, 2024. That concludes my report, and I would be happy to answer any questions CBA members or members of the public may have. And with that, I'll turn it back over to you, President Salazar.
Great. Thank you, Chair Aguilera, for that report. Are there any questions from our board members here today for the EAC? What I'm going to suggest now is that we're going to hold public comment and take public comment for this item as well as the next combined. And so seeing no more questions here, I would like to move forward with our agenda to the next item. We are also fortunate to have another committee vice chair here, Mr. Timothy Jones, also representing a committee, in this case, the Qualifications Committee. So in the spirit of making a wonderfully efficient agenda, we are pulling agenda item 10B from tomorrow forward to today to take advantage of Mr. Jones' presence. So with that, welcome, and I would like to invite you to share your Qualifications Committee report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, this is CBA item 10B1 from tomorrow's agenda. This is the report of the October 25th, 2023 Qualifications Committee meeting. Good morning, CBA members, President Salazar, and the public. I am Timothy Jones. I am the Vice Chair of the CBA's Qualifications Committee. I am happy to provide a report on the Qualifications Committee October 25th meeting, which was held here at CBA headquarters. First, I would like to thank CBA President Katrina Salazar for attending our meeting and providing an overview of the CBA's activities from its July and September 2023 meetings. At our October meeting, the Qualifications Committee discussed and approved the July 2023 meeting minutes. Additionally, Sarah Benedict, Renewal and Continuing Competency Unit Manager, reported on the possible pathway for firm owners to obtain attest authority. Qualification Committee members discussed the item and provided staff with feedback which will be incorporated into future reports on this possible pathway. Finally, the results from the Qualification Committee annual file review were reported, with all files found to be in accordance with licensing requirements. Rather than doing a once-yearly file review, the Qualifications Committee will perform reviews on newly issued licensee files at each meeting to provide initial licensing staff feedback on an ongoing basis. The results will be compiled into a fiscal year summary and presented at the October 2024 Qualifications Committee meeting. Since July 2023, the Qualifications Committee has convened one subcommittee panel meeting to conduct interviews with employers and applicants to review work papers of attest experience. This subcommittee meeting took the form of Section 69 reviews. Each of the 4 applicants who appeared at this meeting was recommended for approval for CPA licensure. As background, the Qualifications Committee conducts Section 69 reviews when staff believe additional or clarifying information is needed from a California licensee who has signed a certificate of experience, or when a licensee fails to submit a certificate of experience or comply with a request for an explanation of experience. The next Qualifications Committee meeting will be held on January 24th, 2024. This concludes my report. At this time, I will turn it back to President Salazar and will be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for that report, Vice Chair Jones, and I appreciate you're already looking forward to October 2024 in your reports. This is great. So do we have any comments or questions from our board members? Seeing that there aren't any, I would just like to say thank you again for stepping up as Vice Chair, being flexible with your report time being moved around, being here today. And those of you who attended our September meeting in Pomona will remember that Mr. Jones was also very instrumental in engaging with the students and participating in our outreach events. So thank you again for that, and we look forward to your continued participation in future events there as well. So with that, I thank you. We do need to open up for public comment here in Sacramento, and that needs to cover agenda items 10A and 10B. And seeing none, I would like to invite our WebEx moderator to please open up the online WebEx for public comment for 10A and 10B.
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the board, I have opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen, or use the raise hand function. And audio-only participants may raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. I'll pause a moment to allow the public time to access these features and submit their requests. All right, and seeing no requests for public comment, would you like me to close that Q&A panel?
Yes, moderator, please close public comments, and thank you for that. And moving along, thank you so much to both of our committee members for presenting today. That moves us along to agenda. We are already at agenda item number 3. It's amazing. We're just charging right through. So I'd like to invite our Vice President, Yan Chu, for her report next.
Thank you, President Salazar. This is item 3A. This item is to recommend the following for the Enforcement Advisory Committee: the appointment of Kathy Johnson, CPA, as chair, the appointment of Jennifer Benjamin, CPA, as vice chair, and the reappointment of Jason Russell, CPA. The Enforcement Advisory Committee assists the CPA in advisory capacity with enforcement activities. This includes reviewing closed investigation files, providing technical guidance on open investigations, and participating in investigative hearing. I have conferred with our CPA executive officer to verify that the individual has met the appropriate requirement for license renewal and have demonstrated the skills and knowledge to serve as a member of the or to serve as the leadership capacity on the Enforcement Advisory Committee. I would like to make a motion to appoint Kathy Johnson, CPA, as chair, and Jennifer Benjamin, CPA, as vice chair of the Enforcement Advisory Committee, effective January 1st, 2024 through December 31st, 2024, and reappoint Jason Russell to the Enforcement Advisory Committee effective through November 30th, 2025. Now I'd like to put it back to President Salazar for a second.
All right, thank you very much. So we have a first on the table, and I am looking for a board member to second the motion. Ms. Ward?
I'll second the motion.
Thank you very much for that. So we have a fully formed motion on the board. Any comments or discussion from our board members? All right, seeing none, I'd like to invite public comment here in Sacramento. And seeing none, I'd like to invite our WebEx moderator to please open up the WebEx portal for comment on the motion for the Enforcement Advisory Committee.
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the board, I've opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen or use the raise hand function. And audio-only participants may raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. I'll pause a moment to allow the public time to access these features and submit their requests. All right, and seeing none, would you like me to close the Q&A panel?
Yes, please close the panel. And Ms. Reed, please call for the vote.
Nancy Corrigan?
Yes.
Christian Lotta?
Yes.
Tony Lynn?
Yes.
Joe Rosenbaum?
Yes.
Katrina Salazar?
Yes.
Teresa Thompson?
Yes.
Yen Tu?
Yes.
Evangeline Ward?
Yes.
And Patricia Batchelor?
Yes.
And the motion carries.
Thank you for that. And Ms. Tu, please proceed.
Thank you. This item is 3B. This item is to recommend the following for the Qualification Committee: the reappointment of Michael Williams, CPA, as chair, the appointment of Jeffrey Molina, CPA, as vice chair. The Qualification Committee assists the CPA in its licensure activities by reviewing the experience of applicants for licensure and is making recommendations to the CPA. This includes conducting work paper reviews with the applicant or the employer present to verify that the responses provided are reflective of the requisite experience for licensure. I've conferred with the CPA executive officer to verify that each individual has met the appropriate requirements for license renewal and have demonstrated the skills and knowledge to serve in the leadership capacity or to continue serving as a leadership capacity on the Qualification Committee. I would like to make a motion to reappoint Michael Williams, CPA, as chair and appoint Jeffrey Molina, CPA, as vice chair of the Qualification Committee effective January 1st, 2024 through December 31st, 2024. Now I'd like to turn back to the President for a second.
All right, thank you. We have a first. I'm looking for a second. Ms. Ward?
I will second the motion.
Okay, thank you. We have a recommendation for appointment and reappointment to the Qualifications Committee. Any discussion or comment? I'd like to open up for public comment in Sacramento. And seeing none, I would like to invite our WebEx moderator to please open up for online comment on item 3B.
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the board, I've opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen or use the raise hand function. And audio-only participants may raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. I'll pause a moment to allow the public time to access these features and submit their requests. All right, and seeing none, would you like me to close that Q&A panel?
Yes, moderator, please close the panel. And with that, I would like to invite Ms. Reed to call for the vote.
Joe Rosenbaum?
Yes.
Katrina Salazar?
Yes.
Teresa Thompson?
Yes.
Yan Tu,
Yes.
Evangeline Ward,
Yes.
Patricia Batchelor,
Yes.
Nancy Corrigan,
Yes.
Christian Lotta, and Tony Lynn,
Yes.
and the motion carries.
All right, thank you for that. Ms. Tu, please proceed.
Thank you. Item 3C. This item is to recommend the following for the Peer Review Oversight Committee. The reappointment of Laura Ross, CPA, as chair, and the reappointment of Fraston Hinojosa, CPA, as vice chair. The Peer Review Oversight Committee assists the CPA in an advisory capacity in its oversight of the peer review program. As with all appointment and reappointments, I have verified that the individual have met the requirement for license renewal and have demonstrated the skills and knowledge to continue serving as leadership capacity on the Peer Review Oversight Committee. I would like to make a motion to reappoint Laura Ross, CPA, as chair, and Frasco Hinojosa, CPA, as vice chair of the Peer Review Oversight Committee, effective January 1st, 2024 through December 31st, 2024. Now I'd like to turn it back to President Salazar to get a second. Can you say that name much faster than me?
Balto Hinojosa?
Hinojosa. There you go. Thank you.
think. Hopefully that's accurate. Regardless if we mispronounce your name, we appreciate the service to all of our committee members. So we do have a first on the table. We have some unauthorized chitter chatter apologies. Ms. Lata.
I second that motion.
We have a first, we have a second. Any board discussion? Seeing none, I'd like to invite public comment here in Sacramento. Seeing none, I'd like to invite our WebEx moderator to please open up the online portal for comment on item 3C.
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the board, I've opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen or use the raise hand function. And audio-only participants may raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. I'll pause a moment to allow the public time to access these features and submit their requests. All right, and seeing none, would you like me to close that Q&A panel?
Yes, moderator, thank you for closing the panel. And Ms. Reed, please call for the vote.
Christian Lotta,
Yes.
Tony Lynn,
Yes.
Joe Rosenbaum,
Yes.
Katrina Salazar, Teresa Thompson,
Yes.
Yan Tu,
Yes.
Evangeline Ward,
Yes.
Patricia Batchelor,
Yes.
and Nancy Corrigan.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you very much for that. So that concludes the report of our Vice President. Thank you very much for that report. We are moving along to the report of our Secretary Treasurer, Mr. Rosenbaum. We do have about 15 minutes left before lunch, so I would ask that we maybe take the first two agenda items and then evaluate time. And so, Mr. Rosenbaum, please proceed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The first item on the agenda is a discussion of the fiscal year 2022-23 year-end financial report. And I've got some notes on that. As you can see, the CBA Budget Authority for fiscal year 2022-2023 was $18,558,000. CBA total revenues for fiscal year 22-23 amounted to almost $17 million, which is an increase of 5.6% over fiscal year 21-22. This continues to reflect the license renewal and initial licensing fee increase that went into effect October 2022. As displayed on page 3, actual expenditures were $17,385,415, resulting in a surplus of over 6%. As a side note, you'll notice that some of the items in the governor's budget seem to be a little different than past years and also actuals. This is historical in nature, but I think the real key is to focus on the total bottom line number. So we're resulting in a surplus of 6%. Pages 4 through 6 provide some highlights of some of the key expenditure items on page 3. Page 7 displays the enforcement expenditures for the past 5 fiscal years. Located on page 9 is the CBA fund condition statement. The CBA ended fiscal year 2022-23 with 6.2 months in the reserve fund, which continues to reflect the impact of the general fund loan. This loan is scheduled to be repaid in fiscal year 2023-24. This concludes my presentation of the fiscal year 2022-23 year-end financial statement. Before we move on to the first quarter report for 23-24, I'm happy to answer or have staff available to answer any questions you might have.
Seeing none, I think you can safely proceed.
Okay, then we'll move on to what you have before you as the first quarter financial report. You'll see here that the budget authority for this new fiscal year is now $19,059,000. Revenues for the first quarter were $5,192,825, representing an increase of more than 23% over revenues for the same period in the previous fiscal year. This first fiscal month financial statement is displayed on page 3. And it reflects the actual expenditures and encumbrances as of September 30. Expenditure totals were nearly $4.9 million and represent about 26% of the CBA budget, which is appropriate. The CBA is currently projected to have a budget surplus of 1.91%, but the projection will be refined as the year progresses. The CBA's fund condition, shown on page 8, is projected now to be 11.7 months in reserve at the end of this fiscal 23-24 year. This concludes my presentation of the Secretary-Treasurer report. I'm happy to answer or have staff available to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you for also addressing the 23-24 first quarter report. Any questions from our board members? Ms. Tu?
Thank you. President Salazar, I don't know if the Secretary Treasurer know this information or not. It's the general fund loan is being payment back to CBA on schedule, and is any?
Thank you for that question. I'd like to invite Ms. Pierce to respond.
As of right now, it's scheduled to be repaid this fiscal year. Typically, that transfer occurs like June 30th, so it's kind of at the close of the fiscal year. So, yes, as of right now, it's supposed to be repaid this fiscal year.
Anticipating that it will be?
Yeah, I haven't heard otherwise, so fingers crossed.
Thank you for that question. Any additional questions?
I have one, and that is hopefully staff can address. The one question that might point out is that in the first quarter report, there is an adjustment to the actuals for the prior fiscal year, being a prior year adjustment of $433,000. Could you explain what that is for us?
Typically, that's contracts that have been disencumbered, that we've contracted for services that we haven't used the entire funds on that contract, and so they're held open usually for a couple of years to make sure all the invoices, and then whatever money is left in that encumbrance, that contract encumbrance, is then folded back into the budget.
Thank you. You.
Thank you. That's a great question, and thank you, Ms. Pierce, for that clarification. So we have had a presentation for the two fiscal reports, and I would like to, at this point, combine the public comment on those two and invite public comment on items 4A or 4B here in Sacramento. Seeing no public comment here in Sacramento, I'd like to invite the WebEx moderator to please open up the online WebEx comment area for items 4A and 4B.
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the board, I've opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen or use the raise hand function. And audio-only participants may raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. I'll pause a moment to allow the public time to access these features and submit their requests. All right, and seeing no requests for public comment, would you like me to close that Q&A panel?
Yes, moderator, please close the Q&A panel. All right, so with that, we don't have any motions in this particular item, but we are sort of halfway through Mr. Rosenbaum's report. We are at a stopping point, and so we will table item 4C until tomorrow. So I would like to share that we will have a slightly extended by just a couple minutes our lunch break. We have a time certain for petition hearings that will begin at 1:30 p.m. today. And for those that are following us in the room or remotely, we will have a public hearing. We will then proceed into closed session for the board, and we will not be taking any open session items the remainder of the day. So want to make sure everybody understands what is on the calendar for the rest of our afternoon so that informs their participation, and we will continue with our regular open item agenda tomorrow morning. So again, after lunch, we do have our petition hearings. It is now 12:21, and I am thrilled to add an extra 9 minutes to your lunch. And we will all be back here in our seats ready to go a minute or two before 1:30. So with that, we are adjourned for lunch. Thank you, or recessed. All right. So with that, I believe everybody is present. I would like to reconvene the California Board of Accountancy meeting. We are moving into agenda item number 5. My name is Katrina Salazar. We are now at the sections for petition hearings, and we will be proceeding in order according to the agenda. So our first petition hearing will be Francis F. Pierce, CPA, 40475. And this is a petition for reinstatement of a restricted area of practice. I would like to invite our Judge Gavin to take over proceedings, and thank you very much for being here.
Thank you, President Salazar. Mr. Pierce, can you hear me okay? Okay. And Mr. Durkar, you can hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes. And then
when you speak, press the button till the green light comes on, and feel free to pull the microphone towards you so that everyone can hear you, Mr. Pierce. Thank you.
Thank you. And let me just say, are Mr. Ju and Mr. Kabani in the room as well? Our next petitioners? Okay, very good, because what I'll say will apply to all of you. Hello, my name is Sean Gavin. I'm an administrative law judge with the Office of Administrative Hearings. We're not on the record yet, but in a moment we'll go on the record, and we'll go first with Mr. Pierce's hearing. The way these hearings work is as follows. I will Once we go on the record, I'll call the case, I'll identify it by its case numbers, I'll identify myself, I'll ask the parties to identify themselves, and then for each case, I'll need to do a roll call and establish a quorum of our board members. So I'll say your name, you'll say present, and we'll establish that we have a quorum for each of the petition hearings. Once that's done, then I'll give Mr. Durkar a chance to present the petition packet and give a brief explanation of the license and disciplinary history so that the board is familiar with what led to the original license discipline and what led now to the petition. After that, Mr. Pierce, you'll have a chance to present any evidence that you'd like to present. You can testify on your own behalf, you can call other witnesses, or you can present additional documents if you wanted to do that. And that's true of all of the three petitioners when it comes time for you, that those will be the rights that you'll have during the petition hearing. Let me ask Mr. Pierce, do you have any other documents that are not contained within the petition packet?
No.
Okay. Will you have any witnesses that are not you?
No.
Okay, fair enough. That way I just know how to direct traffic. After you've testified on your own behalf, I'll give Mr. Durkar a chance to ask any questions he might have, and then I'll go through each board member and see if they have any questions they would like to ask as well. After you've testified and answered any questions you might have, the parties will then have a brief opportunity to give what's called closing argument. During closing argument, the parties can briefly summarize what they think the evidence showed and suggest what outcome should happen as a result. Closing arguments are optional. You don't have to give one if you don't want, but you'll have the chance to do that. If you have any questions about the procedure throughout the petition hearing, please raise those. I cannot give legal advice, but I will do my best to make sure that you understand where we are procedurally. So if you ask questions like, should I cannot answer those. But if you ask questions like, what happens now, what happens next, I'll do my best to answer those. Any questions about that?
No.
All right. That goes for the other petitioners. Once it's time for your hearing, if you have any questions, I'll give you a chance to raise those. One final word about our court reporter here. His job is going to be to type out in real time everything that anyone says. That is the hardest job that anyone in this room has today. So we need to do some things to make his job as easy as possible. There are three things. Number one, please make sure that you speak loudly enough, slowly enough, and one at a time enough that he can make out who is speaking and what they're saying. Number two, please make sure that you communicate with words as opposed to gestures or non-word sounds. If you nod your head or shrug your shoulders, I and the board members will likely know what you mean, but he won't hear anything, so he won't type anything. Similarly, if you answer a question with a non-word sound like uh-huh or he will type out roughly what he hears, which will be very ambiguous on a record, and it will not be clear to someone reading that what you actually said or meant. Finally, it may happen from time to time that he doesn't clearly hear something, and he may need to interrupt to ask you to repeat what you just said. If that happens, he means the word repeat. He's not asking you to provide additional testimony or additional clarification about who it is that you just mentioned or what that place is or anything like that. He wants you to say the exact same word or phrase that you just used, but louder and slower. Any questions about any of that?
No. No questions.
All right. Mr. Barnard, are you ready to go on the record? Mr. Durkar, are you ready to go on the record? Yes. All right. We are on the record in the matter of the petition for reinstatement of the restricted area of practice of Francis Floyd Pierce. This matter is being heard before the California Board of Accountancy. The case number is A as in Alpha, C as in Charlie, 2019-64. My name is Sean Gavin. I'm an administrative law judge with the Office of Administrative Hearings, or OAH, assigned to preside over this matter. The OAH case number on this matter is 2023-081-024. Can I take the appearances of the parties, starting with counsel?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Ted Durkar, Deputy Attorney General for the people of the state of California.
Thank you, Mr. Durkar. And for petitioner?
My name is Francis Floyd Pierce, CPA.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Pierce.
For acting on myself.
Yes, you are appearing today without the assistance of an attorney, correct?
That's right.
All right, that's correct. All right, very good. Let me also just go through a roll call of our board members to establish a quorum. When I say your name, please say present or some similar response. President Katrina Salazar.
Here.
Vice President Yen Tu.
Here.
Joseph Rosenbaum.
Here.
Patricia Batchelor.
Here.
Nancy Corrigan.
Here.
Carrie Ann Hines. Dan Jacobson. Christian Latta.
Here.
Tony Lynn.
Here.
Ariel Pei. Teresa Thompson.
Here.
Evangeline Ward.
Here.
All right, thank you for that. Those members do establish a quorum. Mr. Pierce, before we went on the record, I briefly explained the hearing procedures that will follow today. I will not re-explain those procedures in full, but I will briefly summarize them now so that your record is complete. In a moment, I'll invite Mr. Durkar to present the petition packet and give the board members a brief overview of the license and disciplinary history. After that, you'll have the chance to present any additional evidence you would like to present. That can come in the form of your own testimony or calling other witnesses or presenting additional documents. After you testify, first Mr. Durkar and then each member of the board will have a chance to ask you any questions they might have. Once you've answered all questions, the parties can then make brief closing argument during which the parties can summarize what they think the evidence showed and say what outcome they think should happen. If you have any questions throughout the process, I invite you to ask them. Do you have any questions presently?
No, nothing.
Mr. Durkar, is there anything to address before you move forward?
No, Your Honor.
All right, then you can proceed as you see fit.
All right, thank you. I appear on behalf of the people of the state of California by authority of Business and Professions Code Section 5115 and Government Code Section 11522 for this hearing on the petition for reinstatement of restricted area of practice by CPA Francis F. Pierce, who is here without counsel. My role is to assist the board members and the judge in fact-finding. This role is not adversarial, but is intended to protect the public health, safety, and welfare. I am here to ensure that the board and Your Honor have the information you need to make a reasoned decision. I'll move on now to the evidence that we all should have before us, the packet. We've all been provided with a set of the same documents. They total 80 pages, and they're marked with the prefix FFP-PET and are sequentially numbered. The notification of the hearing, confirmation of the hearing date and time, that's at pages 78 to 80 of your packet. And the petition itself by Mr. Pierce is at pages 6 to 13 in your packet. And the documents in support of that petition go up to page 46. I would like to mark the whole 80-page petition packet as Exhibit 1, and I offer it into evidence.
Mr. Pierce, is there any reason that you believe I should, or the board should not consider this petition packet when it decides your case today? All right, Exhibit 1 is admitted.
Your Honor, I'd now like to provide a summary of the case.
Please do.
Mr. Pierce received his CPA certificate in 1984. The license history is at pages 76 and 77 of your packet if you wish to review it. The underlying discipline that Mr. Pierce received resulted from audits completed in 2016 and 2017. The facts and circumstances are summarized in Ms. O'Connor's memo at pages 2 to 3 of your packet, and they're fully described in the 2020 accusation that was filed against Mr. Pierce, and that's at pages 65 to 72 of your packet. Mr. Pierce entered a settlement stipulation to resolve that accusation. That stipulation was adopted by this board. The disciplinary order on that stipulation revoked his CPA license effective May 2020, but that revocation was stayed pending 3 years of probation. One of the probation terms was a permanent restriction from performing test engagements. Earlier this year, Mr. Pierce successfully completed his 3-year term of probation, but that a test restriction remains. In the settlement stipulation, Mr. Pierce submitted all the allegations in the accusation, and the accusation charged him with 5 causes for discipline. failure to comply with professional standards was the first. And CBA's investigation found that Mr. Pierce departed extremely from professional standards in the 2 audits, including significant errors in the statement of cash flows, in violation of GAAP, and GAGAS standards. I hope I'm saying those things right. I'm not so familiar with those acronyms. HUD requirements and the AICPA Code of Conduct. I quote from paragraph 23 of the accusation, which is at page 66 of your materials. Several of respondents' work papers demonstrate a lack of understanding by respondent as to the purpose or objective of the audit procedures. Respondents' documentation of internal controls and risk assessment demonstrate a lack of understanding of the objectives and purpose of basic audit procedures. And then from the following paragraph 24 in the accusation, it said, most of respondents' documentation fails to meet professional standards because the conclusions are not supported. The second cause for discipline was gross negligence and repeated acts of negligence in the same audits. An example is given in paragraph 34 of the accusation, is a significant change from the prior year's trial balance was not documented or explained. I could give other examples, but they're there for you if you wish to review them in the accusation. The third cause for discipline was failure to obtain sufficient audit documentation. Some of the completed procedures, including mandatory procedures, had no supporting documentation, just as an example of the basis for that cause. The fourth cause for discipline was failure to document subsequent changes in audit documentation. Some of Mr. Pierce's audit documentation was prepared after release of the audit, after the deadline, and Mr. Pierce didn't document the changes or why they were made. The fifth cause was for discipline was willful violation. That was based upon his engaging in some of the same departures from professional standards across 3 different peer reviews and for the undocumented changes to audit documentation. And one more significant fact, Mr. Pierce was dropped from peer review in 2019 for failing to submit scheduling information. I'll go now over the highlights of Mr. Pierce's petition and the documents supporting it. On the second page of his petition, he reports that since being put on probation in 2020, he has been doing tax preparation. He attaches certificates for his recent continuing education coursework. Mr. Pierce submitted no reference letters in support of his petition. At page 11, Mr. Pierce writes that his petition should be granted because he completed his probation, kept his license active, and he claims to have missed numerous opportunities to work with other CPAs on test engagements, which is impacting his income. His narrative doesn't describe any particular form of rehabilitation or specialized training to prepare him to meet professional standards for test work. There's no description of safeguards to prevent future violations. He wrote that he wants to find a new peer reviewer, but has not identified one yet. And he would like the relief from the attest restriction so that he can get back to doing that work again and increase his practice. That concludes my summary of the case. Mr. Pierce has the burden of proof, and once his presentation is done, I will have questions for him. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Durkar. Mr. Pierce, if you'd like to testify on your own behalf, I'll need to swear you in. So I'll have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm, under penalty of perjury, that the testimony you'll give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down if you'd like. I know your name is within the documents, but I'll still have you say and spell it for the record, please.
My name is Francis Floyd Pierce. Francis is spelled with an I, C-S-I, F-L-O-Y-D, and P-I-E-R-C-E.
Thank you. This is your opportunity to explain in your own words what you think the board should know when deciding your petition. Please keep in mind that the board has reviewed your petition packet, so there's no need necessarily to repeat the facts that are contained within that. However, you may explain what you'd like the board to know whenever you're ready.
I am currently trying to get with other CPAs to be able to work with them on the attestation areas. I am doing, in my CPA, to renew my license every year. I try to take courses that fulfills this areas. A lot of the courses I have to take as self-study courses, but I am taking them to keep my license updated and trying to stay up on the different changes that goes on, excuse me, in those areas of attestation and things of that type. I am apparently trying to get with other CPAs to work with them, but I'm trying to look at the local area of Riverside where my office is located. I'm doing everything in my power, in my being, to get where I can do those things. As I said, as was stated, I did lose some opportunities because some CPAs have called me and asked for me to help them in those areas, and I had to turn them down. And I knew that I would lose income on it, but I felt that since my restriction, it also included working with other CPAs. So I maintained that attitude, and if any CPA wanted me to help them out, I always turned them down, and I explained to them why. And they were willing to, they understood. I am doing, like I said, I'm doing my best to try to maintain my license in those areas and get the restriction taken off. I feel that since I did complete my probation period, and I did pay my fines without any questions, I feel that my petition should be accepted.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pierce. Is there anything else that you'd like to say before I give Mr. Durkar a chance to ask you questions?
No.
All right, Mr. Durkar, if you have any questions, you can ask whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Pierce, could you tell us about your clientele and the type of accounting work you currently perform?
Right now, I am performing taxes. I do taxes for individuals. I do corporations, sub-S corporations. I do a lot of exempt organizations. I work with schools, the PTAs, clubs, and things of that type right now.
Do you seek to be reinstated to perform all different types of attestation services or just certain types of engagements?
All.
Why did you commit such significant departures from professional standards in the 2 audits that are covered by the accusation?
Had a problem with the client, and he told me at the beginning that he wasn't going to do any more HUD audits, HUD loans at the time, and I said, fine, then you wouldn't need a HUD audit. 10 days before his suspension of not being able to do HUD loans, he came in and said he was going to do the loans. He needed an audit. We argued extensively that I couldn't do it, an audit that in a short period of time. But he kept pushing me, and I said, fine, we'll see if we can get it done. I hired a young man to work with me to get it done within 10 days. Otherwise, he would have been suspended. He would have had to reapply. That was another $1,000 that he would have to go through. And at the time, he had already just completed his probation period of being a what they call a full eagle, where he would go through a banking system to do the loans. And he also was making changes in where he took the loan documents, was going to be a digital system where a lot of the paperwork would be done on a computer. They would go online and do it, and he cut down on his staff, his loan agents, but there was we fought quite a bit, but being the person I am, I helped him out.
And so my question for you could answer, and you could kind of go either direction with this. What did you learn from that, or how would you handle that differently if you had a client like that? I would have turned
it down.
All right. And why should the board have confidence that you would comply with professional standards now if they reinstate your ability to do a test after the troubles you had with those audits and with peer review in the past?
I would make sure that all documentation is done correctly. I would make sure the audit would be done in a longer period of time instead of a short period of time. I would make sure that the client understood that certain things had to be done in a certain way to get it done. And I also was looking at having another CPA look over the paperwork as we go along to make sure it's completed according to the codes. Make sure I have a peer review person in local area so that I could work with them on the same areas to make sure everything is completed correctly.
Your Honor, those are all the questions I have.
Thank you, Mr. Durkar. I will now give each board member a chance to ask any questions they might have, starting with President Salazar.
Thank you. Mr. Pierce, can you elaborate a little bit? You mentioned you are looking for a CPA to monitor. Could you share some more details about where that is?
It would be in the local area of Riverside, so that it's close by. If we had to meet someplace, we could meet easier. The peer review person I had, his office he had two offices, one in San Diego and one in Texas. And I was always dealing with him in his Texas office. And we were doing it by email considerably. And sometimes I usually had to ask him specifically what he was referring to on an email, and sometimes I wouldn't get a straight answer from him. And his fee kept going up and up and up on me. And trying to explain to a client why his fee kept going up, I had to explain to him I had to include the peer review's fee in there so I could make sure that everybody, he got paid, and anybody who helped me out on the audits would get paid. So those are the things I'm trying to do, is get somebody where I can deal with them. They're in a local area close to my office in Riverside, that I can work with them easier, because that way I can have better contact with them and they have better contact with me.
So just to clarify, so it sounds like to date, am I correct that you have not yet secured a CPA to provide these services, and you have not structured how that arrangement would function?
No, I haven't yet. I've been busy with tax areas. I've got clients that calling me constantly. In fact, driving up here, I had two clients email me or text me on my cell phone that they got notices from the Internal Revenue Service, and they wanted me to explain those to them. I don't have their files.
Thank you. No more questions.
All right. As we move forward, Mr. Pierce, please just try to wait for the question to be fully asked before you begin your answer.
Okay.
That way we avoid crosstalks.
I'm sorry.
All right. Vice President Tu, any questions?
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Pierce, thank you. I noticed that you did a lot of the continual education from cash flow and so forth. Can you share with us, in the 3 years you've been on this probation, what else you have done to kind of educate yourself on auditing? And I know you're not supposed to practice, but were you able to maybe gain some mentors or something?
What I've done is I've taken self-study courses on governmental auditing. I do that every year to make sure that I took a course in HUD audits, what the requirements are lately. Everything changes in that area consistently. In fact, I've had them in an audit 20 years ago when I was doing one. They came back and told me I missed a report. They said the change was on their updates, and I went into their file, and the update wasn't there. So I had to call the HUD back and say, your update is not there. In 5 minutes, all the updates popped up. So I corrected what they wanted me to do, but I do go in, I look at I do HUD studies on the HUD audits, look at the different changes and things like that. I do go on the HUD website to check to see what updates they have in that area. So these are the things I'm doing on a consistent basis. Sometimes I might not sit down and study them completely because I've got other clients trying to pin my head back to a wall. But I do these every year. This last year, the last renewal, I looked at reviews and compilations, and took a self-study course on that to make sure I understood some of those. So I'm trying to do this every year. Sometimes I don't get them completed like I want to, but it's time constraint. I'm a sole proprietor. I don't have any other CPA. 20 years ago, I had another CPA that I worked with. He passed away 10 years ago. So these are the things I'm doing.
Any further questions, Vice President Tu?
No.
Mr. Rosenbaum?
Yes, thank you. You'd mentioned that you were looking for another peer reviewer closer to you, but in your statement, you also said that you've been looking for a CPA that's qualified in being a monitor. What have you been doing in that regard? What steps have you taken to find that CPA?
I haven't done it. I haven't started yet because I got into tax season, and that got set back on the back shelf until I get through that. I still have 30 clients that haven't come in yet to have their taxes done this year. They're late, but I know the reasons why they're late. A lot of them got behind because of COVID. So the first of the year, I'm going to make sure I get all that taken care of and set aside and get done. I'm going to have my daughter come in and help me do that, make phone calls, and talk to different CPAs and see if they're qualified in doing monitoring. I noticed a lot of the small firms have gone away from doing audits. Trying to find somebody that's still doing an audit that's a small firm like mine is hard to do because a lot of them have, because of all the restrictions that have gone down, a lot of them have stopped that area. A lot of them won't do the audits. And when you ask them about being a monitor for you, they back off because of the restrictions.
Okay, but I just wanted to make clear, when you write that you have been looking for a monitor, you haven't been looking for a monitor,
No,
you're going to start.
No, I started before tax season, and I had to stop.
Okay. What has really changed in since the agreed upon stipulated settlement, where you agreed that you are not going to do further attest work? What has changed in that time period now that you feel that you are you're able to do attest work?
I'm doing more review courses in that area. I do more in the test areas of compilations. I'm looking to see what's required in that area now, which basically a compilation is, most people know that it's basically taking the client's information and putting it in a readable form. A review statement, I'm doing more in that area to try to update myself in the new requirements. So I do all kinds of review courses in that area. That's what I'm doing to get myself back in where I can do attested work. And I've had clients calling me. I've had people call asking me to do those, and I've had to turn them down.
Okay, one last question. One of the things you mentioned earlier is you've got some, I think you said tax clients trying to pin your head against the wall.
Sometimes when I explain to them, when I do the return, I usually explain to them that if they owe taxes to the government, there could be a possibility of a penalty. Well, when they get a notice of a penalty, I get a call, why am I paying this? And I have to go through the same scenario that I did during tax season. I told you there's a possibility because you were late making your payments. You got your return filed on time, but what they're charging you is the penalty of late payments. And some of them, they still pin my head against the wall because they don't like the idea that they had to pay a penalty, even though I told them it was your responsibility to make sure the taxes was paid on time. So a lot of my clients are young clients right now. I've lost a lot of my older clients due to the death and stuff. And I've had a lot of them come in and say, well, I've never had to pay taxes before. Well, you never made this kind of money before. And they still say, well, I thought I paid in enough. I said, then you have to go talk to your HR, find out what happened on your W-2. I said, I can't tell you why you're paying more. I can't tell you why they took out less, other than I know that the tax rates are cheaper, have gone down because a tax code change was made in 2016. I says, but you got to understand, you should have made sure that you had the same amount of taxes taken out. Well, I always got this, well, I thought I was going to get a refund again. I said, well, I can't anticipate what you thought you're going to get. This is what you happened here. And some of them still come back and scream and yell at me because they're having to pay a penalty and stuff. And I still have to tell them, I explained it to you during the tax interview. I explained it to you when you got your paperwork. I explained it to you when you paid your taxes, that there is going to be a penalty. What the penalty is, I can't tell you because it's up to the Internal Revenue Service to make the decision. And I still, you know.
All right, you've answered the question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
Ms. Batchelor, any questions?
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My question is this, with this monitor relationship, how long do you anticipate that relationship to last? With that, if
As long as I'm in business, and as long as I can do a testated work.
So it'd be indefinitely, you would have a monitor?
If they'd be willing to do it indefinitely.
And that would be on each area?
That'd be on each area. I would make sure that they would be qualified on each area. And not just qualified in doing review statements or qualified in doing audits, make sure that they would be able to do it in all areas, so I wouldn't have 4 different people there to monitor me. That's costly. And what's hard to get the clients to understand, when I have a fee, I have to pass it on to them when it's something that they have to have done. And the one client that got me into trouble, he wanted me to do his audits for $900. So that was one of the battles that I had.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Lada, any questions?
No questions, Judge. Thank you.
Ms. Corrigan?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Mr. Pierce, thank you for being here today with us at our meeting. In your petition to have the restrictions lifted, you referred to performance of audit, review, and compilation services. And I believe Mr. Durkar asked you in the beginning what you wanted to be able to do, and he referred to attestation, and you said all of them. Of course, the restriction referred to other services as well, such as agreed upon procedures would be another type of an attestation service. So are you just asking for compilation, review, audit? Or are you asking for all other, including other, which could be something like an agreed upon procedure?
Yes, all of them.
All of those.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. No further.
Ms. Thompson, any questions?
Yes, thank you. Thanks for being here today, Mr. Pierce. So you described quite a tense client relationship that led to the probation in the first place surrounding certain attestation services. Have you considered adding any contractual protection language to your contracts going forward to help prevent any type of scenario like this in the future?
Yes. It's just I haven't figured out what kind of wording I would need to make sure the client would understand that if he wanted to go, if I had to go through this again, he would get a resignation letter from me showing I would resign from the audit or from the engagement. And it would be effective that date.
Okay. No further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Lynn, any questions?
Thank you. No other questions.
All right. Mr. Durkar, any follow-up?
No.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Ms. Ward. I missed you on the other side there. Ms. Ward, any questions?
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm over here by myself in the corner. I have a question, but I'm not sure if I can ask. You let me know. The readings were saying how you're going to look for someone to help you with the monitoring, but then you mentioned right now your daughter will help you with the process.
She would, what my daughter will do is, once I start making the phone calls, I'll have her make the phone calls for me. She helps me, every so often she helps in the office. She had to have 2 knee replacements this last year. So she hasn't been able to come in the office. She usually answers my phones for me. And she sort of is my buffer when it comes to a client. A lot of the clients know her. They love to listen to her on the phone. And so she can sort of be the person in the middle that keeps them from sometimes getting to me. Because I do have a temper. And if a client pushes me, I do yell back. Not in a very nice way. So she takes care of that.
Any follow-up questions, Ms. Ward?
Well, I think you're describing, she's like, I don't want to say secretary, but she's your front desk, your secretary. She handles all the business.
She takes care of my bills.
Yeah.
And she takes care of all the money coming in the door.
All right, thank you. And I apologize for having missed you on the first round. Mr. Durkar, any follow-up? All right. I'm not going to do another roll call, but if any of the board members have any follow-up, yes, Ms. President, too.
So, Judge, I have a follow-up. Earlier, I asked about some of the things you have done to educate yourself as well as give us confidence that you would be able to do a test work. And I'm hearing from other questions that you are extremely busy with tax preparations and all stuff like that. I'm wondering can you share with us how you can give us confidence that you would be able, if we were able to lift the restriction, that we would have confidence that you can do a test work in addition to your current work?
I do have a young man that I work with. I usually hire him when it comes to the audits and review statements. I do hire him to do some of the legwork for me while I'm taking care of other things. So I have a fee there that I take care of. He's willing to work with me in those areas. I'm sitting down doing more of a planning on how to do both my taxes and everything else. My family forced me into doing some semi-retirement. I work 3 days a week because of my age. Excuse me. Excuse me. I'm putting plans together, schedules of how things done. Most of my clients are good now. I do everything by email. They have organizers that goes to them. They send the organizers back. A lot of them send their documents to me by email. So I can schedule my time a little bit better than having somebody come in the office and sit across the desk from me. I still have clients who like to do that. Sometimes it's hard to get them out of the chair because because as they say, they only see me once a year. So they like to talk, and I'm willing to listen. But I am trying to like I said, I'll have my daughter help me put a schedule together so that things can be done in a little bit orderly fashion. And one thing I did this year, which I won't do again, is I moved my office right in the middle of tax season, and that I'll never do again because I'm still in boxes trying to get all that. I've also gone to paperless office, so I've got a lot of clients' documents I'm still trying to get into the computer. And that makes it difficult during tax season too, because I'm trying to do everything at the same time. And like I said, my daughter usually comes in and used to help me out, but right now, because of the knee replacement she had, it's taken her some time to recoup from that. And then she has other medical problems that she's taken care of. But hopefully by the first of the year, I can leave the office and she can come in. But she'll be coming in to help me out as much as she can. But I am trying to put a schedule together to meet all the obligations that I have. I do between 100 to 200 returns of individual returns. I've cut that down quite a bit. But I still have corporations, sub-S's, and exempt organizations, and some partnerships that I do. But all the clients are real good about, right? All the ones I have now are good about be patient with me to get things done. And like I said, I am semi-retired by request of the family. So I do schedule my time out better. Okay?
All right, thank you. Any follow-up questions? Yes.
Thank you. I have two questions about the, you keep mentioning about your daughter. Is she a CPA? And the second question is the...
She's a paralegal. And she's also qualified in crime investigation. She worked for the police department in Denver. Let's put it this way, she has five master's degrees.
Thank you. So, is she going to be part of the your CPA monitoring?
Yeah, she would help me look around, and she knows what I'm looking for, and she would know. She'd be able to tell me definitely what the other CPA would say. She's willing. She does that quite a bit. She's very outspoken. If I'd have called her today for as a witness, you wouldn't want to hear what she said.
Thank you. No more questions.
All right, thank you. Any follow-up questions from any board members at all? All right, seeing none, Mr. Pierce, is there any other testimony you'd like to offer on your own behalf?
Only that I was willing to take the punishment. I've been scolded twice over the 3 years that I shouldn't have done that. But I told him it was my decision, and my decision only.
All right, very good. Mr. Durker, any follow-up?
Just my only remarks are, I think that you and the board members have all the information that you need now to make a reasoned decision. I'd just like to touch on the burden here, that Mr. Pierce has the burden to demonstrate that he's rehabilitated and should be trusted to perform a test engagements in compliance with all professional standards. Petitioner must present strong proof of rehabilitation, which must be enough to overcome the board's prior determination that he should not perform this sort of work anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Durkar, for that closing remark. Mr. Pierce, would you like to make any closing remarks? All right. In a moment, then I'm going to ask whether the matter is submitted. And by that, I mean, are you satisfied you've had a full opportunity to present all evidence and make all argument on your behalf? Mr. Durkar, from your office, is the matter submitted?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Pierce, for you, is the matter submitted?
Yes.
All right. And the matter is submitted. The case is closed and will be off the record for this petition.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, you weren't asking for closing remarks yet when I gave mine?
That's exactly what I was about to ask for. So, no, I was asking if you had any follow-up questions, but if not, we were going to move directly to closing. So, not to worry. Mr. Barnard, do you need any words or terms spelled? Okay. All right. It's usually appropriate that we take just a brief break for our court reporter and just to shuffle some chairs. It's 2:19. Mr. Barnard, if we come back at 2:25, is that an adequate break for you? All right. And the next petition will be from Mr. Ju. So you can go ahead and take the petitioner's table whenever Mr. Pierce is gone.
Just while we're off the record, Mr. Trelawney had expressed a desire to go
I don't see any problem. President Salazar, any problem? No, that's just fine. Okay, all right. All right, we'll see you at 2:25. Thank you. yet, but you heard the instructions that I gave to Mr. Pierce. If you have any questions, please let me know. Do you have any additional documents that you'll submit? I do see that we have your original petition packet plus the supplemental submission. Do you have any additional documents that you'd like to submit?
I don't.
Okay. Will you have any other witnesses that you'd like to call?
I don't.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
Oh, sure.
All right. And President Salazar, are you ready?
We are ready to continue when you are. Thank you.
All right. Very good. Mr. Barnard, are you ready? Yes. All right. We are on the record in the matter of the petition for reinstatement of surrendered certificate of Hamid Kabani and Kabani and Company, Inc. This matter is being heard before the California Board of Accountancy. The case number is S as in Sierra, I as in Igloo, 2024-6. My name is Sean Gavin. I'm the administrative law judge from the Office of Administrative Hearings who's been assigned to preside over this matter. The OAH case number on this matter is 2023-081018. Can I take the appearances of the parties, starting with counsel?
Ted Durkar, Deputy Attorney General for the People.
And the petitioner?
Abdul Hamid Kabani, ABDULHAMID KABANI.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kabani, you are appearing today without the assistance of an attorney, is that right?
That's correct.
All right. Before we went on the record, I explained the hearing procedures. I will not repeat that entire explanation now, but I will summarize it so your record is complete. In a moment, I'll give Mr. Durkar a chance to briefly summarize the petition and license history, and then just orient the board about the previous license discipline. After that, you'll have a chance to present your own testimony. You can also call additional witnesses or present additional documents. After you've testified, I'll give each board member a chance to ask you any questions they might have after I've given Mr. Durkar that chance. Before we proceed, though, I do want to make sure that we have a quorum for this case. So let me just do a roll call of our board members. President Salazar.
Present.
Vice President Tu.
Present.
Joseph Rosenbaum. Here. Patricia Batchelor.
Here.
Nancy Corrigan.
Present.
Carrie Ann Hines. Dan Jacobson. Christian Latta.
Present.
Tony Lynn.
Here.
Ariel Pei. Teresa Thompson.
Here.
And Evangeline Ward.
Here.
Those members do constitute a quorum. Mr. Kabani, if you have any questions about the process as we move forward, you're permitted to ask them. Do you have any questions presently?
No, I don't.
All right. Then, Mr. Durkar, you can proceed as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is the third petition for reinstatement by Mr. Kabani and Kabani and Company, Inc. I'll start with the petition packet, which I'd like to mark as Exhibit 1. We all should have the same set of documents, which total 153 pages, and they're sequentially stamped with HK-PET and then the page number. So I would offer this 153-page packet into evidence as Exhibit 1.
Mr. Kabani, is there any reason you believe the board should not consider your petition and supporting documents when deciding this case?
No, I don't.
Exhibit 1 is admitted.
Your Honor, I'd now like to offer a summary of the case.
Okay.
Mr. Kabani and his accounting firm, Kabani and Company, surrendered their licenses, and that surrender was accepted effective January 2020. Those surrenders constitute discipline and occurred while an accusation was pending. Mr. Kabani received his CPA certificate in 1991, and then his firm, Kabani and Company, received its CPA corporate certificate in 1999. Those license histories are at pages 148 to 151 in your packet. The accusation that led to the surrenders begins at page 86. It was filed in February 2019 and alleged that Mr. Kabani and his firm were subject to discipline because they had been disciplined by the Public Company Accounting Oversight Board, which I'll refer to as PCAOB, and had lost their right to practice before the PCAOB. The accusation detailed that in February 2015, the PCAOB issued an order that permanently revoked Cabani and Company's PCAOB registration and permanently barred Mr. Cabani from being an associated person of a registered public accounting firm, and ordered Mr. Cabani to pay a $100,000 fine, which he has since paid in full. The Public Company Accounting Oversight Board registers accounting firms because the Sarbanes-Oxley Act requires this registration with the PCAOB for a firm to prepare or issue an audit report for a U.S. public company or broker-dealer, or to play a substantial role in such audits. The accusation explained the misconduct that led to the PCAOB's discipline. In 2007, Cabani and Company did audits for 3 Delaware corporations that are public companies. In June 2008, the PCAOB notified Mr. Cabani that it would be inspecting the firm's audit records for those 3 Delaware corporations. Cabani and Company found that the audit files had the kind of problems that could result in deficiency findings by the PCAOB. Cabani and Company updated the audit files to correct the deficiencies. Public PCAOB accounting standard number 3 allows information to be added to the audit work papers after the fact, after the deadline, but only if the person adding the information notes his or her name, the date of the addition, and the reason for the change. No information can be altered or deleted. Cabani and Company did not make notations about its changes, and when PCAOB staff performed the inspection in 2008, they were not informed that the audit files had been altered. In 2009, a former Cabani and Company employee acted as a whistleblower and filed a complaint with this, or about this, with the PCAOB. In October 2019, Mr. Cabani and Company entered a stipulated surrender agreement, which you'll find at page 78. The stipulation admitted to the truth of the charges and allegations in the accusation. They agreed to surrender their certificates and that this was discipline. They agreed that any future bid for licensing would be heard as a petition for reinstatement, which we have here today for the 3rd time. And they agreed that if they're ever reinstated, they would be jointly and severally liable for $4,267 of costs of investigation and enforcement to be paid prior to reinstatement. Those costs were paid in full last year. And as I said, in January 2020, this board adopted the stipulated surrender. Let's see, Cabani, Mr. Cabani, his firm, and his partner, Mr. Deutschman, appealed the PCAOB order to the SEC. The SEC hears appeals when people disagree with the decision of the PCAOB. In 2017, the SEC issued an order that sustained the disciplinary action taken by the PCAOB. Mr. Cabani, his firm, and Mr. Deutschman appealed the SEC's decision to the U.S. Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, and then they lost that appeal as well. So this decision by the PCAOB went through 2 further levels of review. And in your packet, in this 153-page packet, you have all of those decisions by the PCAOB, the SEC, and the Ninth Circuit. Their final decisions stand as the decided law of this case. The PCAOB, its proceedings, disciplinary proceedings against Mr. Cabani and Company, and Mr. Deutschman, and another individual, Mr. Khan, those were instituted in 2012. They had an administrative trial then in 2014, and the hearing officer issued a decision which found that all of the participants participated in a, and I quote, widespread and resource-intensive effort over several weeks in 2008 to alter documents in the audit files of three issuers in an attempt to deceive PCAOB inspectors in an upcoming inspection. The decision found that Mr. Cabani and his partner Mr. Deutschman had acted in an intentional and knowing manner with respect to these violations and those changes to the audit work papers. And in addition to violating audit standard number 3, the respondents violated PCAOB Rule 4006, which requires cooperation with inspections, and Rule 3100, which requires compliance with audit standards. The decision, as I said, revoked their registration, imposed the $100,000 fine that's been paid. Mr. Kabani and Mr. Deutschman disputed the administrative law judge's decision and petitioned the PCAOB to review it. So the PCAOB decision was itself a form of internal review because they could have accepted the hearing officer's decision, but they asked the PCAOB to review it. The PCAOB did and sustained that in full. And that PCAOB order sustaining the hearing officer's decision, that starts at page 93 of your materials. At page 98, it says, it explains that the audit files presented to the PCAOB for inspection back in 2008 were materially different from the actual final audit files. They'd been altered after the completion deadlines to clean them up for the inspection. For example, there was a management representation letter with an altered date and substantially different representations, and undisclosed changes had been made to schedules and trial balances. So these are the sort of the materiality, the scope of the changes, unauthorized changes that were made. At pages 98 to 99, the decision details that forensic examination of electronic audit files revealed many post-deadline changes. Metadata had been modified in the records, including resetting computer internal clocks to try to make it look like the sign-off dates for edits were before the audit completion deadlines, when in fact they weren't. Metadata identified Mr. Kabani as a computer user who had made such changes. At page 99, the PCAOB concluded in its decision, Kabani, Deutschman, and Kahn participated in the scheme to alter the work papers and to provide the altered work papers to the inspectors. At page 97, the decision details that Mr. Kabani and Mr. Deutschman were the firm's only two partners, and Mr. Kabani was the engagement partner on all three audits that were inspected by the PCAOB. In June 2008, the decision details that Mr. Kabani called his staff together after learning about these upcoming PCAOB inspections, told his employees that there were deficiencies that PCAOB had identified at previous inspections, and he wanted them to look for and correct such deficiencies. A former employee testified that after this meeting, so much time was spent on this project to clean up the files for these, on these three audits, that there was little time to do any billable work. The PCAOB recovered emails from within Kabani and Company that referred to PCAOB cleanup. At the hearing in 2014, though, Mr. Kabani denied understanding what PCAOB cleanup meant. He denied knowledge of that term. The order from the PCAOB examines and refutes Mr. Kabani's defenses about the metadata in violation of audit standard number 3. At page 100, it says, they have offered a number of different explanations for why the metadata evidence did not necessarily demonstrate intentional misconduct. Their arguments, their arguments ranged from conflicting to unsupported to implausible. It was found that Mr. Kabani and Mr. Deutschman were often not credible on issues pertaining to work paper alterations, including their claims to not recall important events, inconsistencies between statements to investigators and their testimony at hearing, and other matters pertaining to their lack of credibility. They were criticized also in this decision for their wholesale attempts to distance themselves from the evidence against them. The PCAOB decision, as I said, upheld the hearing officer's recommended decision and upheld all the recommended sanctions. the rationale was provided, I believe it's at page 83 in your materials, where it says, misconduct is especially troubling and deserving of serious sanctions, whereas here, respondents went to considerable lengths to conceal their actions and might have been successful in deceiving the board if the whistleblower had not reported his concerns. I turn now to the SEC decision. That starts at page 115 of your materials. So the SEC performed what's called de novo review, which means that they gave an independent look at the evidence. They didn't rely upon the decision of the PCAOB, but they looked at the evidence to reach their own decision. And the SEC, after doing that, sustained the PCAOB order in full, saying, we agree with the PCAOB that the hearing officer's findings are well supported by the evidence in the records and the law. That's at page 123 near the top. And I'd like to read to you a passage in this SEC decision that reflects their view of the evidence after having performed this de novo review. They say, we base our findings on our independent review of the record. That record shows that applicants added or falsified hundreds of audit documents, intentionally reset internal computer clocks to conceal that alterations were made before applicable deadlines, and backdated their signatures on relevant work papers. We agree with the PCAOB that this evidence demonstrates a course of misconduct that is troubling on its face, and that applicants' changing, conflicting, and patently unbelievable testimony accentuates the gravity of the misconduct. As the PCAOB held, this misconduct is especially troubling and deserving of serious sanctions because applicants went to considerable lengths to conceal their actions. Substantial evidence thus establishes that applicants intentionally and knowingly violated the PCAOB's rules and that the PCAOB's imposition of sanctions for those violations was an appropriate remedy. The SEC also found at page 124, made its own determination that Mr. Kabani was not credible, including his claim that he did not notice emails sent to him about PCAOB cleanup, and his claim that he had no idea that any PCAOB cleanup was occurring. Mr. Kabani appealed the SEC decision along with Mr. Deutschman and his firm to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. The Ninth Circuit's decision starts at page 143 of your packet. And that 2018 decision was by a panel of 3 justices who themselves also performed de novo review of the evidence. And so these federal appeals judges denied the appeal, thereby sustaining the discipline originally imposed by the SEC, or rather by the PCAOB, and they adopted the SEC's findings that Mr. Kabani had acted with knowledge of his wrongdoing. And the Ninth Circuit's decision notes that the evidence strongly supports the findings of intentional misconduct. And so having covered those decisions, I'll now turn to this board's decisions, which denied the 2 past petitions by Mr. Kabani and Kabani and Company. At pages 64 to 75 of your packet is this board's 2021 decision and order, which denied that first petition for reinstatement. And in short, the board found that although Mr. Kabani claimed that he accepts for full responsibility for his misconduct, he was still at that hearing disputing the PCAOB's findings by suggesting that he had merely failed to adequately supervise his staff. Thus, the board found that Mr. Kabani's testimony lacked sincerity, true remorse, and complete acceptance of responsibility. The board also noted that Mr. Kabani's letters of support were from family and clients who had limited knowledge of a public accounting firm's operations and professional standards, and found it significant that Mr. Kabani didn't have letters of support from other CPAs. Then at pages 55 to 63 of your materials is this board's decision and order effective October 2022 that denied the second petition which this board heard at its meeting in July 2022, not that long ago. The decision found that Mr. Kabani, in the second hearing, couched his misconduct as a failure to properly manage his audit team, resulting in compliance violations. Things then developed differently during the hearing while he was testifying. This is from the board's decision at page 60 in the packet. At hearing, Kabani contradicted the written statement and ultimately admitted that his conduct involved more than a failure to oversee and manage the audit process. He initially testified he was not disputing any of the PCAOB findings, but gave no details of his involvement in the violations. Kabani ultimately admitted that he intentionally violated PCAOB audit standard number 3 and was directly involved in altering the audit files without including documentation as to when the files were edited and directed employees to do so as well. The decision expressed concern about the many years Mr. Kabani spent trying to deny his culpability for the misconduct. The board noted the absence of any explanation for why Mr. Kabani had engaged in the misconduct or what steps he has taken to ensure such transgressions don't happen again in the future. The board noted that other than completing continuing education courses, Mr. Kabani did not provide any evidence of rehabilitation, and he testified at the hearing that he hasn't worked in any capacity since surrendering his CPA certificate and has not engaged in community service for many years, and that there was no sign, the board found that there was no sign of rehabilitation efforts. Turning now to the present petition that you have, this being Mr. Kabani's third petition, that begins at page 10. It defers all narrative answers to the standard questions in the petition form to his attached letter dated, let me see what date. I have the wrong date in my outline, but it starts at page 19 of the materials. Dated September 30th, 2023. And this letter echoes his attorney's letter that accompanied last year's petition. It is largely, there are large sections of it that are a verbatim repeat of that letter, except that the statements that were about Mr. Kabani in the third person are now stated in the first person because it's his letter. For example, Mr. Kabani claims, "I have made clear efforts to rehabilitate myself and reestablish my reputation." That's at page 20. And that line is lifted right out of his attorney's letter from last year that accompanied the second petition, only the pronouns have changed. He is also repeating what was in his attorney's letter last time in terms of saying, "I am extremely remorseful for my past actions, poor decisions, and ultimate failing in leadership that led to the PCAOB order and the surrender of these licenses." As in last year's letter, Mr. Kabani writes this time that he accepts complete responsibility for his conduct. He again says he doesn't dispute the PCAOB's factual findings at all. He explains his failings in a similar fashion to the way he did last year. He admits that his firm changed final audit documentation prior to inspection without documenting the changes and the basis for them. And just as last year, his letter characterizes the misconduct as a failure of oversight. And I quote, "I failed to oversee and manage the process as I should have, thereby resulting in documentation and inspection, compliance, irregularities, and failures. The responsibility for this rests with me alone." That's at page 21. And a change whereas it is about community service, whereas last year's letter said that he had not engaged in any community service for a period of years. His 2023 letter lists extensive involvement in charity work, and that's at page 23 in the packet. He claims that he and his wife have a charitable foundation that is building an entire middle school in Pakistan that will be completed next year. He says the foundation has already installed a clean drinking water facility for a poor community in a Pakistani desert. And he claims the foundation is funding 5 different charities here in the United States. Mr. Kabani also says he does an annual charity fundraiser walk, and he is a mentor to business school students at a school in Pakistan. He attaches pictures of the water fountain, a place where people would be able to fill up jugs of water, which is the clean water facility, a masonry unit building that is the school, plaques naming his foundation, and a still shot from a video that's ambiguous, but there is no independent confirmation of the existence or authenticity of these projects beyond the pictures and the plaques. Mr. Kabani also submitted certificates of completion for online self-study continuing education courses, all from the same provider. Those are at pages 29 to 31 of your packet. They claim 24 hours of continuing education completed on September 28th, 2023, 12 hours on September 29th, and 4 hours on September 30th. That's 3 days in a row. Then at pages 34 to 42, he has 7 reference letters. The first 2 are new, meaning they weren't in the previous petitions. They're 2023 reference letters, and the other 5 were included with the prior petition. The older letters praised Mr. Kabani, but they didn't address the misconduct, and they reflected no knowledge of any rehabilitation efforts by Mr. Kabani. The 2 new letters at pages 34 to 37, those are from CPAs. These letters praise Mr. Kabani's professional integrity, but they do so with rather similar language. At page 34, the letter from CPA Karega says, I have the pleasure of knowing Mr. Kabani for over the past 20 years, both professionally as well as socially. In my dealings with Mr. Kabani, I have found Mr. Kabani of high moral values, honest demeanor, and good character. That's at page 34. At page 36, CPA Gulamali says, I have the pleasure of knowing Mr. Kabani for over the past 15 years, both professionally as well as socially. In my dealings with Mr. Kabani, I have found Mr. Kabani of the highest moral values, showing integrity, honesty, and good characteristic. Very similar, almost mirror language. Interestingly, CPA Karega characterizes Mr. Kabani's misconduct as a mistake made by him in a panic. Mr. Karega reported that, or says this, although what the PCAOB, SEC, and Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals found was that Mr. Kabani orchestrated a lengthy, time-consuming campaign to alter the audit files, conceal the changes, and denied responsibility in a 7-year-long legal campaign. And then CPA Gulamali, he also characterizes Mr. Kabani's conduct in almost the same terms as a, quote, silly mistake that must have been done in a panic due to pressure from clients, filing deadlines, computer issues, and the PCAOB inspection. That's at page 37. Both CPAs praised Mr. Kabani for his involvement in charitable work. So that is my summary, and I do have questions for Mr. Kabani after he has testified. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Durkar. Mr. Kabani, this is the time that you may testify. In order to do that, I'll have you raise your right hand so I can swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you'll give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right. You can either continue to lean over or you can just move the microphone closer to you.
Yeah, actually, I'm trying to put the papers in front of me, so.
This is your opportunity to explain what you think the board should know when it decides whether to grant or deny your petition, and you can begin whenever you're ready.
Okay. First of all, the judge, the Madam President, Vice President, and the board members, and Mr. Durkar, thank you very much for providing this opportunity to explain my position. I truly appreciate. This is my third time here, actually third time presentation in front of the board. And as Mr. Durkar described, that some of the things I said or not said were noted by the board. And I'm trying to here clarify what I feel that my responsibility was and what did I do wrong. I'm extremely remorseful for my past action, poor decision, and ultimate failing in my leadership or my conduct. So that led to the PCAOB order. I admit that I failed in the duties to the profession, to my staff, to my firm, and to the community and the society as a whole. I have violated the PCAOB rules and regulations, and I'm very shameful for that. I'm embarrassed. I have 28 years of accounting practice in USA. This was the only time I have been charged anywhere. Before 2008, I did not have any problem with any of the inspection. And I will come to 2008 incident later on. Just I want to explain that after 2008 inspection by PCAOB, there were two more inspection by the PCAOB, and they actually came on a surprise visit and found, actually did the inspection before the 45 days were complete. So I did not have any chance to change the paper or anything, and they found the work paper all right in those two inspections. However, it does not reduce my responsibility in 2008, what I did. I have tried to explain that now. First of all, I would like to address comment that the petition I have submitted is based on the prior. Yes, I took the prior attorney's petition, and since I'm representing myself as a pro se in this proceeding, so what I did was that I changed whatever I could based on the comments received last time and what I feel now. And I presented most of this, making changes wherever I feel necessary. I'm a not attorney. I cannot rewrite the whole thing based on what is the requirement, so that's why I took help from the prior's petition, and I modified that. In the petition this time, I have tried to explain that I'm taking full responsibility. It's a several-page petition. If you read, there are several places where I'm saying, for example, on page 21 of this packet, second paragraph, which is in the bold, I'm saying that I agree that I should never have agreed, participated, and allowed this to occur. So I'm saying that yes, it's not just the supervision or any other failure, but I should not have agreed, participated, and allowed this to happen. Addition changes are after the conclusion of orders is a violation of PCAOB. Now PCAOB, when they charged me, they had three charges. I just wanted to clarify that. One was cooperation with the inspectors, which is the changes in the documents without telling them that we added certain documents. So that's they considered as a non-cooperation with the inspectors. The second was the quality control, lack of proper quality control, because we had these issues. We could not, the quality control by itself should have caught this, and we could not. And third, they also charged me with the supervision, lack of supervision. So I was trying here to address all this, not just trying to say that I lack in supervision only. I'm saying that I also should never have agreed and participated in this paragraph. As I was part of this, I am saying repeatedly in this petition that I and alone myself take responsibility of this whole matter. I'm not passing the buck. I was involved in this. I'm agreeing with this. Why did this happen? I will like to take few minutes to explain this. As I told you that in 28 years of experience, this has never happened or before or after. All of a sudden, why did I do this? In June 2008, we received, as just Mr. Durkop described it, inspector of PCOB notified us they will be coming and visiting us. And we panicked. We were told that files had some issues, and we panicked. When sometime you panic, you make stupid decision, foolish decision. Is it one time, two time, doesn't matter. The decision was so bad, so gravely wrong. So I did participate in that mistake, but one of the reasons was I panicked. Otherwise, with little bit of, patience, person with such an experience would have easily avoided this problem if I would have just signed, dated, and put the reason why we are adding these documents, and we would not be here. But I did not do that. And that's what I'm trying to explain, that this is what happened in 2008, just because we panicked. I'd panic. I did not follow proper procedures of PCOB, and complete responsibility is on me. I'm not saying it's just supervision mistake. It's actually the conduct itself was wrong, and that's why this whole thing happened. Mr. Durkar described that I went to various appeals, and that's true. For a certain period, I, along with my partner, were in denial. I have no ram in agreeing with that now. We were in denial. We did not believe that we did any mistake. We did not commit any error. We did not violate the PCOB rule. We were completely in denial. And after 15 years, after 15 years after this incident, now we have realized, at least I have fully realized, that what I did was certainly wrong in all aspects, not just the supervision, but the conduct itself, the participating in it, not having proper quality control, not proper disclosure, and probably dishonest as well as lack of integrity. I will take that as well. And we did that in period from June 2008 to October 2008 when the inspector came. And then that 2-3 months period of gross violation has completely turned down our lives, my life. I had spent hours and hours of day and night to create this firm. We were working day and night with international 200 people working for Kabani and Company globally. The office was shut down once the PCOB rules were enforced. And then this board also took away my license, so completely this firm was taken away. My ability to practice was taken away, rightfully so. I'm not objecting to that, and that allowed me to reflect the light on what I did. And I'm not proud. Actually, I'm very ashamed of that. I am embarrassed. I should not have added those work papers. That was completely wrong, what I did, and I fully take full responsibility. If anybody 100%, I will take 100% responsibility on that because I was the leader. I should have not participated, not organized, not supervised in this manner that this violation had taken place. So that's taking full responsibility. I thought that I wrote that in the petition as well. If not, I apologize, but I'm trying to explain it to you now that I'm taking full responsibility. This, as I told you, that I am not an expert in writing the petitions. I've never done this before. This was the first time I did. So I took the prior attorney's prior petition of last year and try to input a lot of the verbiage of my own. By doing so, some of the things, because it was in Acrobat, I have screwed up the formatting and things like that, so I apologize for that because it's not that pretty anymore as it was last year. Some of the words are, clustered together and things like that. Also, I had to put the letters of recommendation and CPs and all those in an Acrobat format. So when I did that, it also created some problem for me in this. So it took a lot of hours for me to put together, although it appears same as last year, but it took a lot of hours, trust me, for someone like me to put together this petition. And I think I did it on the last day of the deadline. I called the staff and I said, am I still okay? And they said, yeah, you can do it until 5 o'clock. And I was pushed at 4:30 or something like that. But I did able to do that. The CPE certificates I have presented this year, as Mr. Dirkar noted, they are available on website. Anybody can check my certificates. Mr. Dirkar said that I have claimed it. Yes, I have claimed it, but anybody can check it that I have performed this. And these are self-study courses. So what happened is that you study 40 hours, you study 10 hours, you study 12 hours, different courses you take because you don't have time. I don't have time to finish, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months individual courses. So I'm studying all these courses together. I take the test in 1 day or 2 days or 3 days. So the date on the certificate will show probably 1 day or 2 days apart. But these are 40 hours courses. I cannot do all these things in 3 days. It's humanly impossible. So I must have read all those things prior to that, and that's what I'm trying to here clarify to Mr. Dirkar and the board, that yes, you're very right. As far as you're pointing that these certificates were issued within the span of 3 to 4 days. However, the effort in getting the certificate span over several days. So I spent several days to read, and there are first review questions, and then there are final questions. They both had to be taken under these courses, which I did. You only see the final result, but you don't see when I did the review questions, and then I did the final questions. So it was very hard work to try to complete all these courses. Nature of courses also, you may have questions subsequently that nature of the courses are same as I did last year. The reason being is that these are updates. I want to keep myself appraised and updated with the accounting and auditing. So these are all courses which will keep you updated from what is happening in accounting and auditing. And they are refreshed every year. So if I have done something last year, the same course this year will be totally different based on the new pronouncement, new rules which becomes applicable. So that's why these courses look same, but they are different because they are called updates. And they update me that now what are the new rules about accounting and auditing. Another comment Mr. Dirkar made about the letter of recommendations. And he's very right that the language might look similar. First year when I petitioned, I had letter of recommendations from some friends and my son, who is an attorney. And I was told in the letter of denial that these are from non-professional CPAs. So you should present CPA. Now, in the board rules and regulation, I did not get any guidance that what should be included in his letter of recommendation. So I asked these gentlemen who wrote it for me that just write about me whatever you feel, and that's what I wrote. So when I got the comment next year that these were non-CPAs, then I went in second petition for CPAs. So I had, I think, 2 CPAs, and then my daughter, who is a doctor, three further letter of recommendations. And I presented to them to the best what we could do. Then I got a comment this time in second petition of denial that there were professionals this time, okay, but they did not say that they were aware of your conduct and they were not aware of what you did. So this time when I went to the people, I told them that this is what board needs. What do you think about me? What do you know about conduct. And this time I went to a person who was part of my firm, Mr. Raul Carrega. He was a concurring partner for 15 years for my firm, which is now called EQR, Engagement Quality Reviewer. Nowadays, it used to be called concurring partners. He was my concurring partner for 15 years. He was never charged by PCOB. PCOB has no problem with him. But he was aware of my issues. So he created a letter which was detailed in nature, saying that, I know Hamid Kabani. He knows my quality and my qualifications. And he knew about this issue with the PCOB and the board. So that's what he described it in it and explained, that in his opinion, I have rehabilitated and I'm doing some community service and I'm doing some other stuff in my life. Then I went to another gentleman who was CPA, and he was at that time out of country, and he asked me that, what should I write? Is it okay if I write this? And I said, no, because board has a certain problem. If you just say that hey, Mr. Kabani is good, it should specifically say this item which board has narrated in this second denial. So he said, you have examples. So I just wanted to confess here that I gave Mr. Carrega's letter to this gentleman that this is how it has been written. That second gentleman wrote a letter on his own. He might have taken some certain verbiage from Mr. Carrega, but my whole goal was to make sure that whatever board has objected, I make sure that this gentleman know about these issues, and they include whether they recommend or whether they have seen me rehabilitated or not. And that was the goal. It was nothing else, trying to just be more cooperative to get the letter which fulfilled the requirement, because there is no other written agenda somewhere that the letter should include what. So I only way I got it from the letter of denial. So that's how I got it, and I tried to address that by telling this gentleman that this is what board is looking. Make sure that when you address that, can you talk about these issues? And that's why. So that's why they both of them addressed those issues in their letters. And I think that's about it. And as far as the formatting, as I mentioned, that some of the letters were in the Word documents, so I tried to do it in a Acrobat. It's a one document which I submitted, and in doing that, I might have screwed up the formatting, which I again apologize. But that I did convert all of this in Acrobat in probably last day. So that's what I will say, that if anything which is wrong spelling or wrong verbiage, I apologize for that once again. And in the end, I will again say that I'm not trying to dodge responsibility. I'm not trying to go away with what I did. I accept it 100%. Not just the supervision, but everything other than supervision as well, including participating, including getting involved with, including contesting PCOB's orders, including contesting them with the SEC, including contesting them with at Ninth Circuit Board. I did that, and I again feel that was a big mistake on my part. I was in denial, but I want to emphasize that all this happened 15 years ago. Although I'm not trying to discount it because it happened 15 years ago, it's still very gross and very unprofessional. However, just wanted to mention that since that 15 years, a lot of time has passed. I have tried to rehabilitate it. In last petition, I had mentioned that due to COVID, I could not go out and participate in some community service, but this time I have been able to be involved in several community. I also had started a consulting business. As last time I had mentioned that I did not have any business. Fortunately, it turned out to be far more lucrative, and I made some money, and that's the reason I'm spending all this money on charity. My children came to me and said that we don't need your money. You spend this money in your life on charity, whatever you want to do. And that's what I and my wife am doing. That's why we created this foundation. We created this foundation. We're putting all of our extra money in this foundation, and we are spending this money on not only in Pakistan, in different part of the world. There is a partnership organization, Partnership Walk, which happens here in California every year. And I'm a big participant in as a voluntary as well as financially on both sides. I participate in that as well. And I'm trying to do whatever I can. I feel very ashamed to describe my charity work because it's not my style to boast about what I'm doing. I think every human, whoever is given a little bit, should contribute to the community, and that's what I'm trying. So I'm not doing any favor to anybody except me and my wife, that we are trying to do whatever for the community. We are doing favor to ourselves. So that's why we created this foundation, and hopefully we'll continue to work towards that. And I feel that I have rehabilitated. I never want to do the PCOB, SCC work anymore. When I created this firm about in 1999, that's 24 years ago, for first 6 months I had $3,000 worth of total revenue. So I'm just trying to describe you that how long it took me to just get this firm. And I don't have energy at this stage of my life, when I'm a little older, to do it all over again. I'm not gonna do SCC work, so I'm not gonna be involved with PCOB anymore. I will definitely go and ask their forgiveness as well if that's needed. But I do not intend to do any public auditing work. I want to just get my license back so I can give back to the community, give back to the profession, whatever I can in whatever capacity. I'm not going to do that for money as a CPA profession. Thank God I got some money now, and I don't need this just for the money. But I want to return to the society, return to the profession, return to the community for what I have done wrong. And I agree, I did a lot of things wrong, and I want to remedy that and rectify that.
All right, thank you, Mr. Kabani. I will note that with your petition packet, there is a supplemental submission that appears to correct some time frames, some numbers of years. Would you like the board to consider that when it decides your case?
Yeah, please. So what I did was that previously when I was creating this packet, I put my total experience as 35 years, which included 7 years in Pakistan. I'm a chartered accountant in Pakistan, which is equivalent of CPA here. Chartered is a British, because Pakistan used to be ruled by Britain, so they have chartered accountancy there. So I had 7 years prior experience, and then 28 years here. So I put first 35 years, but then in the revise, I wanted to take it out and make it simple as just the U.S. experience in this new petition. So I just included 28 years of experience. That's the only change I made.
All right, I'll mark that as Exhibit A. Mr. Durkar, do you object?
No objection.
Exhibit A is admitted. Mr. Durkar, I do want to give you a chance for cross, but I want to check in with our reporter because there was a lot of speaking. I want to see if he needs a break. Yes, okay. We'll be off the record presently. Why don't we take, well, you tell me, Mr. Barnard, how long of a break is, okay. It's 3:18. Let's come back at 3:25. All right, thank you. Bernard, are you ready to go back on? All right, Mr. Kabani, are you ready to go back on the record?
Yes, I am.
Mr. Durkar, are you ready to go back on the record?
Yeah.
All right, it appears the board members are ready to go back on. All right, we are back on the record. Mr. Durkar, if you have any questions you'd like to ask the petitioner, you may do so whenever you're ready.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Kabani, the SEC observed that you were the sole shareholder and head of your firm. And so, given those facts, isn't it true that you didn't just participate in the PCAOB cleanup, but you were a leader of it?
No question about it.
You involved a number of employees in this PCAOB cleanup, including Mr. Saeed, the whistleblower, who you subsequently in the legal proceedings accused of lying. Have you ever made amends to any of those people that you involved in the PCAOB cleanup?
To who? Can you repeat your question?
Yeah, okay. Well, you involved a number of employees in this PCAOB cleanup, something that they shouldn't have had to be involved in. And that included Mr. Saeed, the whistleblower, who you then, in subsequent legal proceedings, you accused him of lying. Have you ever done anything to make amends to any of the people who worked for you in that PCAOB cleanup by putting them through such a dishonorable thing?
Yes, I have almost communicated with each of them. I have apologized to them what my action caused them to lose their jobs and go through all this process. It was a wrong act, my act, and I have communicated with Mr. Deutschman, Mr. Khan, and several other employees who were involved in this, that this was my fault. And the good thing is that most of my employees, as I try to talk to them, even if this had not happened, I try to be in touch with them. Just want to let you know, and I try to see their welfare. Over the years, most of my employees, by the grace of God, they are either partners in the big firm, international firms, or CFOs in public companies or controllers, and they make me proud. So I have been in touch with many of them. They know what I went through and what I did put them through. And then they understand, what I did was wrong, and I have tried to apologize to them over the period. Mr. Saeed is no longer in practice. I don't even know where is he now.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Your letter to the board emphasizes that you have had a stellar record as an accountant other than the misconduct concerning the 2008 PCAOB inspection. But didn't you perpetuate your misconduct with the PCAOB for many years after that with a legal defense that included false testimony and arguments?
You're very correct. As I mentioned, that this 2 months period of error caused to sequence of other errors. And I'm not very proud of that. I fought with the board, I fought with the SEC. I was in denial, which was completely wrong. And I accept it now that it was poor judgment on my part, poor decision making on my part, and I should not have continue fighting with them.
Your petition says that you have put in place sufficient safeguards to prevent any occurrences similar to those that gave rise to the stipulated surrender of these licenses. That's at page 20 in the materials. What are the safeguards that you have against future misconduct?
So I plan to do is that, because right now I don't have CPA firms, I cannot have it at the moment, but what I plan to do is I've spoken to many other CPA firms partners and talk about their quality control, because these issues are caused by quality control. As much as it is a lack of leadership and lack of poor decision making, if the quality controls are good, nothing this happens. Is the quality control by itself will catch all these violations and will rectify that this should not happen within 45 days umbrella. So this is what I plan to do, that have a very strong quality control person whenever I begin my practice. if I'm allowed to. And excuse me. I'm not used to talking that much. So very strong quality control process. One of the problem when I had this in 2008 incident, we were termed as the fastest growing firm by IPA magazine, and I used to be very proud of that fact. Now I feel that this was actually the reason of my problems. I grew too fast, accepted too many clients that resulted in poor judgment and poor decision making. We could not handle that many clients. And going forward, what I need to do is that I have decided not to take that many clients anymore, except only those clients who I can deal with.
Following up on your answer there, you said that you would have someone performing quality control assisting you with that. Is that going to be an employee, or is it a colleague you have a relationship with? Would this be an hourly type of assignment? Can you flesh that out?
Yeah. If you want to run a quality firm which catches all these issues, you have to have a full-time quality control person. And what I intend to do is that have a full-time quality control person who is independent of any partners, who can stop any problems as soon as it arises, and who has the power to stop. Just to give you a brief background, that I used to be a quality control in charge of Western region for a large international law firm myself, and this is what I have done over the years. That I used to stop. Oh God. I used to stop the files when I will see any deficiency. Can I take 1 minute?
Yeah, sure.
This is, sorry for that, I apologize. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And I used to be in that position, so I know that how important it is. And the sad part on my conduct is that I used to be a specialist in quality control. And when I became a partner, I acted in this bad manner. So that actually hurts me a lot. Because I used to stop everybody internationally as well as other states, because I had that much power with this large firm, to stop any file when I see that any misconduct has happened. So this is what I plan to do, have an independent full-time person.
All right. Thank you for explaining that. Where does your charitable foundation get the money for these public works projects that you've identified this year?
Yeah, so by 2022, I was not doing much. My wife had a consulting practice. I had supporting her. Over the period in my firm, my specialty was to to help the companies make them profitable, reduce the cost, reduce the supply chain issues, increase the revenue, increase the efficiency. That was my specialty. During 22, I came across a gentleman who is entrepreneur and has a private equity fund. He wanted my assistance in dealing with the hotels. So we created this fund where in 22, because after COVID, all these hotels were struggling, which include Marriott Brand or Holiday Inn, all these big names. They were all struggling after COVID. And what we decided was to help them by our consulting company and acquire certain hotels and turn them profitable. We acquired a hotel in Toronto, Canada, and made so much money that I had not made that much money in my entire CPA career in 1 year. And that's what I said, that when I made that much money, my son and my daughter, they both are professionals. And usually when a person makes money, they make for their retirement or they're for kids. They both came to me and said, we don't need your money. We know that you wanted to do something in community. You always had the desire. Why don't you spend this money while you are alive rather than after you die, we spend this money on charity? So that's why this foundation was created. We are very actively involved in this. This is my passion. The project you mentioned in Pakistan is a third area where temperature is usually 125 degrees. There's pictures of there in wells, water well. They don't have drinking water. The kids and the people there drink water from the same location where the animals drink the water. And because of that, it's a United Nations report also, because of that, the infancy mortality is very low there. The kids die, the infant die, because they have this kind of dirty water. They have diarrhea issue. And it's one of the things which I read in the UNESCO report. This area is one of the major areas where water is scarce. God has given me some resources and ability to, in this great country, to make some money. I did that, and I want to return it now. So what I did was that we went there and we started having these solar wells, which can take care of 5,000 people each well. So that will make their life easy. They survive. And that's what we are doing, that we are having these solar wells. And the reason they are solar, that otherwise you have to have hand pump, and they go rusty in that heat and that dusty environment. So we have done this solar. So that's what we are doing. Also, we are creating a school in a remote area to give back to the community, where a lot of students are not able to study even if they want to. A lot of kids are not able to study if they want to. And they turn into some other crimes like terrorism or something. A lot of those terrorists come from that area where we are creating this school. It's called near Afghanistan border. And our goal is to create a modern school with the computers. And we are doing whatever. I mean, and pardon me, I don't want to boast about it. I'm just replying to your answer that what is my passion, what I want to do. And that's what we are trying to do, that create these schools so these kids have purpose of their life in the future. They don't just go into bad habits and bad terrorism or whatever they get into. They have education, and they go from there. And if I'm able to change somebody's life, I will think that I have done something in my life.
All right. About these projects, it's remarkable, that you have accomplished these public works projects. But last year, you said you hadn't engaged in any community service for the last 2 years. How did you make the progress that we see here? Were these projects already started? Were they ready to go, just waiting for a donor?
Yeah.
Please explain.
So in 2022, I made a lot of money, as I explained, that I went into this private equity fund I created with my friend. And I have a few hotels now also, another hotel, which I'm trying to make it profitable in Houston area. This one we sold in Toronto. So the money, rather than spending this money on our comfort, wearing the Gucci or branded dresses, we feel that if I can convert that amount into some kid's life or some other person's life, I think that will be money well spent. So in that year, we made all this money in 22. I specifically went to that area, that region, and looked for the organization which are helping there to create these wells. Each well takes about a month, 3 weeks to a 4-week period to create, and they are able to create it. So we have created a chain of wells now. It's not that one well is doing and then we are waiting for second wells. We can create 10 wells at a time, and so by 1 month, 10 wells will be ready. And our goal is that if we can cover that entire region within next 2-3 years, that will be money well spent.
All right. Thank you. Those are all the questions I have.
Thank you, Mr. Durkar. I will now give the board members a chance to ask any questions they have, starting with President Salazar.
No questions.
Vice President Tu.
Thank you. You mentioned the letter of recommendation, and you gave a template to the other. I don't recall the name, sorry, but I wonder though if wouldn't it be much better to have them spoke in their own words and not necessarily, because I think that would be much more authentic. And so it is very hard for us to judge how authentic that is when it looks like a duplicate letter. So I just wanted to share that with you. And then
can I explain or?
Yes, of course.
Give me one minute. Only one person I have shared the template. Mr. Karega, who was my concurring partner, he created this letter on his own. I told him that what board is looking based on the comments I received in the denial letter, because otherwise it would have been the same one para letter which would not have served any purpose. So I told them, I didn't give them template. I didn't give Mr. Karega any writing or template. It's his own words. And then the second gentleman, he asked me that what it should be about, because nobody has experience in writing letter of recommendation for reinstatement of CPA certificate. It's something new for them. They say, I know that how to write a letter of recommendation for the bank or loans, but I've never done for the CPA. What do you want me to write? I can write all this novel for you that what you did this, you did it, but will that serve the purpose? Can you tell me what it is? So then I asked Mr. Karega that can I share your letter to this gentleman that this is what you wrote? And he said, yeah, sure. So that's what I gave it to him, that this is Mr. Karega has written, and put down whatever in your writing. I think he has done quite a bit on his own, the other gentleman, the one person who I shared the template with. But there might be some overlapping of the wordage. Yeah.
Mr. Rosenbaum?
Yes, I guess going to revisit this idea of what a quality control person would do, but I guess first we'd have to go back to the incident, and I know it shows up in your testimony when you indicated that you were in a state of panic when you were told that the work papers weren't complete and the PCAOB was coming to look at them. At that time, you were not only the head of the firm, but you were also the engagement partner. So on the one hand, I mean, first question is, how did you not know that the work papers were, or how did you not know that the work papers were not complete?
Okay, so that's an error on my part. There were, as any auditor will know, that audit comprised of two sections. First, we call all the checklist audit programs, which is front of the file we call. Checklist audit program management representation letter. That's whole first part of the file. The second part is actually what you did, the audits, where you go to the client, you do the vouching, you do the third party confirmation, you do this, all these things. So as a partner, I did audit of all those documents, work papers. We did not finish the representation letter or the checklist or those kind of things. And that's the reason PCOB, when inspected, although they had a big problem with our documentation, they did not ask us to take back the opinion. They accepted the opinion that it was right opinion, and the opinion is standard. So audit work was done. They never had any objection with that, because usually PCOB, even in the inspection, when they have questions about a lot of quality control things, they want to have auditor rewrite the opinion or redo the audit process. So they did not do. So as far as your question is concerned, yes, I did the audit part. I made sure that it was complete, but I did lack in completing the whole file. And that's what a quality control person will help me in doing that.
Okay, so one of the things that you had mentioned when you were talking about this is that you were then in a panic when the PCOB was coming, and it's even referenced in one or maybe both of the recommendation letters that said, you know, that the decision was made in a panic. But the sort of the problematic behavior here was more than a decision made in a panic. It was a concerted effort to cover up the fact that the work wasn't done, all the way to changing metadata and changing the time clocks and that sort of thing. If you had a full-time quality control person, I mean, wouldn't you be able to marshal them to do what you would want them to do, just like you did the others, and having them help change the audit files?
Totally agreeing with it. And that's the reason.
So how could we, how do you propose that you would be able to, how is that a control then if you're able to manipulate your quality control person?
Okay, so the quality control person basically is responsible for making sure the files are complete within stipulated time. That's one of the quality control person's responsibility. Other responsibility includes the audit is of proper quality. There is no compromise in independence. All those kind of things which are usually a big list that makes sure that audit is properly conducted and file is properly completed. That's part of the audit quality control person's job. Anytime when quality control person feels that a file is not complete or something is wrong, they will either stop issuance of the report or raise it to the partner level, making sure that partner makes sure that files are complete. So that's the role which I used to have. I will make sure that either everything is complete before the audit opinion is issued, or if something is done after the completion, the similar procedure is conducted, like documenting or signing and reason for that, those kind of things. So the quality control person, in short, will have a power to stop audit work and issuance of the report if the work is not finished.
Did this audit not have a concurring partner?
It did have a concurring partner.
Oh, but that process failed.
That process failed, and concurring partner is also charged in this whole process. Yeah. Mr. Deutschman was concurring partner.
I understand. Okay. Thank you. That's all.
Ms. Batchelor, any questions?
Yes, I do have a question. On page 21, in the paragraph that you highlighted, and you led us to that, it states that I agree that I should have never agreed, participated, and allowed this to occur. So when you looking at the word agreed, is that saying that someone else came up with this idea?
No, not really. It's me alone taking responsibility of that. But agreeing means any other suggestion or anything in that period other people were doing, I should not have agreed other person to do that as well, in addition to me not doing it.
But we're only talking about this particular case. So this is the one you agreed to do it, but not, so this word agreed is not relevant in a sense. It means that this was your idea.
Yes, this was my idea, my responsibility.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all my questions.
Ms. Lata, any questions?
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, I do have a question. Mr. Kabani, this is your third petition hearing. I did have the privilege of attending the second hearing, and today you speak about your conduct and your violation differently than you have in the past. What can you offer to give us confidence that your view of your conduct and acceptance of responsibility is genuine and not only spoken in this manner in efforts to have your license reinstated?
Your question is very valid. You know, what will make this person to change? And I can only assure you that what I have learned, based on what I have lost. I had a 200 people firm at one time making $6 million revenue, shut down, just because of this 2 months of violation, what we did. And had we hired a quality control person paying even $100,000 or $200,000, whatever, this would have probably stopped. So that was my part, my decision making, and I realized that what I did do wrong. I should not participate, as I said, agreed or participated in this manner, and I should have more quality controls in my firm. Exactly as PCOB described or charged me, that I should have quality control procedures in place, and we should not have conduct in a violation manner, and we should have told the inspectors, because what happened is that when the inspection takes place, they come and they notice deficiency, and they give you a report. That report gets published. Every firm has that report. If you look at the Big Four firm, there's like a whole book, 200 pages. So people have that deficiency report. It's not something like you get killed by that. So even if you have missed something, you don't try to hide or cover up. You be honest and disclose it. That's the lesson I learned. Everybody is doing it. Why did we panic and try to hide something which we should not have hidden?
Thank you. No further questions.
Ms. Corrigan, any questions?
No questions, thank
Ms. Thompson, any questions?
Yes. So you mentioned that if your license were to be reinstated, in your petition on page 25, that you plan to slowly re-enter the practice with an emphasis in income tax compliance, accounting, advising, consulting, and tax authority related representation services. Mr. Kabani, what is your experience with tax compliance or consulting services before you surrendered your license?
Before?
While you were a CPA, do you have tax compliance or
Yes,
consulting experience?
so our firm used to do tax as well as audit. And I had consulting experience as well, as I just mentioned, that actually helped me in getting into this other business. So I'm pretty well versed in consulting as well as tax. We used to do the tax return of our public clients with the audit committee's approval. And those are all disclosed on the SEC website. So I do have experience of doing fairly complex tax return, because most of our clients were international clients, a lot of them in China, a lot of them in Europe. So consolidation and all those kind of things, I have experience in that.
Okay. Then I'm sure you're probably aware, after the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017, there's been significant change to federal and state tax laws. What have you done in the meantime to keep yourself apprised of this?
I usually try to read the tax rules and procedures. Also, I have a Lessard tax service, which usually update you. Lessard is from the Intuit, a big company, which provides you all the updates on the tax matters. For my own company, I still do my own tax return. I have about 6, 7 companies. I still do all of them, so I'm well versed in doing that. And I get update from Intuit and Lessard as well, the services which provide you updates.
Okay. And then my last question is,
Sure.
You seem to have been very successful as an entrepreneur and with your foundation. Why do you want to re-enter the practice of a CPA, given
Very
your
good
success with
Very
it?
good question. The reason being is that I want to give back to the profession. As I told you, it's not about money. By grace of God, I'm well versed. I'm not doing just to make some extra bucks as a CPA, but I want to give back to the profession which I've done wronged. I wronged it 15 years ago, and then constantly disputing that as well. I want to give back to the profession. I want to do the tax work for the needy people. I want to do mentoring of the people. I am already mentor at Institute of Business Administration, which award the MBA degree through the students. And I want to continue doing that, so the other people who have some kind of problem or some kind of issues, I can guide them and go into the right track to give back to the profession as much as I can.
No other questions.
Thank you. Mr. Lynn, any questions?
Thank you. No questions.
Ms. Ward, any questions?
Yes, I have one question. This is my second time also meeting you. Congratulations on your, I won't say volunteer, but your entrepreneur for taking care of other people, the children in another country.
Thank you.
My question is, you have made the comment that the courses you have taken, the ethics and the updates and review, that you had taken those classes just recently, I guess a year ago or so, and you want to take them again just to keep yourself abreast and review, do you plan on taking those courses every year, although they're not required, just to make sure you stay up on it and things change and you don't realize it's changed within a couple of years?
Right. Yes. So I plan to do that to keep appraised myself of a CPA audits. What is audit is required for the CPAs, and accounting, what is an accounting world is going on. There were a lot of new changes in believe me, there were 600 pages in this course for just 1 year changes. The one which I did last year to this year, there were 600-page changes, which I had to go through and read it. So many changes happen every year, and if you are not up to the task, you get into the same problem as I went 15 years ago.
Mr. Durkar, any follow-up questions?
No, Your Honor.
Any follow-up questions from any board members? All right, seeing none. Mr. Kabani, do you have any additional evidence you'd like to offer?
I don't have any additional evidence. I just want this board to consider, although it's a big thing to ask, your forgiveness and your the opportunity to allow me to get my license back, and I understand that. However, I want to assure the board that this confidence in me will not be wasted, and I have learned my lesson, and I want to be part of this society and serve the community and give back to this community and profession whatever capacity I can. I have few years left in my professional career. I'm already over 60, but I have a few years left. I can do that.
All right, thank you. Mr. Durkar, do you have any closing remarks you'd like to offer?
Closing argument? Yes. Yes. The board should still be concerned that dishonesty was at the core of Mr. Kabani's misconduct. And the passage of time since 2008 would be significantly mitigating if there had been contrition during that period of time. But instead, Mr. Kabani, as he now admits, waged about a 10-year-long legal campaign to try to deny responsibility for what he had done. And there appears to be greater contrition at this hearing today than in past years when he appeared before this board. But he still started from the perspective that his misconduct was limited to the slip-up in 2008. And he used some of that language about participation when what it really was leading and spearheading the misconduct. And he does admit that, but that wasn't the way that he described it, and he had to kind of be led there to acknowledge that. Rehabilitation generally doesn't begin until one admits the extent of their wrongdoing. It's worrisome that his new reference letters describe the misconduct, but they describe it as a mistake made in a panic, which would tend to indicate that that was how he described his misconduct to his friends and did so recently in that manner, that he is still minimizing his misconduct. I note those factors for public concern. I would add that if this board does decide to grant the petition by giving Mr. Kabani a probationary license, that an attest restriction would provide a considerable measure of public protection. I'll also note that alternatively, Business and Professions Code Section 5115 allows this board to deny this petition for a greater period than 1 year. If you do deny it and you don't want him back in another year, you can deny it for a period of up to 3 years. So that the fourth petition wouldn't just be in another year. But those are my remarks, and thank you for hearing them.
Thank you, Mr. Durkar. Mr. Kabani, would you like to make any closing remarks?
Yes. So one of the things is that the letter of recommendation described this panic. These were people who were there, who saw me when this whole situation by the PCAB happened, when they first discovered. Mr. Raul Correga was there. The other gentleman was there. They were part of our firm. So they know what we were doing and what happened. they have seen what PCOB and what I have done. So they know actually the situation. It's not that I'm leading them to say that this we did in panic. What else can you say for a person with 28 years of experience doing a nice CPA firm, running a nice CPA firm, and in 2 months period of that 28 years, he decided to go astray. And I wanted to tell Mr. Durkar that trust me and the board that this is the only incident ever happened for these 3 clients. And board itself has said in an order that this happened when the board's inspector informed me that they are coming for the inspection. So in 2 months period, something happened. How you can describe? Maybe my English is not that good, but that's the word I can come up with is a panic, lack of integrity, maybe lack of character, lack of leadership. All this comes in together. But I don't want to stay away or shy away from taking responsibility. As I have said in this petition as well as in this hearing numerous times, that it's not just the leadership which I am taking responsibility. I'm taking responsibility of everything. The reason leadership is that's one of the things PCOB told me in their order, that your supervisory leadership lacked. That's one of the 3 charges. So I kept describing it that yes, along with that other matters, that was also an issue. So I'm basically acknowledging this all 3 aspects. I had just looked into the internet at the PCOB side and looked at some other cases like this, that if some other firms had chance to rehabilitate and how they will be successful, and so I can repeat the motto. There have been firms which have PCOB found similar audit documentation issues, larger firm, fairly large firm. One of the big 4 from KPMG, where it's a public, so I can give the name, where they paid money to the PCOB staff to get the knowledge about which clients are to be inspected and then alter the work papers. KPMG was never sanctioned for 1 day, which is fine, which is a big firm. I don't have any problem. But I'm just trying to say that still they came up with a solution. They put more quality control procedures in place, and it's running successfully. Similar thing happened with Deloitte. There's a firm in California called Haskell & White. PCOB came up with a lot of issues with audit documentations in their report. That firm was not banned, but they have put in place good procedure now that it never happened again. So given opportunity, I can do the same. I just want one chance in life. I made a mistake. Mr. Durkar very rightly said that it's not just a matter of 2 months. After PCAOB's decision in, I think, 2013 or 14, we went until 2017. That was the final decision in 2017. After that, we have not fought with anybody. So for 3, 4 years or 5 years, yes, I contested, and we were in denial. That's true. And I am ashamed of that. I accept this. This is wrong. We should have accepted it right away. It would have saved me money because I ended up paying a lot of money to attorneys for nothing, basically, and wasting time and getting a bad record. So after all this, I have learned my lesson. That's what I just wanted this board to understand, that I have learned my lesson. I am willing to put my life together back again as a CPA. And I understand that I'm making a significant request to the board to have a faith on me. And I just wanted to tell board that I think I have rehabilitated now. I think I can fulfill the trust if you place on me as a CPA, and I'm willing to work hard and do and remedy whatever I've done wrong in the past.
All right, thank you very much. In a moment, I'm going to ask whether the matter is submitted By that, I mean, are you satisfied you've had a full opportunity to present all evidence and make all argument on your behalf? Mr. Durkar, from your office, is the matter submitted?
Yes.
And Mr. Kabani, for you, is the matter submitted?
Yes.
All right, the matter is considered submitted. I do need to correct the OAH case number that I read. When we swapped orders, it caused me to read the wrong case number. The OAH case number on this matter is 2023-100209. With that, the matter is submitted, the case is closed, and we are off the record.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Barnard, is a 5-minute break appropriate for you? All right, we'll come back at 4:10, please. Thank you. Thank you. I assume you're Mr. Zhu? All right. Good afternoon. We're not on the record yet. I just want to confirm you heard my instructions on the previous two petitions and you sat through them, so you have some idea of how this goes, correct?
Yes, I do.
All right. Will you have any additional witnesses today?
No.
Will you have any additional documents beyond what was in the petition packet itself?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have those documents with you presently?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have enough for Mr. Dakar and the board members?
I have 8 copies.
Okay.
So,
can you distribute those?
thank you. I will.
Can you do that now? The board members need to see whatever you're going to have, so.
Okay. This is a responding exhibit 1.
Okay.
In the pink packet, there is a page number PSJ PET 074 is missing.
Okay.
So I would like to have it included in your pink packet.
Okay. I do see page 74 is not in the packet that I have, so you can go ahead and distribute that.
Okay.
Do you have, well, just hang on. Do you have other pages as well?
I have 8 copies.
Okay.
So I would like to share that.
Okay.
Okay.
Apart from page 74, do you have other documents that you want to introduce?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe those?
Okay. I have, okay, before I move on, also I want to point out that the PSJ petition number 104 and 106 are missing. That these are my list of CP courses that I've taken every year, in which I've taken courses about 200 hours per 2 years. Those 2 sheets missing are the list of classes that I've taken. However, the total numbers are already included in other sheets. So those 2 sheets are not much relevant because other sheets include total sheets. So I'd like to accept the exhibit without those 2 sheets.
Okay.
So I didn't bring those.
Okay, that's fine. We're not on the record yet, and so we'll cover this on the record as well. But while we're off the record, let's just get an inventory of all of the documents that you want to add or amend to the petition packet.
Sure, fine. Thank you. Okay, then I have other exhibit I want to present. These are 2 reports from the outside EQCR monitoring CPA. She has reviewed my
you don't need to get into detail. You've got an additional report. You have 8 copies of that as well?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else?
I think that's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Can you give all of the copies to Mr. Dakar, and then I'll have Mr. Dakar distribute them. And I'll have to defer to staff or President Salazar. Do we need to have staff make additional copies?
Staff can make.
Okay, let's have that done. We'll need, I think we need a total of 11 plus yours. So we'll need 12 total. All right, so actually, rather than sharing, what I'd like to ask staff, if I can impose, can you make enough copies so that there are 12 total? And we can proceed in the interest of time while you're doing that. And then I would just ask that once those are made, you discreetly distribute those to the board members so they'll have a chance to review them during the hearing. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, as I understand it, staff is making some additional copies so that all board members will have the new Exhibit A and a copy of page 74. Are you now through with distributing those additional exhibits? Yes, one more. There's one more, okay. Mr. Zhu, have you now given all the documents that you'll need copied to staff?
Yes, I think so.
All right. Mr. Dakar, is there any reason we can't just get started now in the interest of time?
That's a good idea.
If you need a moment to discuss something, it's fine. All right.
No.
All right. Mr. Barnard, are you ready to go on the record? And Mr. Zhu, are you ready to go on the record?
Yes.
All right. It appears our board is ready to go on the record. All right. We are on the record in the petition for reduction of penalty and reinstatement of the restricted area of practice of Paul S. Jew and Paul S. Jew CPA ACCT Corp. This is being heard before the California Board of Accountancy. It is case number A as in Alpha, C as in Charlie, 2021-30. My name is Sean Gavin. I'm the administrative law judge assigned from the Office of Administrative Hearings to preside over this case. The OAH case number on this matter is 2023-081018. May I take the appearances of the parties, starting with counsel?
Ted Durkar, Deputy Attorney General for the People.
Thank you. And for petitioner?
Paul Jew, P-A-U-L-J-O-O.
Thank you, sir. And you are appearing today without the assistance of an attorney, is that right?
Yes.
All right. Let me briefly take a roll call of our board members as well to establish a quorum. President Salazar?
Present.
Vice President Tu?
Present.
Mr. Rosenbaum? Here. Ms. Batchelor?
Here.
Ms. Corrigan?
Present.
Ms. Hines? Mr. Jacobson? Ms. Latta?
Present.
Mr. Lynn?
Here.
Mr. Pei? Ms. Thompson?
Present.
Ms. Ward?
Here.
The members present to constitute a quorum. Mr. Jew, you heard my explanation of the hearing procedures. before we went on the record. I will not repeat that entire process now, but I will summarize it so your record is complete. In a moment, I'll invite Mr. Durkar to present the petition packet and a brief overview of the license and disciplinary history. After that, you'll have a chance to present additional evidence. You can testify on your own behalf, you can call additional witnesses, and you can present additional documents. I understand you will have some additional documents. You've already distributed some of those to some of the board members, and staff is presently making additional copies. We'll make sure all board members have a copy of that before board members have a chance to question you. After you've testified, I'll give first Mr. Durkar and then each board member a chance to ask you any questions they might have. After you've presented all of your evidence, the parties will have an opportunity to make a brief closing argument during which you can summarize what you think the evidence showed and suggest what outcome should happen as a result. As we move forward in the process, if you have any questions about the procedure, I invite you to ask them. Do you have any questions presently?
No.
Mr. Durkar, is there anything to address before we move forward?
No.
All right, then you can proceed as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. These petitioners, Mr. Ju and his corporate accounting firm, seek to end their license probation to reinstate Mr. Ju's ability to perform test engagements, and the petitioners ask to be relieved of their obligation to pay the remaining costs of about $8,300. The petitioners are just 15 months into a 3-year probation. Mr. Ju has the burden to prove by clear and convincing evidence that he's rehabilitated and that this board's prior penalty determination should be modified. The board members and petitioner have been provided with a copy of the same packet of documents totaling 181 pages. They've been marked PSJ-PET with sequential numbers. The petition and its exhibits in support of the petition are at pages 9 to 119. And there's a supplemental petition narrative at pages 120 to 124. I would like to mark the whole 181-page petition packet as Exhibit 1 and have it admitted into evidence.
I do want to note that two things. First is that it appears the supplemental memorandum is included as well at page 182. Is it your intention to mark that as part of Exhibit 1 or as a separate exhibit?
Thank you. Well, yeah, let's include that in the same petition packet.
Okay.
I overlooked that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The second thing that I want to address is that before we went on the record, Mr. Ju pointed out that page 74 of the petition packet was missing, and he provided a copy of what he purports is page 74. First, Mr. Durkar, I want to confirm you received a copy of that page and have had a chance to review it.
Yes, I have.
Any objection to including that in the petition packet in its rightful place?
No objection.
Mr. Ju also pointed out that pages 104 and 106 are missing, but Mr. Ju, you notified us that those pages consist of a summary of some continuing education hours you took, but you noted that the total hours that are listed elsewhere in the petition are accurate. As a result, you've indicated you don't believe it's necessary to ensure that pages 104 and 106 are included in the packet, but I did want to note for the record that you had raised that before we went on the hearing. My question for you is, A, do you believe my summary is accurate? And B, is it true that you want to move forward without including pages 104 and 106?
Both A and B are correct. I would like to proceed without those 104 and 106.
Okay. Considering that page 74 will be included, do you object to Exhibit 1 being considered by the board when it decides your petition?
What is Exhibit 1?
Exhibit 1 is the petition packet, pages 1 through 182.
I accept.
Okay. Exhibit 1 is admitted. You can proceed, Mr. Durkar.
Thank you. I'll now provide a summary of the case. Mr. Ju received his CPA certificate in 1996. He obtained the corporate certificate in 2006. Mr. Ju is the 100% shareholder of the corporate licensee. Turning now to the nature of the underlying discipline. It arose from a complaint by a nonprofit audit client. That client alleged that Mr. Ju and his firm were incompetent in their performance of an audit for the year ended December 31st, 2017, and that the firm falsely represented that an employee was a CPA when that person was in fact unlicensed. A CBA investigation confirmed a number of violations, including extreme departures from the standard of care in that nonprofit entity audit. I'll read from paragraph 18 of the accusation, which is at pages 144 to 145 of the packet. The performance of the audit engagement failed to conform to standards including GAS, GAGAS, and CDSS requirements. I'll quickly give you definitions for people like me who aren't in the accounting field. The GAAS is Generally Accepted Auditing Standards. GAGAS, G-A-G-A-S, is Generally Accepted Government Auditing Standards, also known as the Yellow Book. And CDSS is California Department of Social Services. Its standards apply when a client is involved in providing foster care. Going back to paragraph 18, the audit lacked appropriate audit evidence to support either the financial statements or the opinion rendered thereon. Respondent firm did not have the necessary skills, knowledge, or the required continuing professional education to perform a Yellow Book audit under GAGAS, and respondent subordinated their judgment due to extensive pressure from the client. As detailed in paragraph 19 of the accusation, Mr. Ju and his firm allowed an employee to represent or presented an employee as a CPA on business cards and on the firm's website, despite notification from the CBA and representations from Mr. Ju that that would stop. As of the time of the CBA's investigation in response to the client complaint, the firm's website still listed employees as CPAs who had no license with the CBA. Also, the firm failed to obtain required peer review because it didn't disclose this nonprofit engagement, this Yellow Book engagement, to its peer reviewer. That's detailed at pages 153 to 154 in your packet. That's within the accusation. Mr. Ju and the firm were charged with 7 causes for discipline: gross and repeated acts of negligence, failure to obtain sufficient audit evidence, report failing to conform to professional standards, failure to comply with professional standards, failure to comply with peer review responsibilities, false or misleading statements, and false or misleading advertising. Turning now to Mr. Ju and his corporation's petition, at page 12, in response to the standard question about the reason for the discipline, Mr. Ju writes that he does not agree with all the allegations in the accusation, but he decided not to contest the allegations. At pages 12 to 13, Mr. Ju lists 6 reasons why he believes the petition should be granted. First, he claims full compliance with the terms of probation. However, I will go over some documentation which appears to show that this is not the case. Second, he says that the firm received pass ratings and 3 system peer reviews over the last 9 years. But as detailed in the accusation, one of petitioner's violations was the failure to disclose his firm's Yellow Book audit to the firm's peer reviewer. Third, Mr. Ju notes that he has kept up with continuing education requirements. Fourth, Mr. Ju points to his letters of recommendation, and those are at pages 65 to 69 of your packet. The first is a short letter from CPA Michelle Suchan, I may not be saying her name correctly, who has 12 years of experience as a peer reviewer. She writes that she knows Mr. Ju because his firm has paid her for annual inspections as part of monitoring, which isn't required, monitoring apparently to focus on the quality of the firm's work. The second letter is from a dentist client who is very pleased with Mr. Ju and his firm's tax services. The third letter is from CPA Justin O, who got to know Mr. Ju well in 2021 when Mr. O became president of the Korean American CPA Society of Southern California, in which Mr. Ju is active. He praises Mr. Ju's work as seminar director, providing CE courses to the members. He says Mr. Ju is bilingual and provides valuable service to the Korean American community. At pages 80 to 82 of your packet, there are pictures of plaques from the Korean American CPA Society thanking him for his service as seminar director for the years spanning 2018 to 2021. The last letter of recommendation is from the controller of a corporate client, Meridian Management Services. The author says that for the last 5 years, Mr. Ju has done their taxes, audits, and review for various companies under their umbrella. She praises his work and dedication to helping their companies be successful. None of these letters reflect knowledge or reference his misconduct, his discipline, or the pending petition. They also don't describe any rehabilitation. They just provide praise of his skills and his work, and in the case of the consultant that she's providing review to help improve the quality of his firm. Let's see, the fifth reason Mr. Ju provides in support of his petition is community service that he's done, including mentoring CPAs in the Korean American CPA organization. He touts his involvement as a guest speaker at town hall meetings and appearance on the radio as a tax expert, which may be more like marketing, but he lists that. And sixth, he claims that he enjoys being a CPA. He doesn't plan to retire soon. He takes pride in serving his clients, and he would like to serve them without restriction on the scope of services that he provides. At pages 123 to 124 in his supplemental filing, Mr. Ju adds further rationale for why his petition should be granted. He blames the client for the failed audit, saying that the client was demanding, made unreasonable requests, threatening phone calls, and threatened to file a complaint against his firm if they didn't finish the engagement as desired. If I understand Mr. Ju's supplemental filing correctly, he claims that he let that client dictate how the audit was done, and Mr. Ju knew it was wrong, but he accommodated this client out of fear of retaliation. He says his mistake was not dropping the client and refunding the retainer, quote, as soon as his demands became unreasonable and were not supported by state regulations, unquote. He says this was an isolated incident that he'd never encountered, and in the future he would drop such a client. He concedes that he underestimated the difficulty of Yellow Book work and says his firm would deal with this in the future by not taking any attest client that needs services under the government auditing standards. He claims that he is competent in generally accepted accounting standards, auditing standards, by virtue of his extensive CPE classes, and he lists 3 specific steps taken to improve quality in their work, in the firm's work. And I should give that verbatim. That's at page 124 of the materials. First, my firm has taken extra cautious due diligence steps before accepting new attestation clients. Second, my firm has adopted in-house mandatory policy that all attestation work staff must fulfill 40 hours of CPE annually, including 24 hours of accounting and audit subjects. Third, every attestation work papers have been reviewed by a consulting CPA as part of satisfying the EQ-CR requirement before the reports have been issued to clients. Then, as to terms of his probation, Mr. Ju has paid the $5,000 administrative penalty that was imposed against him. He's paid that in full. He has paid half of the costs. There were $16,664 in costs, and he asked to be relieved of the remainder, which is about half of that, about $8,300. At pages 122 to 123, Mr. Ju explains the rationale for why he and his firm should be excused from further cost payments, and that rationale is financial hardship. No documentation is presented, but Mr. Ju provides a narrative. He claims he lost a lot of attest business, which had been 25% of the firm's work. However, we will cover documentation, which shows that Mr. Ju and his firm continued to perform at least some attest engagements. Mr. Ju claims some CPAs left his firm because of the probation, and he also mentions inflation, COVID, and various consulting and training costs that the firm incurs. He says that forgiveness of costs would put his firm on solid financial footing and allow him to provide or offer additional staff training. Mr. Ju says the firm now has a policy that requires all staff who work on attest engagements to take 24 hours of audit and accounting education hours per year. Let's see, he points to his community involvement as a Lions Club president, and 2 published articles, one in 2022 and one in 2023 about tax issues related to divorce. As for his intended practice, the letter in support of his petition says that he would like to provide audit, review, and compilation services, but says he will not take clients who have received government funding that needs attest work. Mr. Ju's, let's see, I already covered that, the letters of recommendation. And then turning now to some issues about conduct during probation. Mr. Ju and his firm have been on probation just a little over a year. That probation began effective August 29th, 2022. As detailed in the supplemental memo, which is page 182, there is cause to be concerned that Mr. Ju and his firm have not complied with the terms of their probation. Condition 12 of probation stated that Mr. Ju is prohibited from performing any attest engagements. The 6th condition of probation states that he and his firm are subject to investigation by CBA during probation. And condition 18 provides that if the firm takes on any attest engagements, it would submit a listing of those engagements in its quarterly reports, and that it would submit the work papers for those engagements to CBA upon request. Now, this could be confusing. So he has an attest restriction, but his firm does not. So it's possible for the firm to take on attest engagements. In response to a CBA request for documentation about the attest work, Mr. Ju produced his audit engagement letters. The first is dated October 21st, 2022. That's at page 160 of the materials. About 2 months into probation is when that was, because his probation started August 29th, 2022. It listed Mr. Ju as the engagement partner, supervisor of the engagement, and the person who would sign the report. The second engagement letter is for the same client, and it's dated the same. It's an amended version of that first engagement letter. It still lists Mr. Ju as the engagement partner, but it lists a different employee, Frank Rawson, as the person responsible for supervising the engagement and signing the report. But unfortunately, his license at that time had been expired since 2020. Mr. Rawson was not licensed at that time. That document, that engagement letter starts at page 167 of your materials. And then neither of those letters disclosed, as required by Board Rule 50.1, that Mr. Ju's firm has no A license owner. That is a required disclosure if a firm without A license owners takes on an attest engagement. A third engagement letter for a different client and dated about 6 months later, April 27th, 2023, that starts at page 174 of your materials. It listed Mr. Rawson as the engagement principal and that he would be responsible for signing the report or authorizing someone else to. This letter also, it did disclose that the firm has no owner who is authorized to sign reports. And then that page 182 that I referenced before, that is a memo from staff that just was released yesterday, reporting that 2 deficiencies were found in that last engagement letter dated April 27th, and those deficiencies may constitute negligent acts. That concludes my summary of the case, and I will have some questions for Mr. Ju once he is done.
Thank you, Mr. Durkar. Mr. Ju, this is your opportunity to present evidence. If you'd like to testify on your own behalf, I'll need to swear you in, so please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you'll give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right. I understand you have some additional documents that you want to offer. I have, and I don't know if every board member has it yet, but a copy of an October 19, 2023 letter from Michelle Suchan, as well as well, it looks like 2 letters dated the same. They have the same date and the same author, but they appear different. So when you testify, you're welcome to talk about those, but I do want to make sure first that all board members have those. So if you're a board member and you don't have a copy of those pages, raise your hand. Okay. Let's briefly go off the record. All right, let's make sure we get our board members those 2 letters.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So this would be for people who have nothing.
Who have nothing. That would be for people who have something, I guess, like I don't know what.
This stack is for people that didn't get into the document the first time.
Okay. Hard to say.
Okay. Some people have that. Yes. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay.
Let me just confirm before we go back on the record. It appears now there are 4 exhibits. There's the first letter from Ms. Sushan dated October 19. Then there's a second different letter from the same person on the same date. So those will be the first 2. The third appears to be a 1-page document summarizing some peer review information. And then there appears to be another document that consists of some photographs of a peer review binder, as well as an information request checklist. However, and then some spreadsheets. That 4th document has some handwriting on the bottom, Respondent Exhibit 4, and then 2 pages that are not labeled, at least on my copy. I imagine they say 4-1 and 4-2, and then 4-3, 4-4, and 4-5, but then there's a break until 4-10 through 13. So I just want to be clear, are 4-6 through 9 missing accidentally or intentionally?
Intentionally.
Okay. All right. Do all board members have copies of all of those exhibits that I identified? Okay, terrific. And Mr. Durkar, you have a copy as well?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Barnard, are you ready to go back on? All right, we are back on the record. I summarized this a moment ago while we were off the record, but I will now summarize it on the record. You have submitted 4 additional exhibits, Mr. Ju. The first is a letter dated October 19, 2023, signed by Ms. Michelle Sushan. The second is a separate letter with the same date submitted by the same person. The third one is a 1-page document that summarizes some peer review information. And then the fourth one is a series of pages that consist of some photographs, an information request checklist, some additional peer review information, and then some pages from a spreadsheet and some pages identified as a response letter to CBA and CBA complaint letter dated November 6, 2018, although each of those last 2 pages doesn't have any content besides those titles. I will also note that some of the pages bear handwritten notes on the bottom with sequential page numbers that are incomplete, specifically pages 4-6 through 4-9 are not included. And while we were off the record, Mr. Ju, you notified me that those omissions are intentional. Let me just confirm that my summary is accurate.
Accurate.
Okay. So what we'll do is we're going to mark the first letter from Ms. Sushan as Exhibit A, and there are a number of client names on both this one and the next one. My intention would be to redact those client names. Let me just check with the parties if they object to that. Mr. Ju, do you object?
No, I do not.
Mr. Durkar?
No.
All right. I will administratively apply those redactions. I'm trying to figure out how to identify this Exhibit A. It's the one that, for the reporting period of April 1 through June 30. Mr. Durkar, that's Exhibit A. Do you object to that being admitted?
This is the first October 19, 2023 letter?
Yes, for the reporting period of April 1 through June 30.
No objection.
All right. Exhibit A is admitted. Exhibit B is a letter also dated October 19, signed by Ms. Sushan for the reporting period of July 1 through September 30, subject to redacting the client names. Mr. Durkar, do you object to Exhibit B?
Well, I do, in that The letter is from her to the California Board of Accountancy, and this isn't coming from the California Board of Accountancy. I noticed that now with respect to A, and so I suppose I'd just like Mr. Ju's testimony to explain the authenticity of this letter.
Okay, so we'll hold off on admitting A or B until Mr. Ju has had a chance to testify. In fact, for C and D, we'll do the same thing. We'll let Mr. Ju testify first. Mr. Ju, as you testify, you can explain what these documents are, where they come from, why you're submitting them, et cetera, and you can also explain anything else you'd like the board to know when deciding your petition. You can begin whenever you're ready.
May I start with opening statement?
There's no need for an opening statement. We know why you're here, and so simply your testimony is all we'll need.
Okay. All right. Okay, let's go to, I would like to go to peer review reporting.
Okay.
That last 9 years, I went through 3 peer reporting. That peer review year ends, one is February 2016, and February 2019, and February 2022. So all 3 report 9 years, I receive a pass rating without deficiencies. The matter in question is the complainant fiscal year ends, that is December 31st, 2017, and December 31st, 2016, fell out of peer review scope. So therefore, in my peer review ending February 28, 2019, did not include those periods to be included for peer review selections. So in your, however, I did included all the CBA investigative testimonies, emails, and the matter of the nature in something called peer review packet. So what you receive in the packet is, this is the actual peer review package that I prepared for the presentation of peer review arrival. This is for, so I took a picture and show you the checklist that I made, that even though the selection client list should not be included in the peer review end for that period. However, in the tab 14, 15, 16, I did include the letters, memos, email that I exchanged with the CBA, the nature of the complaint investigation. So I did disclose that.
All right, let me just interrupt for a moment. The record should reflect that you're holding and displaying what appears to be a large 3-ring binder that's pink with a number of pages in it. I just want the record to be clear, because anyone reading the transcript will see that you said this and not know what you were referring to. So now they'll know. You can proceed.
Yes, sir. So during my initial CBA accusation, that I did not vigorously contest their allegation. Some of them were true, some of them were not. I did not want to waste my money on a legal battle to have my case being heard in the court. Instead, without due process, I accepted the stipulated settlement by the CBA. So one of the allegations that I'm opposing is the peer review matter that I did not disclose. That's not true. I disclosed every matter. The complaint was made by the client, and I disclosed it to peer review, and I received a peer review pass rating. So the CBA initial allegation is wrong. Then I would like to go to the Michelle Suchan letter that during the probationary period, I was under monitoring practice supervision. That person is Michelle Suchan, who helped me last 8 years through 2015. She has been EQCR, monitoring CPA, even before I was on probation, that I sought her service to do a lot of quality check on my attestation work that I provided. So Michelle Suchan accepted my request to be a monitoring CPA who is reviewing all the attestation work that our firm provided all the time, and she has prepared those summary of quarterly report, in which this is a copy of the report, but however, she emailed this report to one of the CBA officer, who I can identify as Tyler Whiffley. It went to his email. I didn't bring his email as an evidence, but this is the actual letter contained in that letter. So the letter is authentic. In that two letter, which we consider the letter as Exhibit A and B, is authentic. The 6 attestation work I did, including audits and compilation and review, audits and compilation, did provide meeting compliance with the standard. In relation to the letter of the recommendation, that those 5 or 6 letters, those individuals know that I'm in probation with the CBA, that I personally being restricted to provide a rendering opinion on their audited statement. So they are aware of the probationary monitoring stage, and they are willing to write letters on behalf of my presentation. And then going to petition page 60. PET 157 through PET 168 and 172, PET 157 through PET 175. There are 2 audits that our firm accepted. Okay. The P57 on the time of October 2022. My firm, after my firm and my personal license become operation after August 2022, I personally went through a very difficult time, losing some of the CPA candidate, and I'm a sole owner. I had my longtime officer who I've been working with me about 16 or 17 years. His name is Mr. Rossen. That his license was inactive, and we apply his active license on about October 2022. His license become fully licensed March 2023. During those periods, our firm did accept the engagement letter on the name of the firm. However, until Mr. Rossen fully licensed until after March 2023, we have not begun any attestation work. As a reminder that my firm and myself are on probationary period. However, the respondent Jew, who is me, were restricted involved in providing attestation work. But my firm is allowed to engage, accepting attestation work. We accept to do attestation work, but until such time Mr. Rossen is fully licensed after March 2023, we have not begun much planning or attestation work until he's fully licensed. Okay, as far as the requirement about Okay, regarding the California Code, Section 50.1, that during the time I was take on probation on or about August 2022, I was not aware of this Title Section 51.1 requirement that is about advertising and informing the client. I had a legal counsel who helped me to communicate with the CBA staff through the stipulated settlement process, which I did not contest. And also, I was not advised of any laws affecting corrective action, any violation that occurred. I would have expected to be included as part of the stipulated settlement. Upon being advised of this requirement recently, I have placed an announcement on the company's website and engagement letters for audits undertaken during the probationary period were amended, forwarded to the client for signature with an explanation of the additional notification. It was certainly not my intent to fail to comply. I simply was not aware of the requirement and moved swiftly to rectify the error. That's all I have without an opening statement.
All right, I know you've characterized it as an opening statement, but that was testimony, so it has evidentiary value. Is there any other testimony you'd like to offer?
That's it for now until Mr. Drucker asks me a question.
Okay, Mr. Drucker?
Yes. Mr. Ju, how many employees are there at your firm?
6.
Are any of them CPAs?
Yes.
How many?
Including myself, there is one person who's licensed under Montana. There is one more person who passed the CPA exam, not licensed yet.
So you are the only California licensed CPA at your firm?
No. I am the one person who's licensed, and the other person, Mr. Rawson, is licensed as a CPA. All the attestant work that we are on trial done by personally, finished by Mr. Rawson, and reviewed by monitoring CPA, Michelle Suchen.
Mr. Ju, I'm sorry to interrupt. The question was how many employees of your firm are licensed CPAs in California? Can you answer that question, please?
1.
And is that you?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Drucker.
Have you stopped marketing non-CPA employees as CPAs?
We have stopped marketing. I'm not sure the word marketing. That was not intent to market. In our current website, the only CPA that I'm listing in California is one. That is me. And other person who is a CPA, and she's certified licensed in Montana.
Is that person listed as a CPA on your website?
I don't recall, but I do remember she passed the exam. She passed the CPA exam, and we listed that she's licensed in Montana.
Can you articulate for the board why there would be a concern about an accounting firm that publicly lists personnel as CPAs on website and business cards when they aren't licensed as CPAs in the state?
Truthfully, I did not know until the probationary period kicks in. So after probation, I became aware that there are many laws out there that I need to adhere. I was focusing myself helping clients, meeting their deadline, finishing their project. So, because I was not trained in the law, that I didn't know much about there's law that are behind practicing as a CPA.
Can you explain for us why there would be a public protection concern about marketing persons as CPAs when they aren't licensed in this state?
Yes, I do agree that main purpose of the CBA, California Board of Accountancy, is to protect public trust and ensure the fiduciary role. I'm aware of it, so that's why the marketing that is not true and showing untruthful information is very wrong. I'm aware of that.
You said that you dispute the allegation that you failed to disclose the Yellow Book audit to your peer reviewer. But do you admit the allegations and the accusation about that the mistakes, oversights, and failures to comply with professional standards in the Yellow Book audit?
Yes, I did. That's why I passed the exhibit that there's a discussion in the packet. I took some photographs to show it to you. I did discuss that allegation and shortfall with my peer reviewer at the time.
All right, and I have a question for you about Exhibit C. It lists 3 different peer review periods, and it says the second peer review period, you have some bullet points there. It says BFC complainer, year end December 31st, 2017, and then a second bullet point, same thing, 2016. Are these the two, is this the Yellow Book work that got you into, that got you disciplined?
Yes.
And you're claiming that you disclosed these Yellow Book audits to the peer reviewer?
Yes.
Are you claiming that the peer reviewer reviewed those Yellow Book audits?
I'm claiming that for that peer review reporting does not include the work I did for the work of 16 and 17. Even though I disclosed the matter and the nature of that allegation and complaint, peer reviewer did not have to select those clients that happened a year before.
So those engagements weren't the subject of the review?
Correct.
Shortly after your attest restriction started, when you went on probation, why did you issue an audit engagement letter that listed you as the engagement partner and CPA who would sign the audit?
I don't think I said that. Are you talking about the engagement letter?
Yes.
Can you show me the exhibit or PET, which?
Look at PET page 160. And it's the second paragraph under the heading Engagement Administration, Fees, and Other.
Okay, that I already said that. I made a mistake. That on the time of probation kicks in, August 2022, during the time, September and October, I was trying to have Mr. Rossen fully licensed, which happened in the March of 2023. My firm is fully licensed to accept attestation work. It doesn't mean that we are going to do the work. There's nobody who will do the work, can do the work. So that's why we held it until such time Mr. Rossen is fully licensed. So we accept the work, the firm accept the work, but we haven't done anything until Mr. Rossen is fully licensed.
I guess I don't understand why, when you had an attest restriction, did you list yourself here on page 160 as the engagement partner and individual that would sign?
So that's why I revisited this engagement letter. There is a second revision for this company that I request, and I notify there's an error, and I asked the client to inform the matter, and the client was willing to re-sign it. So there is a second revision, which the 164 and 168 throughout. So in that new revision, it shows a correct information that is being sent out to the client. Again, it's not my nature forgot to comply or missed to comply. I just didn't know it. I had a lawyer who helped me out through the stipulated process, but he didn't do a good job. I was not aware of any laws. That's why I'm here alone, to testify myself that many of the allegations in the probationary period that I did not agree. I don't want to fight for it. So here in the courtroom, that I want to present myself. This is what I did. This is what I want to do, and this is what I do to clean myself and improve myself, improve my firm.
With regard to the staff memo, page 182, it lists two oversights in your August 27th, 2023 engagement letter. Do you agree that those are oversights on your part?
I agree, but I need to advise you, if you let me advise. I am personally being restricted working on the audit. So this kind of overlook, I could not have a chance to catching it. I was relying on my officer, Mr. Rossen, and Michelle Su-chan to catch it for me so that this kind of omission will not happen again.
Since losing the ability to perform attest engagements yourself, have you done anything to increase your knowledge and competency in that area of practice?
I have not done anything extraordinary. I've been taking at least 100 hours a year, about 200 hours per 2-year license period. What I did was increase the accounting and auditing hours portion that I increased it. That's what I have been done personally, and what I also have been done is to increase and ordering my staff who's on attestation project, that regardless their licensure status, they are taking 40 hours CP hours, including 24 hours ANA. And then I have lost about 15 pounds to get myself fit, think more accurately, to get more focused, to be a better manager. Now, since he asked me the good question, so I'm thinking also that the AICPA sixth element of quality control shows one is a client enhancement. I'm sorry, client acceptance. So during the probationary period, I first seeking with Michelle Su-chan, who is a monitoring supervisor, that first to ask her if this is a client that you're willing to accept and review the work papers before I accept the client, as a client who we could do the engagement, the attestation engagement work. During the probationary period, I have not accepted I have not accepted any new client until Mr. Watson and Mr. Suchan is willing to accept the client as a new client.
Those are all the questions I have. Thank you, Mr. Durkar. I'll now see if the board members have questions, starting with President Salazar.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that testimony. Can you share what has changed in your processes since 2022 regarding your abilities, because you have asked for your own license to be reinstated. So I'm asking specifically regarding to your ability structurally. What has changed within your preparation and your organization that would allow you to perform attest engagements that are in compliance with applicable standards?
Okay. Okay, as I already explained that we do have a weekly staff meeting. So in the weekly staff meeting, my staff knows I'm on probation, that I'm restricted to performing certain attestation work. So I brought the awareness of the keeping the license and keeping fiduciary duty to the public, okay, through the weekly meeting. There is also every attestation employee who's working on attestation work, they are mandatory to take 40 hours CP hours, including 24 hours. In order for us to accept new clients, I go through due process with my officer, Mr. Watson, and Michelle Suchan. And then every year, we do, among my staff, we do go through AICPA, the quality control standard book to go over every year to make sure that our all staff understand this is the quality that we need to produce.
Okay, thank you. Something you stated in your testimony, I believe I heard you say that you do not accept engagements until your monitor, the acronym's eluding me, EQCR signs off. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so my question is, am I correct to understand that you then had this monitor's approval to sign a revised engagement letter for which you did not have a staff with adequate licensing to complete?
That is not correct. Okay. Okay, there are two things I want to say that our all attestation work we are accepting are done personally by Mr. Watson, no other CPA employee, no other employee, other than contacting the client, asking for certain documentation or relating certain message to the client. All the planning, client discussion, internal control, risk assessment, issuing signed audit report, finished personally by Mr. Watson, and then those work papers are reviewed by Michelle Suchan, all the engagement. No other work by any other employee that I mentioned.
Then to clarify, in October of 22, Mr. Watson was providing these services for your firm at a point when he was not licensed to supervise the audit. Is that correct?
No. During the 22, before I take on probation, I was licensed.
No, but I'm speaking, I apologize for interrupting. I'm speaking specific to the letter in PET 164, which was signed in October of 2022, which I believe is after the stipulated settlement effective date. So that is the reference.
I made a mistake. And I didn't know about specific rule that were applying to that advertising rule, Title 16.1, and there's such. So I'm here to correct myself. I'm fully acquainted. So beginning forward, I know how to present myself to the public without violating fiduciary duty.
Okay, and I think my last question is just some clarification. Then, was it also an oversight that you stated you did not anticipate starting the work on the client until a later date? And my question is, if that is the case, was there any conflict or concern on your engagement team's part about the request to prepay 70% of the fees in advance when you knew no one was prepared to actually provide services? So that is my only question, if that was part of any evaluation done on your team.
Okay, I want to ask you, which specific time frame, Ms. Salazar, you referring me to?
That would be the exact same letter in October of 2022, referencing Mr. Rawson as the, I believe it's supervising. So that is PET 16, and it is 167, I believe, in this case. That lists you as engagement partner and Mr. Rawson as responsible for signing the report. And at the bottom of the page, it requests a deposit of 70% of the fee due upon signing.
Okay. On the time of October 2022, my firm situation was very difficult situation, not financially, but in deciding mode that because these clients are not new clients, these clients are that I have been serving last 10 or 15 years, 15 years, that we were providing audit statement every year. So the client knows us and we know the client, that we already notified the client that we will not be completing your work expedient manner because of the licensing issue on our firm. I didn't bring it, but I have an email that I disseminated to the client that if you still retain us regardless of the situation, please send us your engagement letter with the retainer. They did. However, I deposited the checks on end of January of February, early 2023, after I received a substantial amount of credible evidence from CBA that Frank Rawson will be licensed. How I know was that they're asking Mr. Rawson to do a finger scanning. That is when I realized that this is almost come to a cleaning fruition that he will be licensed. And that's such time that I deposit my client retainer checks. So back in October and November 2022, I was very assured, knowing the CBA, working with CBA, with various experience, that it will take slow. However, I feel confident with Mr. Rawson's 30 more years of auditing, accounting experience, that CBA will find no faults providing him fully licensed status.
Thank you for that clarification. No more questions.
Vice President Tu.
Thank you. Is Mr. Rawson an employee, a partner? A separate entity from your company? Is he an employee, Mr. Rawson?
He's not an employee. He's an independent contractor, working himself. He's an officer of my corporation. He and I have been working together 16 years. I've been solo practice about 17 years.
So if that's the case, your engagement letter is still based on your license, not Mr. Rosson's license, even if you did wait until he received his license, because he's a contractor. He's not your employee under your license.
That is correct. That as a firm is allowed to accept engagement work. There is no restriction. It's just that me personally restricted providing attestation work. Mr. Rosson is an officer of the corporation.
I'm a sole proprietor. I don't have officers, and so I'm a little confused. What does that mean? He's an officer of the firm, because I'm a sole proprietor too, and I don't. The whole point of sole proprietor is the owner. I'm the owner and the officer of the firm.
I'm the sole owner of the corporation, and Mr. Rosson is the officer of the corporation. In that, Mr. Rosson supervises, operates, has a full control on the attestation work that we have received and we have generated.
Is your firm an LLC?
No, it's an S corp.
It's an S corp. Okay, so thank you. That's clarified.
To clarify, Mr. Ju, are you saying that is Mr. Rosson someone that's listed as an officer on your statement of information to the Secretary of State?
Yes.
What kind of officer?
Vice President.
Thank you.
Mr. Rosenbaum?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Ju, how many attestation engagements did your firm accept during the period from August of 22, when your probation began, until March 23, when Mr. Rosson was finally granted his CPA license?
Okay. When I take on probation from August 2020 to December 2022, there was none. From January 1st, 2023 through March 31st, 2023, there is none. I'm sorry, I apologize.
You might have misunderstood my question.
Yes,
I said, how many attest engagements did you accept? Similar to the one that we've been talking about in October of 2022. You agreed to do an audit in October. Were there others during this period that you agreed to do?
Yes, during the time, August 2022 through March 2023, there's about at least 2 or 3, in which we finished after the period of March through September, after he became fully licensed. We accept the work, but
that was my question. So you only accepted work, all attest engagements. You only accepted you only accepted 3 or 2?
3.
3. Were all 3 of those, did they pay a deposit up front?
Yes.
And all of those checks were not cashed until February of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. Can let's go through that, the original letter, the original October 2022 engagement letter that had you listed as the signer of the report. If you look on page PET 158, down toward the bottom, it says, we've identified the following risks of material misstatement as part of our audit planning. Doesn't that indicate that you're doing some audit work during this period of time?
Yes.
How can you be doing audit work during this period of time when you have no one licensed as a CPA?
In order for this engagement letter to pick up this language, someone has to review what was reported in 2021 audit findings.
And who did that?
I believe it's, who did that? It has to be me.
Okay, so earlier you said that no audit work was being done
Prospectively.
from August of 2022 until March 2023. But you've been doing audit work in October. Or so it seems.
Well, whether we call it audit or not, in order for the firm has to accept this existing client, somebody has to review the prior work papers to have it incorporated in this new current engagement letter. So at the time, the only person I was qualified, I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, I understand. So you agreed to the stipulated settlement back in 2022, but you disagreed with the allegations, is that correct?
Yes.
But aren't you essentially disagreeing with all those allegations today when you have this hearing?
That is not true. I am disagreeing for the matter that peer review reporting was disguised. That is not true. The other allegation, many of them I found learning experience truthful. That's why I did not contest.
I see. Okay. What, I guess you agreed though, in the stipulated settlement, you agreed to a 36-month probation period?
Yes.
And what is it that you have done that would cause this to be lifted early? I mean, you've indicated that you've complied so far, but you've agreed to comply for 36 months. Why is 15 months now sufficient?
I have been very careful about accepting new clients unless two other professionals whom I mentioned agreed to do the job. And my audit practice is very exclusive, that I'm focusing myself on the nonprofit, teachers union, and some of the school. So I do not expand my expertise beyond this. I have taken for many, many years through self-learning, taking extraordinary amount of CP hours. Regarding reporting, issuing, I feel comfortable on what I do. The things I did not know, which I know now, that there is about like Title 16, California Code, Business Code, 5100, and those codes I did not before, I become aware through this probationary period. So I feel comfortable. I'm not claiming myself that I know all the rules, but I feel comfortable knowing at least all the rules that at least are pertaining to my profession.
Are you participating in any of the attest engagements currently, or is that completely supervised by Mr. Rawson?
I am personally being restricted, personally engaging in any attesting work. Mr. Rawson does with the client. I'm merely acting as an administrator, reminding client, accepting the checks and so forth.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Ms. Batchelor, any questions?
Yes, a couple of questions. I'm going to ask you about accepting the engagement for a Yellow Book audit. what was your reasoning for accepting the engagement in the first place? And the reason I'm asking you the question is because when it comes time for our license for renewal, it says that on the form to check the box on whether or not you are engaged in this type of audit. And then to be able to be engaged in this type of audit, you have to have 24 hours of continuing education in this area. And somewhere in these documents it said you didn't make the 24 hours. You only had you were like maybe 16 hours. I can't remember exactly what the number was. So with that being said, this Yellow Book audit was presented to you by a client. I need this audit done, and you accepted the engagement. However, you didn't have the hours in for CPE. So I was wondering, were you aware of that or were you not aware of that?
No, I was not aware.
But every 2 years, when we have to renew, we have to check that box saying, did you do the 24 hours or did you not? You do know that, right? It's
Yes.
on the form.
Yes.
Okay, so how would you not know?
Back in 2016 and 17, when I was about to take on that Yellow Book audit, of course I knew about 24-hour ANA, but I didn't know that this falls in government audit, which I did not before until I started doing the audit. So it was a mistake I did. My plan now is not accepting any type of government audit, any type of client whose guidelines are reported by the government funding. So I don't plan doing that. So at the time accepting 16, 17, there was a period that I know nothing about government audit. Later I found out very rigorous requirement there is. So that's why, and thereafter I discontinued the service. That was the only account at the time that I was accepting, and I discontinued it.
Okay, and the next question is in terms of this particular audit was not presented to the peer reviewer. Under this Yellow Book, it says that this is a must-select item that has to always be presented. So at the time of the peer review, was this audit completed?
The audit was completed 1 year before the peer review takes on. As I mentioned that the peer review period did not include those audited statements, audited year statements.
Okay, understood. That's all I have.
Ms. Lada, any questions?
Thank you, Your Honor. I just have a question, Mr. Ju, of your response to Ms. Batchelor. Are you, in your response when she asked you about your knowledge of the requirement for the government audit when you accepted the engagement, was your response intending to say that when you accepted the engagement, you didn't understand that it fell into the government audit requirements? I'm just trying to get clarity on your response.
You're correct. I did not know about the requirement.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Corrigan, any questions?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Ju, obviously a lot of emphasis is being placed on this, pardon me, this Yellow Book audit. Do you view generally accepted auditing standards and the government standards as two different bodies of standards with no overlapping, or how do you view those?
I do. They are different. They are different guidelines. They are different internal control reporting. They have a separate report with supplemented schedule. I'm not an expert, or I don't want to be an expert or government auditing standard. From my experience going through this probationary disciplinary period, that there's a rigorous requirement that needs to be undertaken by the government reporting standard. So I do aware that they are vastly different, that I don't want to be involved in. It requires rigorous auditing procedure which I don't want to be doing. But yes, to your question, yes, I'm aware of that very different audit reporting guideline, especially on the internal control reporting matter, and especially on the matter of using their government money, the expenditures and money that was received and how they spent, depending on the major program and non-major program. But I don't want to. I'd rather focus my expertise on the other area.
I understand. Thank you. And I'm referring to PET 145 in the materials. And in those materials, and I'm just going to, briefly kind of go through it. It mentions findings like failure to obtain sufficient appropriate evidence, and it had areas of accounts payable, expenses, and going through those several pages, starting with 145, dealing with uncorrected misstatements, risk assessment. Just, do you understand that that's part of generally accepted auditing standards and part of government auditing standards?
Yes, I do. This is a isolated incident where I do not contest that is wrong. I accept that there is a mistake or omission or overlook. I accept that. I just decide to contest. However, excuse me, before the probationary kicks in, I multiply many audits, and I was able to successfully finish peer review, receiving pass review based on random selections. And the other report that I provided have no problems. This is just isolated incidents.
Because random selections are one thing and risk assessment is another, and that's a number of years old in our professional standards. But I guess I need to know, how can we have confidence, though, that even though GAS and GAGAS were violated in that one engagement, how we can rely on you to apply GAS appropriately and going forward?
Well, I don't plan doing GAS, government auditing standards. You're right, that they are all the same thing. As I mentioned, that at the time of 2016 or 17, when my firm was under tremendous amount of stress from the client and meeting the deadline, this is the audit that I made a mistake, that I'm not hiding, that's why I'm here, but from this mistake, these are the procedures that I've taken in the pink slip, in the pink package, that improve myself, improve my firm's ability to accept very good clients, of which that I retain now.
Thank you. I'm losing my voice. No further questions.
Ms. Thompson, any questions?
Yes, I would just like to clarify some items around Exhibit A to make sure I'm understanding it correctly. So maybe I'll call it Client 1. I see that there is an audit and a date of 6/12/2023 pre-issuance engagement quality control review. What is the significance of 6/12/2023?
I need that copy, please.
Your Exhibit B.
Yeah. I'm referring to Exhibit A for the reporting period of April 1, 23 to June 30th, 23.
Which one is it?
I think we need some clarity about what document we're talking about.
So it is the Suchon and Associates Supervised Practice Monitor Report. for the reporting period of April to June.
Okay. What's the client name?
Client 1.
So you're just going to use the client 1. It appears Mr. Durkar is pointing it out on the page itself, though.
Okay, so your question is, what is pre-issuance engagement quality control review?
Or what is the significance of the date, 6/12/23? Is that when the review occurred or when the audit report is issued?
June 12th is when we complete the field work, meaning that we finish assembling the work papers.
Mm-hmm.
So that's when we probably ship it the same day to Michelle Suchan's office. This is when she complete her review, pre-issuance meaning before we send up draft to the client for their with the rev letters being signed. So thereafter, we issue the signed audit report.
Okay. So the first date for clients 1, 2, 3, 4, these are the dates that audit field work, so all audit testing and all audit documentation is completed and then sent to Suchan and Associates?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So before that, up until March of 23, there was no license A holder until Mr. Rawson was reinstated. So at least for these 2 audits and 2 reviews, all attestation work was performed within 3 months?
After March 2023.
From March 23 through June?
Through September 2023. For the particular sheet, yes, June through June 30, 2023.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Lin, any questions?
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. I would like to have some clarification. When is Frank Dawson become the officer of the corporation? Do you have the date?
Yes. The SOI filing was accepted June 2023. However, Mr. Ross and I did discuss about having a licensed owner be an officer. So it will be right after he become licensed. So either March or April that he's licensed. Then I file to SOI, accept it on June 15, 2023.
Thank you. One more question is his license was expired because the loan payment in May 2020. So what do you have a date he's working on renew the license?
Okay. He began working heavily on attestation work after his license, so March 30, 2023. Before that, we were not actually doing much of any work other than we accept the client engagement, not doing any work on it until he become licensed on March 2023.
Yes, I understand that. But you were telling us that he was working on renewing the license in October 2022. Do you have a date of that?
Would you repeat the question, please? I'm sorry, I missed it.
Yes, earlier you were telling us that Watson is working on the renewing his reinstate his license in October 2022. Do you have the date? What's the date he's working on? He's starting to working on the job.
He did not. I don't recall that he's working or accepting any engagement work. I do not recall.
So you're saying that he's working on the reinstatement of his license in March 2023.
During the time from October 22 to March, I do not recall Mr. Watson was doing any type of attestation work. And none of our staff, including myself, were not doing any attestation work at all.
Yes, I understand that, but from the document, during your probation monitoring by the CBA, they found that you have an executed engagement letter by you and saying Mr. Watson is fully responsible for the CPA work. On the page 4. So to me, I mean, it does. If he's not trying to get the reinstate the license at that moment, but you are advertising that your company can take the work for the audit performance. So I just want to clarify that the day he's working on it, you know.
I admit that it was a mistake.
Thank you.
But I'm not saying that he was working on it.
But the letter says that he's a full responsible.
That's why there's a revision. Thereafter, we contact the client and ask them to resign and then notify the information that now Mr. Watson is fully licensed and supervising, and he's the person signing on the report.
Mm-hmm. So you have a 2 revision. This
Yes.
is the second revision. Is that
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Number 3, I was heard that you take the job advance and deposit the check in February. Is that correct or?
I accept the work
Mm-hmm.
until I become fully reasonable that Mr. Ryson will be licensed. So I held a check until we actually start working on it.
So do you have a date that you deposit the check? I heard about it was February.
Yeah, I don't have an exact date, but probably the end of January or early February. This is when Mr. Watson was notified to submit his live scan paperwork.
You mean January, February?
End of January or early February.
Mm-hmm. But he got his license back in March.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, and I do have a policy question. Can I ask the DA or our counsel to clarify that?
I don't know yet.
Thank you.
What's the nature of the question?
For the taking the job advance without any licensee CPA, the policy, is that allowed it or not? So they are assuming Mr. Watson will be 100% get the reinstate the license, but that's assuming 100%. I do agree with it, but for the policy, CPA policy, would that allow?
You can ask the board counsel that question. probably in closed session would be the best time for board counsel to give legal advice.
I will also advise that in addition to closed session, that is something the board can look at. If there is legal standards, then Mr. Dakar can answer that as part of his analysis.
Okay, thank you. No more questions. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Ward, any questions?
I have no questions.
All right, let's go back then to the exhibits. And Mr. Durkar, now that Mr. Ju has testified, do you object to Exhibit A?
No.
Do you object to Exhibit B?
Oh, Mr. Ju said no.
Okay. I missed that. Thank you. Mr. Ju, you're offering the exhibit, so I assume you don't object. But Mr. Durkar, do you object to Exhibit A?
I would not object to their being admitted as administrative hearsay.
Okay. And is that for Exhibit B as well?
Yes.
How about Exhibit C?
No objection.
And Exhibit D?
I would object because I don't know if this was really discussed, and I don't understand the content, so I don't think there's a foundation for it.
Okay. I think that goes more to weight than admissibility. So the board might also be similarly confused, and they might not weigh the document very much, but as I said, that doesn't really affect its admissibility. So Exhibits A and B will be admitted and will be considered to the extent permissible under what's known as the administrative hearsay rule. Exhibits C and D will be admitted for all purposes. Mr. Ju, do you have any other evidence you'd like to offer?
Yes.
What is it?
On the date of October 21st, 2022, which miraculously coincides with the first original day for PET 157, October 21st, 2022, I asked that this gentleman similar question to CBA officer, and this is when I got reply from CBA officer, that specific question that whether respondent Jew, meaning individual, can sign on the engagement. She said no. However, respondent firm can sign on the engagement letter. So therefore, without discussing that advertising rule, Title 16, 5100, but the firm is allowed to accept the work. So in that premises of accepting the work, some of the prior work has to be mentioned in the engagement letter. So that is my plea that would you forgive me and let me do my job that I was successfully doing before probation in other industry so that I could go back to my industry servicing my client. So if you let me to exhibit that email if you need, I did ask that question to the CBA officer and she said respondent firm can sign on the engagement letter.
All right. Any other testimony or evidence?
No.
Mr. Durkar, any follow-up questions?
Yeah, I do have one question about your reference letters at pages 65 to 69. I noticed that they're all dated in early 2022. So am I correct that these were not reference letters that you obtained to support your petition for reduction of penalty?
That is correct.
Did you get these in response to the accusation?
No, I did not.
How was it that you obtained those reference letters, or why did you obtain them in early 2022?
That was during the initial stipulated settlement process that my lawyer then asked me if I can get a recommendation letter, which I did.
Okay, that's all, Your Honor.
All right, let me just open it back up for any board member follow-up questions. All right, seeing none, the evidence portion is then concluded, and the parties are free to make closing arguments if they would like. Mr. Durkar, you can begin whenever you're ready.
Yes, there are good reasons for this board to continue to be concerned that Mr. Ju and his firm pose a risk to the public interest. Their conduct during probation echoes the past misconduct that landed Mr. Ju and his firm in probation. And if you think you've seen enough to affirm the 3-year probation period and, not to want to hear again about relief from the test restriction for a while, Business and Professions Code Section 5115 does allow you to deny his petition for more than a year. And with that said, I think you have all the information you need to make a decision in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Durkar. Mr. Ju, would you like to make any closing remarks?
Yes.
Okay.
By attending this hearing, it was a definitely educational experience for me. This learning process helped me to become better educated, better prepared accountant. I propose no threat to my community. I see that although the CBA board sees it very, very seriously, which I do, but I'm here to take this matter very seriously and taking my license seriously and continue to provide a trust for my community to serve. My community is small business, immigrant population, where 50% I speak English, 50% I speak Korean. They are a mom and pop store, and many of the business owners need in kind of some type of attestation work to present it to their board or their partners or the bank, whatever there is. I provide very boutique area of my clientele. If I were to be born again and to relive, I would choose my profession as a CPA. I enjoy my life and take a pride as a CPA as I've been helping my clients with my profession. I'm confident now that through my professional achievement and effort, I have met probation requirement, hereby request reinstatement of my license with attestation privilege and reduction of outstanding investigative costs. I'm humbly asking the board to grant my wishes so that I may continue to serve my underserved small business community. Okay, that's all.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ju. In a moment, then, I'm going to ask whether the matter is submitted. By that, I mean, are you satisfied you've had a full opportunity to present all evidence and make all argument on your behalf? Mr. Durkar, for your office, is the matter submitted?
Yes.
Mr. Ju, is the matter submitted?
Yes.
All right, then the matter is submitted. The case is closed, and we are off the record.
There's peanuts in it.
Thank you.